I'm trying to share it with you in a matter of 2 minutes. So for you to call it trash, it's meaningless. It has no value whatsoever. But we could talk about this again, and I can school you on it.
Yeah, I would love that. I would love that. Whenever you're free with you.
Peace to the panel, and I'll see y'all. All right then.
Can I answer? Can I answer?
No, you cannot.
What the ancient Egyptians?
No, we want to read about the water. Then you can go back to that. Dang, we were waiting for this water thing. Family got X on something he don't know.
I mean, a lot of shit I didn't know. Remember, I didn't know that white people could become dark skinned again. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. But see, I don't showboat on the moments when I get you. You showboat on yours.
No, you be wrong. You say no. That's not that. I don't say no. I say I don't know. There's a difference between what we do.
Let me show you something. You talked about air and oxygen, right? Correct.
I think if I could recall, I said air, and then you all said oxygen, and I'm like, oh shit, they don't even have like basic understanding of chemistry. They really believe that air is oxygen.
So why isn't air oxygen? Explain it.
Air isn't some homogeneous composition. Oxygen is within air, but you have other elements within air as well.
And I immediately say, yeah, you're right, because I had forgotten that. I said, yeah, you're right. I didn't argue that point though, bro. No. I immediately say, okay. So obviously I knew something about it.
Yeah, you knew very little about it. But the thing was,
I knew what I see. We know for damn sure. That's why I gave it example of water. See, same thing. But go ahead, Shepard. Where you at?
I wasn't
heavy water.
Hey, I'm jumping off. All right, it's Brother Garfield.
All right, Garfield.
Everybody tune in tomorrow morning, man. We're gonna get into some of this Jabari stuff, and the churches spend $700 million to free up medical bills for over 600 families. Did you know that they didn't have to spend a dime? These were medical debt collectors. So I'm gonna talk about that tomorrow. How stupid the church can be at
that. Damn.
All right. Peace and love.
Peace, Garfield.
Go ahead, Sharon. I want you to go right to the.
I'm there. Heavy water.
Yeah, go right there.
Heavy water.
Heavy water.
Heavy water on Earth. Heavy water on Earth. And then and comet. Models of Earth's birth suggest that the planet was quite hot after its formation about 4.6 billion years ago. So scientists think it's unlikely that any water currently on Earth's surface dates back to the time of the planet's creation. However, prior studies have hinted that cosmic impacts could have easily brought water later during a violent era known as the Late Heavy Bombardment about 800 million years after Earth's formation. To uncover the source of Earth's water, scientists look for bodies elsewhere in the solar system with similar water.
They said with similar water. So that's showing you that there's variations
different waters. They're showing you it's different waters, right? Right. To uncover the source of Earth's water, scientists look for bodies elsewhere in the solar system with similar waters. Out of every 10,000 water molecules on Earth, 3 are not normal water molecules, but instead are so-called heavy water molecules. A normal water molecule was made of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. In heavy water, a normal hydrogen atom is replaced with deuterium, which is like hydrogen. Damn, he just proved it.
Yeah, keep going.
Hydrogen atoms, 1 hydrogen, 1 oxygen atom. In heavy water, a normal hydrogen atom is replaced with deuterium, which is like hydrogen, except that it has an extra neutron in its nucleus. A regular hydrogen atom has only 1 proton in its nucleus.
Stop right there.
That's the bomb right
there. There you go. All right. So now that's how scientists can actually tell where the water came from.
Wait, leave it right there. Don't click off.
You doing? What you doing, man? Just get the source, man. I'm biased.
I can't read it.
Yeah, you can read it. That's why I said you can go right in the chat and take it for later on.
Hey, Axel, what do it say? Is it saying that it's different kinds of water?
X guy,
or no?
He figured it out. Different types of molecules in there.
Okay, can I add?
That's a response from X. Where you at, X?
I'm right here. I'm not wrong. What the fuck? I said I didn't know. That's not wrong. Yo, y'all motherfuckers got poor listening.
So now I can't mess with you. See?
No, because the reason that you can't mess with me is because I never said that there weren't different types of water. I said I never heard that before.
No, you kind of got a little slick. You like, well, can I get that?
Yeah, can I get a source? Asking for, hold on, time out. We just went over the Jabari shit. You said asking for a source isn't an attack, right?
No. From you it is.
All right then, like the same rules gotta apply with me.
Smart alecky.
The same rules gotta apply with me. You can't do that.
He's a little smart alecky there. You know I was gonna have a source for you.
Yeah, give me a source. I never heard that before. I want to know.
Okay, all right, we good. So I'm glad it's something that you actually ain't never known. Because damn, to this point, you knew every damn thing. I'm glad.
Nah, never that, bro. It's like with the white people being able to evolve dark skin again, given the proper circumstances. I didn't know that, and we got that recorded as well. It's a lot of times when I don't know things. I think the thing is when I'm certain of things that you all don't know about, that shit make you feel insecure.
No, it's not true.
You were certain of the continents last week.
Right, you argued that shit.
Yeah, I'm still certain of that. I ain't never changed my position on that
so
shit.
You don't accept.
Huh?
So you don't accept that other geographers, how geographers look at continents?
You know, I accept that, but I understand what the general definition is, and I also understand.
You telling me?
I also understand.
That general definition is limited to North America.
I don't know about that right there because China. Remember, China's not North America, and China has the same interpretation.
X said.
So that's not true. And remember, you also have geological definitions, which are completely different from the geographical ones. Remember we read that?
Right.
That's his quote. Y'all can talk about that other stuff, but X's quote is, "You telling me it's more than one water." That's where he stood.
Yeah.
He said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking a question. Is there more?
You sound suspect. He said it sounds suspect.
Yeah, you sound like you was really suspect about what Uncle saying.
I never said that. All you gotta do is go back and replay the tape to read that.
Yeah, but you was arguing it though.
Yo, y'all gotta understand. Asking a question is not making an argument.
Nah, the way you go replay that. Somebody go grab.
Yo, just go get the time clip. My nigga, that's all you gotta do. I know how to ask questions.
Oh man.
I don't jump out the window without a parachute. I ain't
you was like, so you're saying that it's some water other than H2O.
H2O, yeah.
So you basically you backed them into the corner, like basically saying it's water.
No. I said I never heard of that. I don't know why y'all don't listen to that.
You wasn't like that.
Way you frame it. You was framing it in the argument.
I'm gonna tell y'all this one last time. I'm not responsible for y'all interpretations. I'm only responsible for what I say.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Wait. But isn't deuterium an isotope of hydrogen?
I don't know. I never looked.
Yeah, it has one more.
Right. So it is hydrogen. You know, isotope is the same element, right?
But it's different, nigga. Now you jump out there like that.
Hey, hold on, guys. I'm still gonna look into this shit because I don't know what's going on right now.
Yeah, right. So like I'm saying, you ain't took that L right there, X. You still trying to find a snake.
It's not taking it.
That's what I'm saying.
The thing is, the reason I can't take an L is because I never had a position on it.
Nah, you trying to squeeze it. I bet you next week, hey, yo, really want to go. Man, they said there's heavy.
I'm going to look into
you right there.
I'm going to remember when I'm biased. Hold on, time out. Remember when I'm biased asked me whether or not matter could be destroyed? I said, I don't know. I never heard that before. Was that me saying no, matter can't be destroyed?
No, this is different, dude.
When I looked into it, I said, oh, I'm biased. No, matter can't be destroyed.
No, this is different. It's a little different.
But it can be destroyed. I don't get that.
I'm biased. Don't start that shit. I said it can only be converted.
Hey, yo.
Remember I said it can only be converted.
Hey, man.
Bro, that's what it means. What the fuck?
Yeah, but remember you didn't.
No.
Remember
what you do it.
No. X. Wow. Hey, yo. They all right about you, X. You hate to be wrong, dude.
Why would a person like to be wrong? What would be the?
No, because he's right. Yeah, he hates to be wrong. He hates to be wrong.
Why would a person like to be wrong? Like I don't understand that. Are you trying to make an argument?
No.
Because when you're wrong, you learn.
I'm not wrong when I say I don't know something.
You are wrong.
And then ask for a source on it. That doesn't make me wrong.
You acted mature for like 30 seconds, like a good hour ago, and you were like, "Hey, you know what? I don't know anything about this."
Wait.
And then you went to attack mode.
Wait. But hold on. So deuterium, it's also hydrogen. It's got one more neutron, right? So it's
neuron.
No, neutron, not neuron. Neutron.
Don't be looking up stuff, man, and then try to talk about it.
No,
man.
hold on, dude. Do you study chemistry?
No.
Okay.
You ain't studying it.
Hold on, bro. What's neutron? Let me ask you this. Oh, wait. Stop. Don't make me embarrass you. I'm going to embarrass you live right now on chemistry. You don't study it. Stop. What's an isotope? Wrong. What's an isotope? What's an isotope?
Bro, Reggie turn.
Yeah, all right then.
Quiet.
So look, I'm just going back to that whole H2O because I think nobody's still right with that because
hold on, time out. I never said that there weren't different types of water. I said I never heard of it before.
Right. He don't even know.
I don't have a position right now on bias.
He knows he don't know, so he can't be right.
Listen,
you can argue that if you want, but I'm not.
Deuterium is hydrogen just with an extra neutron. It's the same element.
This side of the argument
It's still different. What is wrong with you? I'm biased. That's how they can tell. For them to tell it's something different, it has to be something.
I mean, you cut me off. I can't even finish. You can know what I was trying to say.
Okay, so what's the difference there? Before this point, most of us didn't know that. God damn.
Yeah, we kind of all just learned about this.
And then X said that he ain't take a position on it. So that means that you ain't believing that. You ain't took a position. You act like you took a position that you didn't know, which is a position. But you just said I ain't took a position yet. Which one is it? Have you taken a position that you don't know?
Come on, man. You gotta
and can learn about. I'm just saying that's a position.
Y'all gotta stop that shit. Y'all really have to understand what it means when a person
says
are you serious don't know right something. Now? I am. What did I say? I said
somebody changed X diaper.
Somebody changed his diaper, yo. We can't change your diaper because you out on the Serengeti. You can't change Sean's diaper because they ain't even got that yet. Them niggas out there hunting fucking buffalo for their pelts. Now come on. Now look, I said I don't know when you asked me whether or not they were different types of water. Because I don't know. I never heard of that before. I only heard of H2O. If you can show me that there's a different type of water besides H2O,
I just did.
I can fuck with you. Now, I still gotta look into this because, of course, you know me. I don't just take them off.
Yeah, I want you to get more into it. Maybe we'll learn more about it. But like,
I did just learn from Unbiased that what is this?
What was it?
Deuterium is a stable isotope of hydrogen with a mass approximately twice that of the usual isotope.
Hey Sean, I don't gotta Google that, dude. That's basic chemistry, dude.
I think you Googled that. We ain't listening to that.
We'll get back.
You're supposed to do that. Now you're supposed to be unbiased.
You're a funny guy. You're funny. You're not. I know these isotopes. You're not. Stop, bro.
Reggie speak. Come on, Reggie.
Why is everybody mass changes? Technology. I could have said you looked at the book group.
Hey. The atomic mass changes, so it's still the same element. Okay. The atomic number does not change, so it's still hydrogen, dude. That's what an isotope is. It's the same element, just with more mass. And there's always an extra neutron or more.
That's why they said lighter and heavy. That's why they call it heavy.
Hey, you see,
don't hate you.
Hey, watch this. Hey, watch this.
Go ahead, I'm biased. Go ahead. Let them biased say that.
Hold on, I'm in the chat. 504 Nola said, I took a position because I said, so you're telling me it's more than one water. Now, I don't even know if I said that, but even if we're going along with that.
You did say that.
Look at how this nigga quotes it. Bitch, you supposed to put a question mark at the end of that. It's a question. You niggas don't even know basic grammar.
Now you don't know grammar. You gonna see him.
Yeah, apparently not semantics. So that's what we've been arguing about this whole time.
Hey, look, because if I ask either one of y'all what semantics of that is, like, y'all be lost.
Come on, man. I want to hear Reggie, man.
I want to hear Reggie.
It's that time.
I just have something I wanted to say real quick. I find it very interesting that Bias trying to come for Sean, but wasn't it just 2 months ago when Bias that you was pseudo as hell?
Yeah, last week. It was last week on this Hebrew
super scientist trip, man. Calm down, dude.
I'm biased. Tell him when you was 2 years old, when you was 2, you used to shit on yourself. You ain't 2 no more.
Yeah, I'm biased kind of read. He be up 6 o'clock. I don't know. I'm gonna give him. He did be.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave him alone on
CK,
that.
don't do that, CK. Don't do that. I got questions for you, all right? I got questions for you.
I've never claimed any.
Yeah.
I never
He
claimed
ain't the only one up at 6 reading in the morning.
Bitch,
Yeah, but I'm really chemistry.
I'm hard because you niggas is fucking romantic.
and follow up on
Not just books. I got paid video. My education is paid for. I'm paying for this shit. I'm not just reading books. I'm paying for this shit.
Yeah, you paying for it.
And it's okay to be wrong.
I ain't gonna knock you, yo.
That's how we learn.
Yeah, I'm just proud that
Can
you
I
ain't
talk?
being pseudo no
I
more,
like it
'cause
when
you
the
was
chat
pseudo.
call me out all the time. Shoot, like,
Can
We
I
was arguing
talk?
over your pseudoisms.
Somebody said 50. What's 504 Nova? Nola said, "Bitch, your heart. You hurt hard." I see.
He talking to me because I was talking about his bad grammar.
Yeah, but hold on. We ain't calling. No, we ain't gonna call each other.
Can I talk?
I don't mind talking like that. Reggie,
oh yeah, we've been.
No,
we've been
hold on.
Yeah.
Reggie for the longest, y'all.
Hold on.
Hey, let's get Reggie in here.
Stop. Hey, look, we're not calling the audience bitches, and the audience ain't gonna call nobody bitch back.
I didn't call the
The audience, they ain't got to like us.
I ain't call the audience a bitch. You called me a bitch.
No, you did say bitch. You did.
I call him a bitch.
Yeah, you said bitch, such and such. You didn't say it. I ain't
Oh, you remember me saying that exactly?
Yeah, I remember you saying that, yo. Like I got.
I apologize if I said that. I don't think I said it, but I apologize.
Yeah, that's why
I
he
think
called
he
you
was-
a bitch.
I think he was reading what he said in the chat.
Pardon me. I don't think that I called 504 a bitch.
Ask him. I don't think he jumped.
I think I read 504's part where he said, "Bitch, your heart is hurt" or some shit like that. But I don't think that was me. But it's cool. I don't mind.
Yeah, y'all, it's okay to be
I
wrong.
apologize.
That's how we learn. That's how we
Yeah,
learn.
see right there, 504 Nola said, "I never disrespected you, bro." Right, so he never said that first. He just responded. This how this age group.
Oh, never mind.
The X age group, they use that word, bitch. One from we fight once you call me that. We immediately up shooting at each other immediately.
I don't recall me.
Your generation played that word.
Like, what did I say that
Yo, you use the word bitch.
What did I say that had bitch before? Using the word bitch and calling.
No, you start off with bitch. The first word you said was bitch, such.
I said bitch.
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah,
Oh shit. I'll let you know how much I'm
That's
paying
how y'all
attention.
do it though, X. That's like me saying nigga.
Yeah, you said bitch. You didn't know that. You have to have a question.
Yeah, you gotta have bitch, you gotta have a question mark.
Yeah, no problem. I apologize.
Man, that shit ain't funny in this generation, yo. That's crazy.
Okay, can I talk?
It's a form of communication. Reggie, what you about to say?
Oh, he said that's a
Hey,
form.
y'all.
Not now generation, yo. That is not. That's a form of you want to fight me. You know what I'm saying? When you call me that, hey, Sheffrin, the nigga say, look, check this out, bitch.
Yeah, y'all was a little more primitive. Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, one of the things that the ancient Egyptians or the people of Kemet did
All right, Reg, thanks a lot, man. Hey, man, we out of here, man. I'm joking, yo.
was, I think I'm helpful. I think I'm very helpful. Okay, so there's an article you can look up. The source is Chemistry in the Time of the Pharaohs. You can look this up. One of the things, it's an article. It's from the Department of Chemistry at Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, right? That's it's an article. So let me take this from several points of view. One of the things that the ancient Egyptians did, they were meticulous with identifying items. They identified gold as nub, so we know that.
Reggie, we already read that article last time. That doesn't prove that they knew what an element was.
Wait. Why you so disrespectful?
That's just, I'm from Jersey.
I'm from too, but I don't cut anybody off. Nah, hell no.
Okay,
I guess
so
we know for being this.
so
How about we let Reggie read what he was reading? He's been waiting a whole hour. Stop it.
Let's cut everybody off, man.
The shit from the Pharaoh is the same thing that Sean put up last week. I don't remember. It was the abstract.
I ain't read that. I ain't use that.
I did. I
Is
read
it possible you can put it in the back chat and then I'll put it in the YouTube?
Yeah, I put it in.
okay, I'm gonna first I'm gonna deal with chemistry in the time of the pharaohs. Identifying something as a element, right, requires a deeper knowledge than the ancient Egyptians had.
Right.
But what they did was they identified unique items in the universe, and they labeled them in glyphs. So we do know that there is a glyph for gold, and we know that there's a glyph for silver, a glyph for bronze, right? We also know that the ancient Egyptians were extracting gold, and they was extracting gold from the quartz, and they had a refining method, right, where they used salt, right? Now, this
in the chat, CK. Go ahead, Reggie. Pardon.
This is to extract the gold. They also knew that there were temperatures that they would have to these let's say precursor to elements, right? Would if you had to operate on them, you would need heat. Manipulate them. Thank you. And so they knew about temperatures and temperatures in relationship to the manipulation of these things that we have isolated now as elements in the periodic table of elements. And the other important thing is that they had knowledge of electricity. They used, and this source is, let me see, it's called The Shocking History of the Electric Fishes from Ancient Epochs to the Birth of Modern Neurophysiology. And the other one is the part played by the electric fish in the early history of bioelectricity and electrotherapy. So we know that they used the fish that that Nermer is named after, the fighting catfish, the Nermer, that we know that they use this particular fish for treating of pain. Now, again, they don't have advanced knowledge, but they do know that the qualities of, if you had these live fish and you could treat pain with them. Now there is, they bring this into their philosophy, and you could call it metaphysics, you could call it whatever you want, but the philosophy of ancient Egypt is basically, they begin to pose things like Amun and Amen, Amun and Amenet, Nununet, Ket, Hey, 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 right? They begin to pose these concepts and then construct things like, you know, Nun, the watery waves of the sky, of the universe, where all things come from. The direct answer to your question is that in that particular time, the answer is no. They did not know precisely that they were dealing with elements, but they were dealing with objects, and they knew that these objects had. Excuse me?
I said thank you.
They knew that these objects had qualities, but for someone like you, for someone like you,
what type of person am I?
Who wants to fast forward and say that they don't know what elements were. We're talking about a people that's 3,000 to 4,000 years old, and they are working with, unlike the other communities, they are civilizations, they are actually working with objects. Of course, they knew about salt and salt drying out the bodies. Now, so yes, no, they did not characterize it by the word element, because the word element was not created at that particular time period, right? But they did know that there were chemical properties of these particular materials, which they used. They knew adhesives for building.
I never asked any of those questions, Reggie. My only question was,
let him finish. Jesus.
CK, I'm not talking to you. I only asked Reggie whether or not they knew.
You don't need to ask anything. Let him finish his point.
Yeah,
you can talk all you want.
Reggie could have a conversation. This doesn't even include you.
It wasn't a conversation.
Don't be disrespectful to the sister.
I do not give female superpowers, Reggie. Don't ever mistake me for that.
No, you don't have to give her, but you do need to give. You do need to give.
When you talk about respect, you're gonna have to get into definition of what you mean, because I suspect you mean superpowers, and I'm not giving her.
No, she's just asking for humanity.
She's not asking for humanity. She's asking me to just let you speak unperturbed. That's what she's asking for, Reggie.
No, she's
asking for you to have patience, man. That's all.
I don't have patience for things.
You sound like a Hebrew.
Redundant.
You sound like a Hebrew.
I sound like a Hebrew, and you said Malcolm X never denounced racism, but I sound like a Hebrew. Which one of us sound more crazy?
That's well. I mean, we can have that conversation.
We don't have to. We already have the video proof of it, bro. We don't have to have a conversation
we can have,
anymore.
we can have that. And Malcolm X is not the et al of knowledge. Nobody
ever said that. We're just showing how you make errors like
right.
the Hebrews. But you said I'm more relevant to the Hebrews.
So in this particular point is that when we hopefully we're not really having an argument on the primacy and the religion of ancient Egypt, but what we are showing is that they had a method of observation.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
And they brought that into their philosophy. So I'm not going to argue back and forth.
Reggie, do you realize that my only point was that they did not know what chemical elements were?
And what's behind the point?
It was simply to get that across. I don't know why people begin to argue that no, they didn't know what elements were. Sean thought they knew what elements were. CK thought they knew what elements were. Only even thought they knew what elements were. And they kept, we got it published already. Like it's on the last one. I could bring it up so that you can hear yourself say that.
You're getting confused because when we originally had this conversation almost a month ago, originally,
yes,
we were talking about science, and we were talking about how things advance over time.
Dude just be wrong.
I think Cat brought up something along the lines of, hey, Africa, they do a lot of things in science, and then that's when X said, like what? And then that's when Unc said, hey, the Egyptians were doing X, Y, and Z. So
what's X, Y, and Z?
X didn't believe him, and he said, where the source at?
What's X, Y, and Z?
So we went on this long ass tirade.
See how she doesn't actually give you details on what X, Y, and Z is? Because it would compromise her entire communication.
Got time for all of that.
It's not that you don't have time for it. It's that you know what you're talking about. Like always.
Anyways, so after we went
on
that long
time tirade, to roll over with the term anyways, and then overtalk
the source,
and that's going to be able to validate her.
He went from they ain't doing chemistry. Them niggas ain't doing chemistry.
Never said. All she has to do. All she has to do is get the time marker where I said that. That's all you have to do to prove that I said that they didn't know nothing about chemistry. All you have to do is get the goddamn time mark. She never got the time mark for anything she said. She just talks out her ass.
Oh, yes, I do.
No, you don't. Where's it at?
Oh, yes, I do. You want me to go in my bag and get it?
I do, but I know you don't have a bag.
Yes, I do. My bag should work.
You walking around with no pockets in your utensils in your hands, man. Come on.
At the end of the day,
why do you have to make the comments? Why do you have to make the comments sexual?
What are you talking about, Reggie?
Why do you have to make the comments to her sexual?
Her sexually?
Sexual harassment.
I'm not gonna make no comment. I don't even know CK. I never made no comments to her sexually. I said
yes, you did. You said pulling it out
her ass. That's just a figurative language, Reggie. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but you didn't say that to anybody else.
I would say that to anybody else. I do not treat females like they have superpowers over males. I keep telling y'all this shit.
Right.
I'm not with this conscious community shit where like psycho fonts for the elders and shit. If I put you niggas in nursing homes, you'll get wet. I'm not one of y'all type of motherfuckers. That's not me.
I'm not in the conscious community.
You can say that I register you as that. Now, I do not give old people, I do not give females or nobody superpowers. I don't treat you like that. Everybody gets treated the same with
me. Do y'all have a decorum on this site or not? Is there a decorum on this site?
I don't know.
Can I be heard? Speak, please.
Yeah, you can speak.
Okay, so yeah, I have time now. So I'm actually at my computer. I wasn't earlier. So I want to clarify what I was saying and answer the question. But I had a question for you, Double X, because there was a gap between what I could hear. So is your mind made up that the Egyptians did not know about the concepts of elements?
My mind is made up that the Egyptians did not know what chemical elements were.
So your mind is made up.
It wasn't originally. He moved the goalpost.
Wait, hold up, one second. I just want.
You never saw the goalpost. Yeah, but my mind is made up that the Egyptians while they were skilled in the crafts of metallurgy, pottery, dyes, they didn't have any understanding of the principles involved in that. They did not understand about what elements were. They didn't know that there was something that couldn't be broken down no further than that.
Okay. So
I have a source if you want me to provide my source.
That's not necessary, but since your mind is made up then there's no need to continue the conversation.
Do you know what I mean when I say my mind is made up? Pardon me, because I thought we were speaking the same language. I mean, like, this is the position that I'm on. Not that you can't provide me with information that would change, not that you can't provide me with facts or sources that are going to change my position. Because if you have sources that overturn the source I'm using, then of course, that's the new foundation that I'm on. I thought that's what building was about, taking out false foundations and putting more stable ones up underneath so that we can structure proper scholastic edifice.
Okay, well, I didn't ask you all of that. I asked you something very simple.
Yeah, you asked, but it was
wait, hold up one second.
Remember, we got our own pragmatical understanding of these communications.
1 second. So let me clarify.
You know that.
I simply asked you, is your mind made up that the Egyptians did not understand the concept of elements?
Yeah. And I answered you that yes, my mind was made up, but then you went on to communicate, if my mind is made up, then there's no point in the conversation, which means that you interpreted what I was saying incorrectly. And so that's why I provided clarity after that.
So either your mind is made up or it is not, and you're open to change your mind. So let me ask you, let me hold up, wait, let me ask you that way. Are you, so scratch the first question, since that hit a brick wall for some reason. So are you able to change your mind on your stance now that the Egyptians did not understand the concept of elements?
Yes, I'm willing to change my mind with respect to facts.
Okay, cool. Then your mind is not made up. Okay.
In the most technical of senses, Wujabu will know my mind is not made up. It's just like, no scientists don't have their mind made up on things either.
And I'm not talking about you.
In that sense,
I'm talking about you. So
I just wanted to provide clarity so that people can understand the conversation.
I'm already clear. Okay, I'm clear.
It wasn't clear for everybody, I don't think. That's why I was just providing that.
I want to give another source to the public. I'm sorry, Ujawa, if you're not finished.
No, I wasn't finished. So
Reggie agreed with me too that they didn't understand what elements were.
Okay, and that's fine. So.
Oh, and I got that timestamp, by the way.
I can't wait for you to play it.
Got it.
Okay,
I'm not gonna play it. I'm just gonna tell y'all.
To flesh this out, can you give me your working definition of what an element is in your?
I just gave it. It was a substance that.
No. One second. When you say you just gave it, I just now said I just came back on the line and it was a gap. I did not hear the conversation. So
no, I just said it when I was talking to you just now.
Okay, well, define element for me.
You want me to give you like a flat out definition, or from my
your working definition as you're using it?
A substance that can't be broken down no further than it is because it's the foundation. It's a fundamental entity.
Okay, so then that's what you're saying. The Egyptians didn't have any knowledge or concept.
I'll get the standard definition because I think that would be best for what I'm trying to communicate. But I didn't remember the definition like verbatim.
Okay, well, I'll wait for you to do that because I don't want to jump. So I'm saying what you just defined or the one you're about to give is that you're saying the Egyptians didn't have that conceptualization.
No, they didn't know what an element was.
No, okay, don't repeat that. I'm saying, and now I'm trying to get your working knowledge or understanding of what an element is. So without using the word element again.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say to you. Each of more than 100 substances that cannot be chemically interconverted or broken down into simpler substances and are primary constituents of matter. Egyptians did not know what that was, and I mean I wouldn't even have to give you the source, but it's Chemistry Demystified. But the way we know that they didn't know what those were is because when the Greek philosophers went into Egypt and fused their philosophies with the Egyptian industrial practices, they this alchemy thing, its main objective was to turn like other types of metals into gold. And anyone that comprehends what an element is would not try to turn something into an element, because you understand elements are the foundation and not those somethings. And so we know for a fact the Egyptians did not know what elements were. But you can go ahead if you like.
Okay, thank you. So my question to you was for your working definition of element, and basically to paraphrase, you said a substance that can no longer be, that is the foundation of its
I'm gonna repeat it to you one more time. The definition out of the Oxford Dictionary.
And then do that, and then don't give any commentary after, so I can speak.
Yeah, no doubt. Each of more than 100 substances that cannot be chemically converted or broken down into simpler substances and are primary constituents of matter. Go ahead.
Okay, so and that's what you're saying. The Egyptian had no knowledge of. All right, so now, are you familiar with the deity Nu or Nun?
Nope, not familiar with any of the deities.
Okay, so by you not being familiar with that, how can you or what are you using to say the Egyptians did not have the concept of
academia.
No longer for 1 second? I mean, if you allow me to speak and not cut in like that, then it would be a lot better.
I think I could finish your communication. I think I know where you were going.
I know,
go ahead.
but wait.
Go ahead.
Okay. Just so we're clear, because when I did that to you just now, you kept talking to say, well, the audience wasn't clear, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you know,
that was different. Go ahead, Ojo.
It's the same thing. So all I'm asking is at least allow me to talk without you interrupting.
Oh, he ain't doing that.
Dabs. All right.
Okay, bro. No problem.
I appreciate it. All right. So you're not familiar with the deity Nu or Nun. So my suggestion to you is to become familiar with that. The deity Nu or Nun. Okay. Now, who else on the panel is familiar with the deity Nu or Nun?
Probably Sean if he's still here, and also Reggie. I mean, I've read some stuff,
Okay,
but I
so
don't remember what I read.
So, brother Reggie, if you're still here, and I know it could be a long thing, but in a concise way, the deity Nu or Nun, is that a deity that could be further broken down into constituent parts?
No, these are elements. This is where things come from, right? So they are things are produced with the properties of Nu. So, things come from it. So they can't. So this is the how can I say? This is a particle, a structure, or a concept that is the beginning. It can't be broken down.
Okay, so now, based on what Reggie you just said, and I appreciate that. Does that not match what the brother Double X said about his working definition of what a is? A substance. 1 second. A substance that could be no further broken down, or something that could be no further broken down. And remember,
it means that the ancient Egyptians had these concepts of material or let's say subatomic materials that are the beginnings. They are the parents, the mothers of all other ingredients, and they cannot be broken down further.
Okay, so since they cannot be broken down further, is that not the definition in a similar definition to what the brother Double X actually gave us?
It's crazy.
It is actually more profound because the ancient Egyptians were positing protons and neutrons and glutons and other subatomic particles that are further origin of matter itself.
Okay, so now Double X, when I first asked you, out of curiosity, I asked you, was your mind made up? We hit a brick wall a little bit, but we got over that speed bump because you gave your definition that your mind can be changed. So now I am schooling you because you, by your own admission, you did not know about the deity Nu or Nun. The brother Reggie does. And so instead of you hearing it from me, I appreciate him saying it for me. So what I'm saying is that the Egyptians had a deity Nu or Nun from Nini, inert. It is the most fundamental concept from which all other things come out of, and it is comparable or made parallel or analogous to water. And so this is why Nun gets this epithet of being a chaotic, watery.
It's analogous. You said it's analogous to water.
Water and waves, equalities.
So the reason why,
all right,
but it's not water. Wait.
You're not explaining to me what it is. Like I just thought you talked for like 5 minutes, bro. I've been sitting still, like, yo, what the fuck's going on?
Right, exactly. So you should sit still for a little while longer. Just 1 second.
I'm not into this lecturing shit, yo. Like you gotta get this shit over quicker than this, bro.
No. I don't have to do anything.
Well, that's the way that we communicate over here. Like we don't sit here and do what y'all did in the 90s and shit. Y'all just sit there listen to old people talk. I don't do that. That's not my thing.
Okay, but I don't care what your thing is, and I'm not.
Right, but you're telling me that some nigga knew.
We're not in the 90s.
But you're treating it as if it is.
Listen. This is the problem that I have with you, right? You do not accept and acknowledge your place and space in a conversation, whether you are the one who knows or whether you're the one who is ignorant and being schooled.
I think that's your interpretation, and you're entitled to it.
No, it's not. By your own admission, brother. It's not my interpretation. You said by your own admission. Wait, your own admission. You said you don't know what noon is.
No, I don't.
That's why I asked you. Listen, I've been doing this for a long time. All right.
That's cool. I don't know what that means.
I know, but I'm saying if you would just settle down and stop being so restless. So
the thing is, it takes you all 1 million years and a day to finish something off.
No.
You don't know how to expedite your ideas.
Listen,
he actually was very clear and to the point.
Listen, hold up.
I'm talking to you again, CK.
Wait, 1 second. X, I do know how to expedite my thing. What you don't know how to do.
No, not to the pace at which I'm used to.
I know, and so I'm trying to change that. What you're used to is trash. Okay, so
I'm used to trash, Mujabu.
Yes, the way you behave and talk is garbage, and a lot of people say that to you, but you don't take heed to it.
No, so it's just you all that say that to me. It's you all. It's not a lot of people, but you're not a lot of people.
No. Okay. I don't mean I'm talking about people on the panel. I'm talking about every time I hear. Well, listen. Every time I hear you on here, people have a problem with you cutting them off or how you behave. So
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, I'm just stating a fact. So what I'm saying, I'm giving you. Listen. I'm trying to help you here. I'm not your enemy. Okay.
You're trying to help me. Is you condescending? What do you? No. In what way are you helping me with your?
I'm not being condescending.
It is if you're telling me that you're trying to help me. It would suggest that you actually have reached a higher plateau than me, and whatever it is that you're talking about. So what I'm asking you is, in what way are you trying to help me, Mujabu?
Okay, so wait, are you interpreting help as condescending?
I just told you
I can't help you. Wait, I can't help you and not be condescending. I can't teach you something.
You can teach me something. You can teach me something, but that doesn't mean that you're not condescending.
Psychologists will call that insecurity. And I
know, and you told me I was insecure. You told me I was paranoid. You told me I was traumatized. You told me I was incorrigible or whatever the fuck you said.
Right. Incorrigible.
You didn't even pronounce the shit right or spell it right. But whatever. I understand all of those things. I have no problem with that, Mujabu.
Wait. I actually did. Incorrigible. Yes, I did.
No, you said incorrigible. You said, hold on, let me. Is it incorrigible or hold on? Wait a minute.
Okay, regardless of how it's pronounced, you know what it means.
So then hold on, time out. Then you did not pronounce it right and you did not spell it right. It's incorrigible, not incorrigible.
Wait. When we talked about it, you understood what I was talking about.
No, I did not. That's why I said, what'd you just say? And you said, you're incorrigible.
Okay, now we're going off on the
I said, yo, you said, you know what that means? I said, no. You said, yeah, you should look that up.
Yes, and you did, and then you realized what I was talking about, and you laughed. You actually
I said, nigga, that's incorrigible, not incorrigible. What are you talking about?
Regardless.
You said, oh, pardon me. It was a what did you say?
Incorrigible. Okay, incorrigible.
You mispronounced one of the
Okay, I got
the vowels, and I'm like, oh my nigga, come on, stop that.
Okay, I got you, and I got you. Regardless of my mispronunciation, I apologize.
And misspelling.
And my misspelling. But I did not spell it though that day.
Yes, you did, because I had to look it up. So I asked you, Mujabu, how do you spell it? And you spelled it one R. I remember Mujabu, bro. I remember it exactly.
Okay, well listen. For the sake of this conversation, pardon my pronunciation. Wait, 1 second. Hold up. Pardon.
Y'all ain't exploding, killing each other, did y'all?
1 second, Unc. 1 second. So listen. Pardon my misspelling and pardon my mispronunciation. The meaning of incorrigible fits you.
I appreciate your interpretation of me.
All right. Okay. So now that we're back on track, what I was saying, and I'm just going to reiterate and summarize for the listeners, is that you made a claim that the Egyptians did not know about the concept of elements. And I asked you to define for us your working knowledge of elements. You defined it. Now I gave you an instance.
Hold on, wait, and then I went into the Oxford Dictionary and I gave you a better definition. Remember? And then what you did was you maintained the argument on the definition that I gave. And then after I had already given you the official definition, Mujabu, which again is disingenuous, but that's the type of shit you be doing. It's just when you said with the last shit, when you tried to
getting off topic.
We're not getting off topic, CK. Just back off a little bit. That's when you said with the last time when we were on here that you Google and it pulls from Merriam-Webster, and I'm like, what the fuck is you talking about?
Okay, so we're not going to do that red herring. So
it's not red herring. It's just proving how disingenuous you are, Mujabu.
No. Listen. Okay, I'm disingenuous. You're incorrigible. All right, so we got that.
Okay, but I can actually prove what I'm talking about with you because we actually have instances of you just sitting here lying and leading us on this rabbit trail.
Okay, listen. Can we stay focused, please? So regardless, both of your definitions of element, because you didn't go to the
Oxford Dictionary.
You didn't go to the more official definition until I came on and asked and pushed you to do that.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that we all have a basic comprehension.
Man, you don't have to. Man, listen, when I'm talking, you don't have to interject with the.
Mujabu, this is how I talk, bro. This is how I talk.
Listen, I realize that, and a child talks a certain way, but we gotta correct them. You gotta mature a bit.
Okay, but I think that what you have to understand is that you all learn in a certain way, and it's led you to where you're at. I don't want to make the same mistakes that y'all make. All of you involved in this were in cults and other pseudo programs. I've never been in that, so I think that I make better choices than you. I think I'm much more prudent than you. Thus, I'm not going to change my life to suit you all's interest. That's not something that I'm doing, Mujabu.
Okay, and that's fine. And you can be delusional like that, but you don't know
delusional. Now I'm delusional.
Yes,
that's a new word I am. I'm delusional. I'm incorrigible. Whatever the fuck that means.
I don't think those two things correlate.
Listen, you gotta mute yourself.
I'm a bunch of things, bro.
Can you mute your mic?
Man, y'all got come on.
Wait, hold on one second, just real quick. I'm about to be off. So can you just mute your mic for a second? Because now you got.
I'm not doing that because I gave you 5 minutes last time and you didn't address it. I'm not doing that.
Okay, so you're not gonna mute. So the reason I say
because I'm not about to let you lecture. I'm not listening to that shit.
Okay,
man, you gotta let the man make his point, though.
And why should we listen to you, Ed?
He had 5 minutes with me not saying shit.
Listen.
And he didn't make no point. I'm not going through that 7
Okay. All right, so listen, let me rewind. I'm gonna summarize. It's a thing because I can't babysit children too long. So this is the thing.
So you probably should go hire somebody for yourself.
Here it is. So the brother Double X gave a definition of element to you all. He was pressed to give the more dictionary definition, which didn't differ too much from what he was saying. All right. So because he read definition, he only read one of the entries in the definition, but if you look at the dictionary, I'm sure it has multiple meanings.
That's the only one that counts for this conversation.
Stop that.
Yo, he be trying to mislead people.
Know somebody trying to mislead somebody.
I don't think people do. That's why,
bro.
Hey, can you just mute mics while people are talking?
Nah, he gonna mute his own mic.
Now look, Reggie trying to come in and manhandle the shit.
Step up, bro, and mute yourself out, dude.
Okay, but listen,
let that man talk, and then we butt that.
Go ahead.
Listen. I haven't even been online in a month and a half.
Right, let that man get that out.
Let me just at least talk. And what you got to learn, this is the thing. You disrespectful, and you other people have a problem with the way that you carry yourself on this platform.
Who gives a fuck? Just get to the point.
I care. That's why I'm saying it. And that's what I'm saying. See, like if you and I were talking face to face, in person, I guarantee you wouldn't be saying the stuff you're saying in my face. The like the way you're saying.
Of threat? What do you mean I wouldn't be saying this in your face?
No, brother, it's not a threat. I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Please explain that to me.
Okay, I'm gonna explain it to you. Very simple. Since you didn't understand this plain
I didn't. Explain it to me.
If you were we were talking face to face, you would not be saying the things you're saying the way you're saying it in my face.
Okay, now Joe, I'm gonna tell you right now. If I was in your face, I would be saying whatever the fuck I'm saying right now. When we meet, I'm gonna get in your face. I'm not trying to physically harm you or anything like that, but I'm definitely gonna get in your face and say what I'm saying to you now, so that you can understand. I'm me, wherever the fuck I'm at.
Okay, now I want you to understand that there's consequences to your actions.
I know that, and Joe, I want you to understand that there's consequences to your actions.
So that's how we gonna do that.
Joe got gangster with me.
Wait a
minute. Hold on now. Come on with that. Stop. Everybody just stop for a minute. Hold on, bro. Allow Wuja to say whatever you gonna say. Go. And then you go. I don't want to mute you out, bro. So everybody just chill out, right? Let the man complete his thought, and then we will. Right. And he gonna give you the same respect, yo.
Yeah, exactly. So the reason why I said that is because for some reason this brother has a disconnect and puts me way back in the 90s, and so I'll show you how 90s work it and do it. All right. So this is the thing. So back to the point I was making, because this is what happens when people get stuck and they get caught and they get checkmated. So this is the thing. So the brother claims that the Egyptians did not know about the concepts of elements. He gave a working definition all night until he went into the dictionary. That dictionary definition did not differ too much from what he was saying. And so the whole point is elements are the fundamental composition of some type of substance, some type of matter, whatever the case is. I asked the brother, is he familiar with the deity Nu and Nun? And he did not know that. He admitted that he does not know, but yet he made his claim saying the Egyptians did not know about the concept of elements. So I introduced that to him tonight, obviously, when the brother Reggie did, by explaining that the deity Nu or Nun is a fundamental principle in Egyptian thought and conceptualization of matter. And so it cannot be further broken down. And my question is, does that not match the definition very similarly to what XXX said in his own words and the Oxford Dictionary version of what he said?
What's the definition that, because I couldn't even get back in. So I don't want y'all to think that I was letting them argue.
No, I mean, I know you weren't here, Unc. So anybody else on the panel, that's my question is to the panel outside of XX, because XX, his mind is made up.
So what's the question?
What were you saying again? I'm sorry.
What's the question?
My question is, based on what you heard XX say in terms of his understanding of elements, the concept of Nu or Nun that the brother Reggie spoke about a little while ago, does that not match that concept that XX gave?
It's it does.
Okay, so I rest my case and I appreciate the time.
Hey, well, Joe, I have a question before you go.
All right, so I let him talk.
Yeah, you gotta let. You can't ask him a question. You gotta let X go.
No, it's something semi-related to what we're talking about. It's more like a request than anything.
You can't even get that request because you gotta let that man talk now. Let him get it out, then you can get your request.
Okay.
He said Nun is a fundamental principle that cannot be broken down into anything further. And the definition that I gave on element was the one that's pertinent to the conversation that we're having, which is each of more than 100 substances that cannot be chemically interconverted or broken down into simpler substances and are primary constituents of matter. So I would like to know from Wujawu, what element is Nun?
It is the primary constituents of all matter.
Okay, what element would that be?
The primary is called Nun in the language.
What element is that? I'm not asking you what its name is. I'm not asking you what it makes up. I'm asking you what element it is. Do you understand my question, or do I need to form it some other type of way?
This goes back to what I said earlier. They call it something different.
Okay, I don't mind, but here's the thing: you can he knows language, right? So you can translate it. What element would it be, Wujawu?
Nu.
Can you translate that into English for me?
I'll translate it.
This is what I'm saying when I say he's disingenuous, yo.
No. Listen, I'm asking because you complain when I'm long-winded, but when I gave you a very concise.
It's very simple. Give us the element. There's over 100 of them. Just give us one. What one is it?
Premodal water is new.
Water is okay. Water is not a fucking element. Now, what element are you talking about?
Concept.
Wait.
I don't give a fuck about no concept. I want the element it is.
Okay, so here it is again. The answer, short and skinny answer, is Nu translates to the primary constituent of all matter.
Which is what element?
All matters, all the elements.
Elements is the element.
Nu.
This is what I'm talking about, yo. This is the bullshit I be talking about.
No, you know what you funny?
This is why I don't get involved in this shit.
No, let him talk. Let him talk.
This is why I don't get involved in this shit. Because I already knew if the academics didn't come to understand this shit, what the fuck would some nigga off the street like Wujawu have to put into it? This I already knew this shit. This is why I didn't want to get into this. He's the one that said that they had it. I know they don't have it. You can't point us to any source that shows that the Egyptians knew what fucking elements were. Like,
okay,
you're not the only.
Now you wait.
Let him talk, Wuja. Let him talk, Wuja. Go ahead.
Not the only scholar, and I'm not done with that. Let's address that little small point. This is just a quick aside. As far as what transpired prior with the whole gangster shit coming about, that wasn't me. That was your man. It's like the third time with an Army Rock Squad member. Niggas done got disrespectful. I haven't even responded disrespectfully. It's like the third time this shit happened. Wujawu was the one that confronted me.
Yes, you have.
Okay, I'm still talking, Sean. I'm still talking, Sean. Now, Wujawu is the one. You can bring it up. You can bring up the documentation showing that I did that. Now, Wujawu was the one that said if I said that in his face, there would be consequences. As if he's alluding to that there's going to be some sort of physical confrontation. He's going to show me what the 90s is like. That wasn't me. I just want that to be known. That's not me. That's your teammates, bro.
Hold on, wait. He didn't say that at first. What he first said was, listen, let me show you how it went. He said, because he say it all the time, I know what he means. And it's the truth. So, right, when you're in somebody's face, you're not howling and screaming at him. You have a calmer demeanor, like I wouldn't be in your face howling and screaming, because that means you trying to fight immediately. On shows and shit, we loud and crazy, but in somebody's face, we wouldn't even be doing all that. So he basically saying it's had the same.
No.
I mean, you think about it, yo. You couldn't have. No. I'm telling you what he means, dude. He's saying
I was not yelling and screaming at Wujawu. Like, you gotta stop that. I was not yelling and screaming when I was talking to him, contradicting him. That wasn't yelling and screaming. You cutting
a person out, you wouldn't have a conversation like that in real life.
So let me get this straight. I would be physically. Yeah, you don't know me. I'm gonna be physically violated because I'm cutting you off.
He didn't say that.
That's how primitive. What is he saying? Since you can interpret him.
Okay, so wait. Let me
He's saying that if we was a face-to-face conversation,
let me speak for myself.
It would go ahead, Wuja.
All right, so if I could just explain myself, because Unc, you're right. I say this all the time, and Unc, you hit it on the head. The bottom line is that, and anybody can rewind this, because I'm very specific in what I say. I'm very intentional in what I say. I said. Your behavior, how you're conducting the conversation, you would not do that in my face to face. If we had a face-to-face conversation, and I've done this with people, and I've said this to people, and then run into people, we'll have a conversation with people in person, and it'd be exactly what I say. And it's not a threat, it's not gangster stuff. These are just facts, because this is the thing. If I was in your face and we were sitting at a table somewhere and we were having a conversation, you would not act the exact same way that you're acting right now. This is just a standard thing with humans, period. Unless you already got it built up that you're gonna do somebody harm or some form or thing like that, then it's not gonna be like that.
Why would you reference showing me what the 90s was like?
That was after that.
No.
Okay, let me answer the question. Why would you answer it?
Okay, I answered it when I said it. I said because you said that you are not making the same mistake as me, and that, you know, I came up in the 90s. You don't do things the way the 90s go and stuff like that. I'm like, well, I don't even know if you're familiar with the 90s. So what I said was that I will show you how we rocked out in the 90s.
What did you mean by that? What were the consequences? What would be the consequences that you were talking about, Wujawu?
Okay, when I said consequences, is that it was after you said that you would talk to me in my face and all this other kind of stuff. As you're talking to me right now. In other words, you're telling me that I'm wrong and that you would behave the exact same way in my face.
So what were the consequences?
So I'm saying all I want you to know and remind you of is that there are consequences to actions. And it's consequences to my actions. And that's what it is.
I'm asking you, what were the consequences that I would suffer if I talk to you?
A beat down, goddamn, bro.
No, because he said that he wasn't alluding to violence. So I'm asking him, what were the consequences?
Whatever they are, they're consequences.
No, you know what they are. So I'm asking you, what are they?
No. Listen, you're not going to tell me. I know you're not going to tell me what's in my head. I said consequence. I'm saying to everything. Whatever
what would
you,
the consequence be? Would Jabba ask you a very simple question? What the fuck is the consequence?
Listen. If and when we have a conversation in person, and you do something, there are consequences to those doing something, whatever it may be.
Consequences. What I'm asking you, bro. Like I'm going in fucking circles. What's the consequence of me?
You gonna find out.
What are you alluding to? A violence to a form of violence being a consequence?
Let's move on.
He's saying what's understood don't gotta be explained.
Yeah, you sound like a moron. Now I'm asking you, what's the consequence?
Listen, it's real simple. I just
said
said
you already know, man.
I don't know. I'm thinking that I know, but I don't know because thinking comes from not knowing. I want to know, so I'm asking for clarity.
Let's get back to the elements, man. We know what we said.
Let's get back to the lesson, bro. We trying to learn.
Right.
Before we get back to the lesson, I think that we need to.
No. Let's leave that, bro.
I don't like moving on to new questions until I answer the already.
Come on, man.
I'm asking you.
You're messing the show up, man.
Yo, number one, we're not gonna physically violate one another online, so everybody could relax. Now I'm asking you.
Can I add another source?
What are the consequences?
Yeah, because we did cut Reggie off a long ass time ago.
Reggie, you already agree with me, Reggie. So what the fuck?
You just said you like to argue, bro. You just said you love to argue. So let's move on.
Okay. Could you please disclose the consequence of the action?
No. All right. So now let's go back.
Can I add another source?
Let's move on.
Can I add another source? Can I add another source?
A source on what, Reggie?
Well, hold up, but wait, Reggie. But before you do that,
we already moved on past your point, bro. You said you didn't want to go into a
No. That whole gangster thing was a side. Remember, you said that was an aside. Remember, so let's get back to what you were saying before you went to the aside. Okay.
I had already addressed it, which was that I gave you a standard.
The element.
I gave you a definition on what an element was. I asked you what new was. You told me new is new. The conversation at that point is over. You're going in circular reasoning. Okay, you're not answering what new is elementally. Like you're not showing us what element it is. To show us that the Egyptians had an understanding of what elements were. You never did that.
Okay. So here's the thing. So this is what I want to get back to. After you said that, but you didn't want to do the aside because I think you're concerned about the gangster stuff.
No, I was talking about both.
The thing is that I said that new represents a primary constituent of all matter. Okay,
right.
Now you're asking me for
what element is new?
Wait, you're asking.
I just heard him say that.
I think he's just saying. New just explains.
Can I talk?
What you said about all the elements that they can't be broken down.
Can I just talk? Because what Double X is asking me is
Can you just answer this one for us? Is there anywhere in academia, like is there any source in academia that says he goes on and answers nothing for what?
Any discipline.
How can he answer if you keep interrupting him?
Yo, how many times I gotta get this nigga like 5 minutes to answer nothing? How many times?
He's in the middle of saying something, yo.
You tell me. Says you great at interpreting. You interpret when he answers what fucking element new is.
You won't let him.
I know, man.
You can't
be serious right now.
5 minutes on the floor, Mujabu.
It has not been no 5 minutes just now. Just started you re-talk again after Reggie said something, yo. And you cut him off right when he get ready to get to it. You cut him off.
Yeah.
Because right when you ready to get into it, you cut him off.
Again, okay. Since you feel like he's gonna get into it, you tell me when he says it, okay? I'll wait for your alert. Go ahead, Mujabu.
All right. So if you could mute your mic, I would have really appreciate that. That would show a sign of that we
your interpretation. Go ahead, Mujabu, please.
All right. So this is the thing. You're asking me to name an element, one of the elements on the periodical element chart, and you're trying to you want me to identify new as one of those elements. Am I correct?
Yes. Don't ask no question. Yes.
No, I have to. Am I correct?
He's not answering. He's on mute. Go ahead.
I'm not on mute. Repeat your question one more time, Mujabu.
Okay. So, in you asking me to name new, because I named new and then I translated it for you. And neither one of those were satisfactory for you, and you still answered the question because you think I'm not answering you. So what I'm saying is that what you're asking me and what you're looking for in an answer is for me to name one of the elements on the periodical element chart.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is what element is new. since you're claiming that nu is something that can't be broken down into, it's a fundamental principle that can't be broken down into anything further.
Okay,
so I ask you, what element is that? Because remember, the conversation is based on the Egyptians not understanding what elements are, which are substances. Remember, I gave you a definition. It's one.
Yes, I got you. I got you. Now you're being long with it. I got you though. I got you. So now let me ask you this: would hydrogen qualify as an answer if I were to say it?
Yeah, if you told me that nu is hydrogen alone, yeah, then the Egyptians, I would say the Egyptians knew what elements were. That's just the word they use. Pardon me. If you said that these deities represent elements and nu, and you went into an explanation about how nu was hydrogen, how Asar was gold or whatever
helium,
you can have,
lithium, beryllium, boron,
then my mind could be changed, or at least it would spark me to go into further study on this.
Okay, I didn't bring up any other deities. I'm talking
I'm just giving you an example.
I know. So in your in that spill, you're basically saying yes, that you're looking for me to name one of the elements that you are already aware of.
I just answered it. I'm asking you whether or not nu is an element, not whether it's elements inside of nu, but whether nu is an element.
Okay, nu is not one of the elements on the periodical chart of elements.
Okay, so the point
nu represents the concept of elements, and the brother Unbiased Sports got it because he actually repeated what I said in his own words. Because I gave you the meaning and you seem to gloss over it. I said it is the primary constituent of all matter. And that's another way of
what is that called in English?
Can I give it to him in space terms? Premortal matter.
Wait 1 second. Wait, primary constituent.
What is it? Premortal matter?
Ordinary matter.
No. The brother asked me for it in English, and I could have sworn the word primary, the word constituent, the word of, and the word matter are English words.
Yes, they are, but elements are the constituents of matter.
And I said nu is the primary constituent. Read your definition.
If you're saying that nu is a primary, stop this. If you're saying that nu is a primary constituent of matter, then you're saying that nu is an element. Then when I ask you what element is it, you're telling me no, it's not an element. So it can't be a primary constituent of matter.
No. Listen. I did not say it's not an element. I said you're asking me to name one on the periodical chart.
Right. He gave an example.
Time out. Does nu fall within any of the groups on the periodical table?
At the time,
I already answered that. So let's.
Was your answer no?
I already said that no.
Okay, so then by default, it's not a fucking element.
At the time period of the ancient Egyptians, right? For them conceptually,
the chat funny as hell.
For them conceptually, it was an element. What you want to do is you want to rest on a current state of science. Science is always changing. Wait, there are possibly other elements to be discovered.
No, that's not true.
Other models of science.
Reggie, we already learned that you're not going to discover more. So we're done with that now.
But see, now you're cutting me off. See,
because I'm already finishing your communication. I don't need you.
No. So you're not the
rant.
You're not that. No, I'm not ranting.
You are at this point. It's redundant because
brother. No, it's not. It is not to the public.
Okay.
It is not to the public. I am saying at the time of the ancient Egyptians,
I'm not asking you about their definition of what an element was. I'm not asking you that.
As an element
like Aristotle thought that air, fire, water, and earth were elements. Those ain't elements. But he did form
at the time period.
Best definition, at least, of what an element was.
I understand. At the time period, they could have been similar to the concept of elements. When you get to elements, you have other scientific notions that have classified exactly what an element is. Did the ancient Egyptians think in these terms scientifically? The answer is absolutely yes.
Hey, Banger got that story in there about none.
I will give you another source. The source is History of Science in Egypt. Read that.
No, 1 second.
Hold on.
Here's another source: African Philosophy, Pharaonic Period by Dr. Gonzalo Benga.
What page?
Let me just add to what Reggie was saying because.
All right, what page? You got the page?
In African Philosophy.
Yeah, I got it right here. I want to read the story. It
starts on page 60. Just go from 60 on forward. So, I mean, I gave you a big gap, but start on 60.
Dang.
But here's the thing. Let me just ask this is to the panel because the thing is, it's not just for Double X, it's for everybody listening as well, right? So let me ask you all, the very word atom, right? What was the mental conceptualization? Well, he has to mute himself. Okay, so my question is on the panel, what was the conceptualization behind or the inspiration behind the word atom in Greek?
Atom.
No, I'm talking about the meaning. Like what were they thinking of when they coined that word?
Yeah. That somebody get that.
I'm about to pull it up now.
I thought Unbiased was about to tell us. He's just
I was gonna freestyle it, but
did they spell it the same way that we spell it?
I know exactly where you're going.
Okay, yeah. So say it. Just look up ATOM in the Greek. The atom.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're going.
Well, go ahead and give your from what you know right now.
Yeah, it was dealing with the smallest particle.
So in indivisibility, right? It was
right.
It could not be further divided, right?
Right.
Okay, so now today, we still use that word atom, and it means indivisible. But now today we have a greater understanding that atoms can actually be further divided, right?
Yeah.
Is that right? And
correct. That's absolutely correct.
And we call them subatomic particles now.
Yep.
That's correct.
So the conceptualization of a fundamental substance that is the foundation of matter is a concept that is not new, that is old among the Greeks and it's even older among the Egyptians. And so what I gave, Nu and Nun, is an embodiment of that concept. And so the brother Double X does not know about Nu.
This is crazy,
bro. Hey, Wujawu. Bro.
Yeah.
So, is that correct that the Greek word atom comes from the Kemetic word atom?
No.
There's some correlation because of the meaning. Because atom means perfect and in the sense of being complete or whole. And so,
all right, now the Greek is a prefix, right? And it says that it means our word atom therefore comes from the atomos, a Greek word meaning uncuttable.
So
meaning its smallest form.
Right. So it's indivisible means uncuttable. Uncuttable and indivisible is the same.
Right.
Thing.
So I was asking, is that a direct correlation to the Kemetic word atom? Because if they're two different words, then we got an issue.
The Greeks did not have a conception until they had their golden age in ancient Egypt. They didn't have a conception of these concepts. This was a stolen legacy.
Okay. I don't know.
Brother Reggie.
But what I'm saying is, online it doesn't give you an etymology that goes back to
Kemet.
Egypt.
Yeah, the sources that I gave, snapshot of chemical practices in ancient Egypt, history of science in Egypt, they chemistry in the time of the pharaohs. All of those sources end with Greek.
Right, but I'm saying the words can look the same, right? and sound the same, but it seemed like they have two different meanings. And
right, but the
concepts.
Greek words, many of the Greek words are actually derived from ancient Egyptian words when it comes to science.
Okay. Y'all can go ahead.
Okay, so all I was saying was that even in modern science today, we use atoms. It's a carryover of the word atom, which means uncuttable or not cuttable. Literally not cuttable. Not, and then timium, which means to cut. So it's not have the ability to cut, which is indivisible. And so now we know that atoms are indeed, they are cuttable, because they do have constituents that are smaller than that, but we still use the term. And so what I'm saying is that the concept of something being uncuttable or no longer being able to be divisible is something that the Egyptians did have a concept of, and I gave the example of Nu or Nun. Nu or Nun is the apex of the material world, which all things come out of. The deities come out of it. These different concepts come out of it. It is analogous given to water because of the behavior of water, not because of the substance of what water is made of.
Everything will come out of water.
So you said not everything comes out of water?
Nope.
Yeah, they didn't think that everything came out of water. I said it's analogous to water because of how it behaves. You gotta
okay, but that so I don't understand where that denotes a connection between an element.
Wait 1 second, bro. Yo, it's 11:54. We out of here at 12. I'm damn near 2 hours past what I was trying to do.
We got 20 more people listening since then.
I don't care, nigga. I gotta get up in the morning. Y'all running around chilling.
Read about Democritus. He is the one who's coming up with the atom, and he talks about his involvement in Egypt and other places. Democritus.
Can I ask y'all a question? I thought, based off of Theophile Bango translating, that none meant the premortal stuff. And Ra rose out of the premortal waters. Am I missing something here? Is that not what that is?
That's correct. So
if correct. We was going to look at it today in modern science terms, we would say that that's like a cosmic cloud, where dust particles where suns are created.
A primordial material.
Primordial material.
Here we get into interpretation.
No, we not, because it says, listen, hold on. First of all, it means what though, X? All jokes aside.
But you do realize that.
Man, I'm just saying, would you answer that question, please? What is meant by premortal?
Premortal means pre-existent, before life, something like that.
Can somebody give me what premortal stuff is? Can anybody?
Let me look it up real quick.
Look that up. Wujai, what is premortal?
All right, from Wikipedia, it says pre-existent.
Primordial means first.
Before life. He said premortal.
Primordial, but it means first.
He didn't say primordial. He said primordial.
Ain't it the same thing?
Yeah.
Y'all pronouncing it different.
Primordial, is that spelled the same as premortal?
I don't know.
P-R-I.
I think they're saying primordial.
Okay, you have to understand accents and different.
Were you saying primordial or were you saying premortal?
Same thing.
Primordial.
Give me the definition. I'll tell you which one I was talking about.
Okay, the definition of primordial is a word that means existing at or from the beginning of time.
First.
Okay. All right. What's the other one?
See, all you have to do is say water.
The first one is premortal, which means pre-existence before life, or premortal existence refers to the belief that each individual human soul existed before.
We're talking about primordial.
Talking about primordial.
So you're talking about primordial.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Okay. Now, what was your point?
So I'm saying is, if that's what that word "none" means, and it say Ra rolls out of that. So you're right. It is an interpretation, but it's not. It's an interpretation that at least the Egyptians knew there was something that a sun rose out of. Primordial.
But I mean, it could have rose out of God's hand. Like, we can't do this, man.
No, it don't say God's hand.
Okay, but you just said it rolled out of something.
Sun is a force. Sun is a force, energy.
Listen, you can actually look at the depiction of it, and you'll see that the sun is rising up. It's deep as fuck, yo.
Hey, primordial water.
No, it's deep. No,
I I'm asking you a question. Anywhere in academia, do they give credit to the Egyptians with having
you right here, right now?
The element is.
Yo, we not.
Yes.
Listen,
I'm talking from the Afrocentric community.
Listen.
Nah, man, I'm saying if you get the
I don't fuck with them niggas.
Oh, man, you know
all right, so that's what I'm saying. So first
of all, at this particular
time,
we're having a common sense conversation. We just using some common sense right now. We're not scientific right now, bro. We're simply saying that some dudes at about 4000 BCE didn't do the Bible shit. They didn't do that. They ain't say that. They said the sun, a fucking sun, rose out of some premortal shit. That's the goddamn
nebula.
What they saying right now. I'm not saying they say, hey man, really, we were saying a nebula. I ain't saying that, bro. I'm saying that explanation was a hell of a precursor to where we are today, dude. Please understand the difference.
I mean, the Christians would say that God created the sun, and you could interpret that.
Because none is not a God, dude. That's the point.
It led to Greek philosophy and Greek science.
Hold on. I don't even like the Christians say God. That ain't what they say.
Right. So let me just say this real quick because
what about the Wuja, what about the picture where you actually see the waves and the sun coming out the wave?
Yeah, but the
thing is, up with this evolution, all that shit is a trip right there, yo.
I think we really starting to influence Egyptian concepts with our modern day Afrocentric ideas. I'm really thinking like y'all niggas going in this direction.
No, because science does this. Science itself.
No scientists give credit to Egypt with having understood what the element was.
Democritus.
Wait, let me say this for a minute. I remember Unbiased Sports tried to tell me that the Greeks didn't come up with the word Adam and didn't know what the fuck it was. I remember he said that.
I don't.
But them niggas came up with the word Adam.
Democritus.
Hold on. I didn't say they knew that the protons and the fucking neutrons was inside of atoms, but they came up with something that was small. So why the fuck can we right now, modern science, say, yeah, they came up with the word atom, it was small. We give them credit, but as soon as I say put on the water, now all of a sudden some Afrocentric shit. Man, I'm gone right now with that. You got me blown with that. Nah. I'm blown. I'm done. So the Greeks can come up with Adam. Go to school in Egypt, right? We know they were there.
I didn't even go to no Greek shit. I didn't go to no Greek shit.
Okay, so did the Greeks
every time I bring up something
about the elements? Hold on. Did the Greeks know about the elements X?
No, they didn't, but they came.
Okay, hold on. Did the Greeks know about the atom X?
I don't think so.
What do you mean they came with the fucking word?
No, I don't. Again, when I say I don't think so, that doesn't mean that I know. I know that they didn't know what elements
were. Give me an etymology dictionary for Adam, please, right now.
I know that they didn't know what elements were. You asked me.
Stolen legacies.
No, Reggie. We're not going to use the garbage word stolen legacy. We ain't doing that. That's what we
Adam.
We're talking about democracy.
Adam,
Greek. We ain't doing Greek. Read the online etymology dictionary.
What? I have to be disagreeing with stuff.
Nah. Give me the online etymology dictionary.
Unc, you being too emotional. You gotta come.
I gotta be there to talk over you. I gotta be right here with you. That's my right hand. You get the fuck talked over. So I gotta be right here with intensity. So you know what I'm saying?
You know emotions make you imprudent, right?
I don't care about that emotion shit. I'm an emotional being.
Yeah, so it would mean that 9 times out of 10,
man, we just need the goddamn going. Don't talk me to death. Can somebody get the online?
I'm not talking you to death. You gotta understand what I'm saying.
Come on, Sherman. Why pause? We got to catch.
So while they're looking that up, is it possible that I can ask what y'all?
No, we want to we moving. Online etymology dictionary. Can anybody come up with that, please? Reggie, anybody?
It's a really important question.
No, we're gonna change the whole dynamic.
Hey,
X got some fucking nerve.
Hey,
yeah, this chat funny.
Don't do it.
I never even look at the chat.
Don't worry about the chat.
It's passionate.
I think the majority of the people in the chat realize what happened tonight on this topic.
Yeah, of course. And the majority of people in the world believe Jesus is real.
Hey, I got it.
Hey, Jawu.
So no, hey, Jawu, nothing. Right here.
The online etymology dictionary says, starting from the late 15th century, as a hypothetical, indivisible, extremely minute body, the building block of the universe. Then it goes to a verb, atomize, reduce to atoms. That was in 1829. Then it goes to autonomies in 1590. Atoms also diminutive beings from autonomy, from the Latin atomy. And it goes all the way back down to the Greek, which is undivisible.
And so we said this already. So it's indivisible. So the Egyptian conceptualization of Nu matches that definition that you just read.
Okay.
Because Nu is a primordial thing. It's primordial, so it's before the order of things. So before things materialize or come into existence, at the base of that, they imagine or they conceptualize this non-being and being, simultaneous non-being and being, called Nu or Nun, from the word nini, which means inert, which means that it has no movement at all and it's imperceivable. So they gave attributes and properties to these different qualities in describing Nu or Nun. Amun being one.
Yeah,
because it is not moving and is indivisible and it has no form, that it is therefore imperceivable. It cannot be perceived, and that is what the word Amin or Amun actually means.
Well, so according to their science at the time, it was inconceivable because they didn't have the tools to actually.
Correct. It's only when you have the tools. It's only when you have the tools you can verify. All you could do at the time was posit it. Right. And so it's a non-issue in this conversation. For the fact of the matter is, even though there are substances that we thought were atoms or elements, we could not verify them without science. So you need the current time period of the state of science. At that time period, they posited things for experimentation. So the fact is, did they know that things were indivisible? They conceptualized it. They needed evidence, right? And so it goes to our point. But to use modern day science and to say that science is not an evolutionary process of experimental and observation is false. You just can't start from.
You know what I really want to do? I want to demystify this presentation of Africa that's been going on. That's what I really want to do.
Thanks for cutting me. Thanks for cutting me. Thanks for cutting me off.
You're welcome.
But you might want to do it on another platform. You might want to do it on another platform.
No, go to the Abos channel. That's what we need to see.
Wasn't I here before you and CK?
Hey, come on, man. First of all,
let's get back to it.
I thought it was me, Unc, and Vince, and then I started putting niggas on. I didn't know CK had that type of stain. When that happened, CK?
Really doing that right now, yo?
She did it.
What we saying is that we're not gonna make statements of who, what, when, where, and why. We're all on here because we killing the fucking pseudos. And if I happen to make a pseudo statement, go kill me. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with getting loud, talking shit, but at the end of the day, we all got a right to be on this motherfucker because this is what we doing.
Hey, I never said that.
Fight to death. So she can't say your ass go somewhere else because this is where you at. We building this together. We know who Wuja is. Nigga, the leader.
Do we have a problem with?
No, we don't. But you can't act like the Greeks didn't come up with the word atom, yo.
Right.
I never said that.
I know. So watch this. So we can agree that they came up with the word atom and it had something to do with being small. So then we can't act like that none didn't have something to do with the primordial stuff. Of
That's
course,
not what I'm talking about.
Know what it was composed of. Of course, we didn't know about gas cloud. Hell no.
Right. Now look,
the same credit you
scientific
guy. That's all I'm asking for here.
Scientific
the same thing, dude. Look, people in the world ain't gonna do that for them, yo. But they're gonna immediately run to the Greeks, who ran to the Egyptians. You can read it, dude, like they said themselves.
Yo, I'm just for me.
Superior science. Everybody knows that shit. No, they didn't know the element chart. No, but they had it. But man, they had a foundation.
The whole thing is this: I don't think people should get offended when you provide clarity on something.
Right.
Okay, so now
I get the feeling that niggas is getting.
No, you hit us with the Afrocentric shit real quick.
Yeah, because the sentiment is coming out. The sentiment is coming out. When I say the Egyptians didn't know the principles involved and the practices that they were engaged in, niggas get angry and then say,
"No, we just trying to write African thing.
You can't do that. No, we gotta protect
niggas like Africa."
Especially Sean, he be there with the damn.
How you get a mic from?
This is what's interesting though. This is what's interesting is that Double X, you say what you're saying while simultaneously admitting your ignorance. Like you have admission.
I am ignorant on some things, but so are you and everyone else. Okay. What does that mean?
Right. Wait, see how you just did that? I don't do that to you. Just let me.
You're not me. I don't speak like you.
I know, right? But I'm saying there's a commonality with communication that you just gonna have to learn, man, over time. Bro, I hope you learn faster than.
I need you to understand. I've been talking how I talk for as long as I've been talking. The same thing
and I understand, but I understand. But wait, Chief. I'm about to say Chief X, Double X. There's a thing called maturity where just because you do something now, you may not do it a year, 2 years from now. So that point is moot. All right. So what I'm saying is that just have a little bit more discipline in a conversation environment. So all I'm saying is that
environments, bro.
Yeah, but all I'm saying, I know, but you're not on an island by yourself. Okay,
I think you guys need to learn that about me.
But the majority, listen, the majority of the people who ever been on this panel with you, from what I observed, they have a problem with your behavior.
Yeah, the majority of people that have been on here have a common psychology. It's obvious that mine is different. Wait.
Can you just?
Yeah, you're right. You have a personality disorder that hasn't been addressed.
We think we Afrocentric.
Well, hold up. Can you?
I don't think you labeled me that.
A common mentality.
Yeah, he said it like it's a real big deal.
I know, but one second though, ex-architect, can you first acknowledge that the majority of people that have come on this panel have had words with you about the way that you communicate?
I think everyone has.
Okay, so as long as we synchronize with that fact.
Yeah, no problem with that.
Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm trying to.
Like the majority of Christians believe that God is real and that you're crazy for thinking that it's not. I have no problem with that either.
Okay, but I didn't bring that up. I'm not.
I just wanted to provide with clarity for how commonality works.
I understand. I understand what you're trying to do because
I know you do.
You gotta swallow. You gotta own it, man. Just own it.
It's not just owning it. It's making things proper. It's making things proper, Wujawu.
Right, but own that. Own that. You have a communication problem. Own it.
That's you're entitled to your interpretation.
I watched this though.
Man, everybody.
Wait.
Don't take that personal. Wujawu tell me the same thing though, dude.
I don't take what Wujawu says personal. I just think that that's something personal to him.
Wujawu is letting him routinely tell me that, dude, you need to do this a little bit better. Like, I get mad and do the same shit you're doing, but somewhere in that, I know that I got to mature on that. So you got to know that you're not here by your damn self either, bro. Oh, yeah, you was here. You was here in the beginning of Pseudo Killers. I'm going to give you that.
Definitely was.
Hey, Chef
like that, there's other people around
you. Can you look up the word incorrigible, please, and read that for us?
It is. You can't change their mind.
He can understand.
They can't be proven wrong.
No, listen.
Oh, hell yeah.
Listen. Let's get this
encourageable. Oh, hell yeah.
Hold on. Let me make this point.
Read it.
I'm saying that he not no dumb dude. He can understand just because you've been communicating like that, don't mean that when you come in an area where we need to find a fine balance so we can get the message out, that you might have to curve this and I might have to curve that. Like, that's something that I have to recognize. I can recognize that. I'm not saying I do a great job at it, but I can see how when Wujawu is saying, look, bro, you need to be able to do this to have a better show. I can see that. So I don't think you're crazy as a motherfucker and don't see that. Even though you might not like it, you can see how that maybe cutting everybody off at every 3 minutes, you might need to cut everybody off every half an hour. You can see that.
I don't view it like that. I think that our viewership has actually picked up.
No. The viewership is gonna pick up because I'm on this motherfucker. Who's y'all on this motherfucker?
You were on before.
I'm on this motherfucker.
If I remember correctly,
that's why it's gonna pick up. We've been doing it for 20 years. Howling and screaming just gonna.
Bro, let's just go back and do a statistical test and look at where the viewership was prior to this type of communication. That's all I'm asking you.
This is what I'm gonna do.
So you're trying to say the fact that we holler and scream for half the show?
I don't think it's hollering.
That kind of speaks to the craziness of it.
I don't think it is hollering and screaming.
Okay, but check this out.
There's no good now. We talking about signs, yo.
Okay, allow
incorrigible. Able to definition.
Yeah, read the formal definition for us, please.
The formal definition is an adjective, not able to be corrected, improved, or reformed.
Okay, now I describe.
You need to put a picture of double X right next to the definition.
No, this is me. I describe ex-architect
from this community's perspective
as.
But I would describe you as being the same. But does that make you what I say you are?
See, even in the midst of me saying it, he can't just be disciplined enough just to be quiet.
That's not what the situation is. Number one, remember, if I'm the one that's incorrigible, how come you weren't able to admit that when you Google it doesn't pull from Merriam-Webster? If I'm the one that's incorrigible, how come you couldn't admit to that, Bujawu?
Okay.
Why did you have to lead us on this lie that you had some connect with Apple where they had some sort of search engine that pulls from? Of course you don't want to go into that because that would show that you're the one that's incorrigible and not me, bro.
No, listen. We're not going to go into that. You already refuted on that. We could do that another time.
You said I was refuted on that?
Hey, we not going to change each other's
character. I'm definitely not changing my character. I'm always going to be
but we can argue the information.
Right. Okay, so
like now we're talking about each other's personalities. That like.
Hold on, but
niggas are who they are.
No, but
Sheffrin, the reality is this: who brings this stuff up? Because it's not me. If you notice, I only clap back. I never start the shit.
Okay, but listen.
I never started.
Hold up. Wait.
Even when I started with I remember it was me, Unc, and Chef on the phone, and I'm just bringing this up just to show there's a routine.
It's just immaturity.
Curse me out, and you keep it G, yo. You know damn well you curse me out. I got on the phone with Asar.
Because you earned it.
I didn't earn it.
Though. I ain't mad at you.
Asar cursed me out.
Because you earned it.
I got on the phone with another nigga from the Unrock Squad, or not from the Unrock. I don't know who that was. One of our friends. He cursed me out.
That was Reggie. You earned it.
CK cursed me out. I'm the one that's doing this. I just want people to know that.
Why are they cursing you out there?
Think about why. They have a common psychology.
And what's that? Hold on, let me get
They have a common psychology. I'm obviously a contradiction to it.
It's ex-architect. That's what the
they ain't cursed me out yet.
Because you're somewhat like them, Sean. You somewhat like them.
No, Sharon agreed with you a lot. Stop that.
We got you.
No, Sharon, I'm boss agree with you. I even agree with you. That's not
Hold on, time out. Yo, I'm biased. Spent I don't know how many weeks arguing over this simplest shit, bro.
And you wasn't right about everything, though, X.
I wasn't right about shit I argue with Unbiased on. Nothing.
Okay, so now here's the thing.
You was wrong about everything.
No, I was right about everything that I argued with Unbiased on.
But listen, the reason
all you gotta do is pull it up. I told you I keep receipts.
Okay, but listen.
Anytime y'all was wrong, I got a fucking foul for that. That's why
Yo said he was right about everything.
When I'm biased, that I argue.
Damn.
Hold on. I want to make sure.
One thing I was wrong about.
Hold on. So every conversation you had on there, you was always right.
Every conversation I had where?
Incorrigible. What's the word?
Hold on. I want to just get it straight.
Incorrigible. What's the word?
Y'all, everybody be quiet. So everything you've ever said since we started this, right?
Since we started what? Hold on. Give me more detail. Since you started what?
Everything from Dr. Mayat, conversation, from everybody you ever talked to, you was always right about everything we talked about.
But you gotta give more detail than that.
That's very detailed, yo.
It's too. Hold on, let me frame it. And you answer yes or no to whether or not this is what you mean. When you asked me whether or not I was correct,
you would have been blamed for being disingenuous if you would have did just that.
Ujab was trying to deflect the conversation. Now, when
no, I'm not. I'm actually trying to put it back on track.
I got you, bro. When you asked me whether or not I was right on everything I said in reference to the panel, are you talking about the conversation that I had personally with everybody up here?
I'm saying that and being up on this panel.
I don't recall being wrong about anything.
Right, nigga, get out of here. Look, hey, man, appreciate y'all coming through. Appreciate this stuff.
I'm crazy, yo.
I appreciate that. Hey, man, love you. I love y'all out there, man. Hey, look, man.
You say he was always wrong when he talked to me.
Yo, creating that type of excitement doesn't prove me wrong. You just made you just
I'm just saying, it's 12:18, man. I appreciate everybody coming through. Yo,
you got 12 minutes, huh? You got 12.
Can I at least ask my one question to Ujala?
At 12:30, right?
12 minutes.
You said 12:30. All right, go ahead, CK, because
yeah, I've been wanting to ask this question for like 2 hours. Jesus.
I know you want to change the conversation. We was having fun.
No, I wasn't finna change the conversation. It was about what we were talking about. It was
hurry up before you
can't hurry up, it's cut you off.
I know, okay. Anyways, I just wanted to get your response. Would y'all, either you or Reggie, if Reggie's still on the panel, any books that y'all could recommend to the panelists, all of the flipping panelists in the chat as well. Any books that talk about not just Egypt, but also other parts of Africa as well, so far as things that they did, advancement in like science and medicine and other technological advances, just so we can start becoming familiar with it. Because I do agree with what Sean said at the beginning, that when we don't know about a lot of the things that took place in Africa, it's so easy for us to just jump and say, oh, they didn't do this, oh, they weren't doing this, especially when we're trying to compare the advances that we're doing today, the modernization of what we're doing today versus the limited amount of resources limited amount of knowledge and resources that they had back then.
Right here, CK.
Okay, so
this is a good one. Blacks in Science, Ancient and Modern.
That's the name of the book?
Yeah.
Okay, and what I would add is one I mentioned earlier. It specifically talks about.
That's Van Sertima? Yep. Pretty good one. Do a good job.
You ready?
What was the name of the one that you mentioned, Wujawa?
Okay, and what I would recommend, what I recommend to everybody,
because I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Okay, it's a book by Dr. Theophile Obenga. It is called African Philosophy: The Pharaonic Period, from 2780 to 330 BC. And in that book, he gives primary text, the actual glyphs, the transliteration, and the translation, and then he gives his commentary about the subject matter in a very ordered and structured way about science, about medicine, about morals, and about other things. And what I was talking about tonight, when Unc asked me, I told him page 60, but to be a little bit more precise, Unc, if you would have turned to page 66, 67, 68 to 69, and actually to 75, some 66 to 75, Dr. Theophile Obenga talks about Nun and compares it to the Greek philosophers Timaeus, the one that Brother Reggie mentioned, Democritus, and all these other people in their concepts in terms of the philosophy and then pondering on the most fundamental core of matter. And so all of that stuff is explained in there. And so when we talk about scholars don't agree and stuff like that, I have personally dealt with physicists, and when I describe Nu or Nun to physicists, every single one that I've done this to have agreed that that is a form of conceptualization of an element, but not a specific element on the periodical chart. It's not like oxygen,
but elements in general.
Yeah, the elements in general. Exactly. There you go. And every single one of them has agreed. It's just that they are completely unfamiliar with the Egyptian mythos and culture in a direct way. They just know about Egypt in a very passive way. So when I describe it to them and show them and break it down, without them being biased or anything, they have concluded. Every single one I've done this to they have concluded that yes, that is very similar to the conceptualization of an element. Period.
Hey, what was the name of the author for the book that you said?
Ivan Van Sertima. He's an editor. He's an editor.
Okay, because I found one, but it's a different author. Hold on.
Pretty good.
You said it was from who?
Ivan Van Sertima. I know you don't like Ivan.
Yeah, I know. I had to pause there for a moment to make sure that's what I heard.
Don't worry about it. He's just an editor. Don't worry about that. Like that's what we've been trying to say. That just because he wrote the book, he wrote that one, right? But he edited. It's a pretty good work here. He talked.
I see one by Robin Walker.
It's not bad.
Yeah, the one that I mentioned is on Amazon as well. So if you could dig up.
Yeah, I just put it in the chat.
Robin Walker's work is cool. He's known to be a romanticist, but that book's cool.
When I first called in, when I was on the phone, I shared something that I just want to share. I shared something that with the intention of hopefully people will be able to do further research on their own. When I made the correlation in the concept that the Egyptians had about speech and the word, and how a lot of indigenous cultures, not just Egypt, but a lot of indigenous cultures around the world, they look at creation as of material things as a result of speech, of something being spoken into existence, the word or speech, whatever that word is in their language, is equivalent to speaking, like the words. And so what's interesting about that is that language in and of itself, creation is a form of communication. And so language in and of itself, how language operates in and of itself, it has a tangible side and then an intangible side. The tangible side is called the form, which comes in either sounds or something that you see, which we call writing. So either you see something written or you hear it spoken, and that's the form side of the other side of the coin, which is the concept, which is intangible and it's abstract. And so in order to bring the concept over and transfer it to another person, you have to give it form. And so these ancient cultures saw that phenomena happen, and they made that analogous to how things itself come into existence. Therefore, they will make speech itself a deity who brings things into existence, or be the tool or facilitator of bringing things into existence. And so these are all part of the conversation about the conceptualization of indivisible things we call today elements. They didn't have the word element. They didn't have the word hydrogen, oxygen, helium, and all those other kind of words that we have today, or in an ordered table that we have today based on if it's a gas, if it's the noble gas, if it's, how heavy it is, all the other kind of stuff, right? They didn't have that, but they had all of the fundamental components and concepts in their psyche. So I just wanted to share that, and people can look that up by just simply looking up how language works itself. And this is why that they attribute the word to being part of creation, or being the demiurge of creation is the word. In Greek, they call it the logos. The word logos means word. And that's a demiurge or demiurge that is a facilitator to bring things into existence. And that's how the Greeks received it and expressed it. So I just wanted to share that as a part of somebody who wants to investigate and study to look more into it. All right.
Yes. So when we say the word science, it's important to make a distinguish that when you say science in ancient Egypt or Africa, it's not the modern science. So we need to know that modern science is light years more advanced than what was going on in ancient Africa. So it's not that was an element that they call that classical science or ancient science. There's a big difference between that and the science we're dealing with today.
That's true. When you get to specifics, because science has been compartmentalized, where in ancient times it wasn't. There was no different departments or specific studies. Today we would call that multidiscipline. When multiple disciplines come together to bring their conclusions and things to the table and work and interconnect them. That's what the ancients did from day one. Whereas today we're just getting around to that, to doing that. In fact, it wasn't until recently that a lot of people in these disciplines wouldn't even communicate with one another.
Here we go.
In these different disciplines. So I just
wanted to realize the need for that.
Could you repeat what you just said, Wujabu, about the interdisciplinary studies that they're just getting around to that the Egyptians knew?
No, what I said was that today in the various different scientific fields, there's a greater sense of interacting with multiple disciplines. Whereas as recent as a decade, 20 years ago, whatever, the further back you go in recent history, that wasn't done. There are disciplines who did not communicate with one another, jealous of one another, didn't like each other, and so on and so forth. Like you have what's called the hard sciences, and then you have what's called the soft sciences, and they were clashing with one another. And one side used to even borrow terms from the other side to make their side seem to be more better. And so that's why in biology you have what's called a morph and morphemes, and in linguistics you have the word morph and morphemes, and they use it more figuratively.
So hold on.
All these words.
So hold on, y'all don't think that they did that in ancient societies? Now understand this. You can see it just because we don't know it. You feel it hasn't been. Think about it. If they had different guilds that dealt with different things, then obviously they were separating. You know what I mean? Knowledge. You know what I mean? If you look at their architecture, right? You can look at, okay, you got the masons, right? You got the mathematicians. You got the people that make the, so those different, they were separating and they all came together on a project to make something. But we know it was different guilds and different understandings. You dig what I'm saying? Like, so for us to think that they didn't do it now to the level that we do it, no, they probably didn't. But to their capacity and their understanding, I think they probably did do it.
Okay,
like,
so let me clarify, because what you just described, that's not where I was going with it. What I'm saying is that the difference between today or in our recent history than back then is in our recent history, the disciplines were separate and beefing and did not want to interact and intermingle and interconnect and interrelate. Whereas in ancient times, they did understand the distinctions, but they also understood the interconnectedness of it all and actually worked it.
But do we know that at all times?
Hold on. Wujabu.
Yes.
The Egyptians, during their medical practices, right? They had priests that performed magical spells and shit, right?
Okay.
Is it a good thing to be connected in the way in which you're talking about? Because the way in which you're speaking, it almost gives the interpretation that they had different sciences working together, but properly working together. Whereas they were working together. So you think that having medicine and magic together is proper?
Wait.
I don't think so.
Wait 1 second.
Of course it wasn't, but what's the Wujabu talk?
Okay, so it depends on how you define magic and what they were doing with magic.
Okay, well, magical spells. How would you define it?
Okay,
I don't know how else to define magic, but give me yours.
Okay, so magic in the modern sense is simply a skill that is performed by somebody, and the audience, the onlookers, just don't know how it happened. They call that magic.
That what the academics mean when they say that Egyptians
you said they were priests
perform magical spells on people?
If your doctor prayed,
that's what magic is. Magic is the principle of ignorance. The magician himself knows exactly what he's doing. He's performing a skill, but it's the onlooker that doesn't know how it's done. They're the ones that call it magic.
So did the Egyptians believe in supernatural forces?
Nothing's above nature. No, they didn't believe in supernatural forces. No.
The Egyptians didn't. How can you be involved? So hold on. You're saying with the Egyptians, what academics are saying about magic relative to the Egyptians is that they simply were trying to trick people into believing certain things?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Can you explain to me what academics mean when they say that the Egyptian medical practices, which of course were not correct entirely, and some of them were fucking dangerous. Can you explain to me what the academics mean when they say that the Egyptians accompanied their medical practitioners with magicians performing magical spells. Can you please explain to me?
You know you're fine with that. You can take medicine and go kill yourself.
Hold the fuck. Yeah, but we
take this pill right here. You might just have thoughts of suicide.
They would at least
dangerous medicine too, bro.
They would at least.
I just want to say that for the people listening.
They would at least disclose that to us. The Egyptians though, some other shit.
Actually, they don't. Actually, they don't all the time. So that's a non-cipher with that. But to answer your question, I mean that's just not true. Even medicine today is not perfect. And a doctor, both my brother and sister are doctors, and they'll tell you in a minute that medicine is not a perfect science.
I don't think that anything is perfect, but the thing that I'm trying to
I'm just making it clear. But let me answer your question because I don't want to go on a tangent.
Man, you didn't answer mine.
No, I said let me answer your question.
Oh, they said let me ask you a question. Go ahead.
No, let me answer your question so we won't go off on a tangent. So I'm saying that magic. When you say academics, next time, because I know Unc doesn't have time tonight, but next time bring someone specific so that we could work with an academic that you adhere to or that you follow. So, but in general, I'm gonna speak in general.
I can use it right now if you want me to.
No, I just now said Unc.
We done.
Right. So let me just say this quickly. So the thing is that early Egyptology, the way they describe magic in Egypt, a lot of people have abandoned that old sentiment about magic. And so scholars that are writing about what the Egyptians did in terms of those so-called spells, they don't even agree. Not everybody even agrees to call them spells, because the word that's an improper word.
Okay, so what would it translate it into?
One second. So I'm saying that before, that's why I said it's not enough time for me to explain because I would have to show you or bring you up to speed on it. But so let me just give you the short and skinny. Let me just give you an example of what I said earlier. When these disciplines work together, the way the Egyptians did their sciences and things that we're talking about is that they placed a quote unquote deity above or as a governor of a specific sphere of activities. And so, for example, you have Jehuti. Jehuti is responsible for mathematics and science and communication and so on and so forth. Then you have the deity Ma'at, or even another deity called Sashat. And so what the Egyptians did to show the interrelationships of these activities in these disciplines, they would say that these two deities are either brothers and sisters or husband and wife. And that shows an intimate relationship between the two deities, therefore showing an intimate relationship between the activities that they govern. And so science and mathematics are like brothers and sisters that work together.
Freeze. Tahuti and Shishat, his wife.
Right, his wife, sometimes sister, sometimes wife.
And she does the pull on the rope ceremony.
Right, calculations.
The foundation,
and when she also counts the years.
Lay down the foundation, what I mean? Okay. And then you build the building.
Exactly. She lays the foundation. She does the calculations, whereas Jehuti is also the one that's given the credit for bringing mathematics.
That's totally different. Hold on for a minute, X. That's totally different from Yahweh in Jesus Christ. I mean, sir, like you can't go into it thinking that they was thinking like that. You be fucked up.
Concepts are different.
Yeah, no, that's not even a concept. Like it's actually what you do when you lay the foundation. Right now, you can go out to a site that's building, and the first thing you see is the person with the yellow tripod, right? And they standing there, surveying, measuring, they laying that shit out. The Greeks said that. The Greeks said these niggas understood, because the lines and shit would get erased based off of the Nile flooding, so they would have to always go back and redo the land again, measure it up again. And I'm forgetting the technical word for it. It's called, what's it called when you land surveying? You use ropes, right? You lay the ropes down, boom. You know how you go out to a land survey, they have a stick with a rope around it, and then they have another stick rope, and that, anything you build, anything, that's the first thing. So why in the hell is a non-real person named that?
What I want y'all to do,
different going on.
And Unc, remember this too, and look this up when y'all get off. The Romans had an instrument that they called the groma, And it was a surveying tool that some scholars are now implying that is the actual symbol that is above Seshat's head, and she is responsible for laying the survey and pulling up the rope for foundation of temples and things like that. It's called the Roman.
So hold on. What is called? X?
Called the Roman Groma. Look it up. Just look up the image of it, and you'll see that if it was flat facing you, it looks like the symbol that's above Seshat's head.
So X. My point is, you don't see that as being different than Jesus Christ and Yahweh and Allah.
Hold on. I want to establish whether or not they had magic in the form that we understand it, and whether or not they believe in the supernatural. Because Wujabu said they did believe in the supernatural. Yeah, you did. So now I want to ask. I want to inquire about something. Did the Egyptians believe in life after death? Did they believe in souls?
No, that's why I just did what I just did, though, X.
Hold on.
Because Yahweh is a supernatural being.
But I believe that the Egyptians believed in the supernatural.
Do you get that Yahweh and Jesus Christ are supernatural beings? Do you at least acknowledge that?
Yeah,
they're outside of nature. Okay, so let's talk about Shishak. She's also a deity, a goddess. Is she a supernatural being?
I don't know about Shishak.
No, we just explained it. She's a land surveyor. Tahuti. Tahuti's not a real person.
Her name.
He's supernatural. He's dealing with math and writing, though.
Yeah, and Seshat's name.
Wouldn't those simply be what's the word? Is it anachronism? Not anachronism. Anthropomorphization.
Saying they was anthropomorphization.
Are those anthropomorphizations
phenomenon?
It doesn't have to be a natural phenomenon.
And change it to human form. That's not it. They was trying to give us a message, though. It's crazy. It's
let me ask you this question: did the Egyptians believe in souls? Yes or no?
Not the way that we understand them today. No.
Not at all.
They did not believe in souls. So
not the way that we understand them today. No.
Okay, and what way did they believe in the soul? Can you answer that for me?
Yes, very quickly. Now, everything that you're asking me deserves a full-blown conversation.
No, it won't. We'll do that the next show.
No, I know. I'm not saying I'm gonna do it now, but I'm just.
Can you communicate in a nutshell, and we'll get into it another time?
Right. I'm gonna give you a gist, just like I did about the magic. So the Egyptians conceptualized the abstract entity that we call the mind as a composite entity, not as a homogeneous one thing. And so what we know as soul, what translators are translating Ba and Ka as spirit and soul and so on and so forth, is not comparable to our modern understanding under the lens of the Abrahamic traditions and religions. Okay, so that's the short and skinny. They broke down the mind in different compositions, and they had different words for the mind, with this abstract thing that we call the mind.
Okay, the afterlife? What was going into the afterlife? What substance? What was that?
You mean what substance? What do you mean? What substance was going in?
What went into the afterlife? There's something after.
You have a lot of questions for somebody really not interested.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you though. Wujabu, what went into the afterlife? If not a soul, a conscience? Did they believe that the this thing that the brain produces, consciousness, did they believe that could survive death?
Okay, so with consciousness simply means be aware. And so the Egyptians understood the concept of, let me finish. The Egyptians understood.
I feel like you wiggling around what I'm asking you, because you said they didn't believe in souls.
Let me talk. Listen, if you let me talk, man, if you let a person talk, you may just learn something like everybody else is.
Wujabu, if you know what a soul is, and you say that they didn't believe in souls, then you give me an explanation that's in reference to a mind. Then I ask you whether or not they were referring to consciousness, and you take me somewhere else other than this. You're taking me around
the explanation of
goddamn parameters, bro.
Wait.
It really don't. I'm listening very carefully.
I know, but first, see, what you got to understand is that you're the student in this conversation.
I'm the student, but academia doesn't agree with you, Wujabu. Y'all niggas be making up shit.
Wait, who? Name them.
Nobody agrees with what you're saying.
Name them.
Go to any article anywhere in reference to Egyptians. You will never go to a Wikipedia article.
Name them.
Just go to a Wikipedia article. Just Google whether or not Egyptians believe in supernatural and show me one.
You name them now.
I mean, okay.
Throw us up or shut up.
Yeah, I ain't got no problem with sourcing up and shut up. I'm pull up a source right now.
Because
Magic, I'm naming it, so be quiet. Magic in ancient Egypt by Geraldine Pinch. I just gave you a source just now. Now,
wait. That source, pull it up. Did you read that source? Did you read that book?
No, I did not read that book. It's Magic in ancient Egypt.
Come on, man. You daggering yourself.
I'm not daggering myself because you don't have the ground here. You don't have the ground here. Academia does. So I'm not daggering myself. It will be up. The onus will be up to you to disprove what those individuals put forth.
Okay, but
everybody in academia already knows that the ancient Egyptians believed in supernatural shit. You all are the first ones who coming up with this shit and saying no, they didn't.
Listen.
You don't have ground.
Ex-architect, I have ground. I can actually read the text. You cannot. I actually know what I'm talking about.
But we're going along with you saying that you can read the text.
Listen. Okay, prove it. Listen.
We're going along with you saying that you can read the text.
I can demonstrate
that. The field of academia which studies Egypt doesn't agree with what Ujabu was saying.
Listen. I can demonstrate that.
That's
any day, all day.
I would need to be able to cross-reference what you're saying, so I would have to defer to the authorities on it. Who are not one of.
Listen. Let me do something that your generation does. Put up some money. Let's bet that I can read the text. Let's bet.
Hold on, Ujabu. I never disqualified you from being able.
No.
That wasn't what I said. I said we simply are going off of what you're saying.
I know.
You should have listened more clearer so that you can understand what I'm saying.
So let's change that. I don't want you to just go off of it. Let's prove it.
I don't know if you can read the text. So what am I putting up?
Okay. Let's find out. Put up.
Are you listening to what I'm saying, or are you just like moving along?
I
don't know whether you can read the text. That does not mean that you can't read the text.
Okay, I understand.
So what am I putting up money for when I'm not in disagreement or agreement?
I'm biased. Wake up.
I don't know whether you can or cannot.
So this is the thing. When I brought that up, I had pushback. I said I can read the text. You cannot.
But that doesn't give you more ground on this than the academics have. Because you're not the only one that can read it. Are you?
But wait a minute.
No.
It gives me ground in this conversation over you.
No, it doesn't. If I'm reading from academics that study this subject matter, it doesn't give you more ground. That's just like if you were somebody who studied space and you said, no, space got oxygen. But then all of academia says space doesn't have oxygen. Terrible. You don't have more ground than me in saying that it does have oxygen.
That's a terrible analogy because
it's perfectly to the point because it shows how you're just one rogue individual who supposedly can read.
No, I'm not. But it's the problem. Listen, the problem. I'm not alone in what I'm saying. That's why I said name some folks. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. I asked you to name somebody, but you named somebody you ain't even read.
You don't have ground here, so you can't tell me.
Wait, but hold up.
The onus is on you to disprove. The onus is on you to disprove, Geraldine.
He don't have ground from something he know how to do.
Listen, hold up.
Again, we're assuming Ujabu knows how to do this.
Listen, but hold up. Let's just see what you just said. You gave an author's name.
Yeah, Geraldine Finch.
You could have pulled that out of your rear end.
It's right from Wikipedia. I'm reading from. Matter of fact, I'll share my screen so you can see it. I don't.
No, listen. I don't need you to do that.
I'll do it for the chat. It's called Ancient Egyptian Religion. That's the article in Wiki, and then you just scroll right here to.
Okay, I understand that.
Type on ritual and magical spells, and right here, number 53 is where I got the source.
Pinch, right? Geraldine Pinch. I understand.
So I just wanted to prove that to show you I'm not pulling something out my ass.
But hold up, but wait. But I actually have that book. You do not. Wait a sec. Wait. I've read that book.
Okay.
You have not. So you're using a source that you haven't even vetted or read.
But that's why I just gave you the analogy to you being individual who studies the cosmos.
But listen, that is
academia going against what you're saying.
No. That is a
researcher's no. You do not give a source that you
did not read.
Vet or read.
Yes, I did give a source that I did not read. Yes, I did.
Guys have never lost a conversation.
Hold up.
The reality is academia doesn't agree with the squad. The squad be making shit up.
But wait.
That's just a fact. The squad be making some shit up.
Okay, but this is the thing.
I'll be quiet about this shit because I'm with you.
I know that's
the fact is you be making shit up about the Egyptians not believing in the supernatural. That's made up by Ujabu. The Egyptians not believing in magic.
Hold on, we reached the moment. Hold on.
Why be making some shit up?
Shut up. Getting loud and excited does not make you right. Okay.
You're absolutely correct. I was simply getting my point across.
Okay. I just want to get this straight. So X, let me get this straight. Let me hear you closely.
Yeah. Say it again.
Nice because you hold on. You only being nice because you rocking with me.
No, that's not what I said.
If you wasn't rocking with me, you would be.
Hey, but hold up.
You would get beat the fuck up like everybody else. That's what happens. You get beat the fuck up. When you read a source, you ain't read.
Hold on. Then I beat you on the first conversation we had. Then I beat you on the first conversation we had.
Don't change it to talk about something else.
You said that we dropped the first conversation we had.
You ain't never beat me up, dude.
You believed.
I ain't believe nothing.
Yes, you did. You believe that monkeys were lesser apes. You
Can I get my money?
We ain't staying on this.
I got you.
I got my money. Hold. Everybody be quiet. Can you send me my money, please?
About what?
About that. That $100 I want.
About the $100 that you can show me a source that says that?
Right. Then I ain't make that up.
Yeah, no problem. But hold on.
No. Can I get my $100?
Yeah, you can. Your information was outdated though.
Okay, I admit that, but give me my $100.
You lost it. That's what I want you to understand.
No, you said what you said was, nigga, you can't show me the source to say that, and I showed you a source to say that.
That was secondary after the fact that you said monkeys were.
That's not the point. I simply showed you where I got it from. That I didn't make it up.
And that's
I'm part of the squad.
That's cool.
I didn't make that up.
Time out, but you were wrong in saying that monkeys are lesser apes.
I'm fine with that, bro, but I got it from the source.
I just want to show people that when you say, I would get my ass whooped like everybody else, you already got your ass whooped.
No, I didn't do that. Man, I made money off that. Where my money at?
Yeah, you made money. That you could win.
Send that money, man.
Hey, look.
Double X.
Errol Spence beat up Mikey Garcia, right? But Mikey Garcia, he won some moral ground.
Man, yo, you breaking out sources you ain't even
read. The LNA record is what I want to know.
Let me read that. Hey, send that rookie article. Give me that. Let me read that on Magic. What that say? Where you at? How you talking to death? Put it in the chat right here. Yo, let me read it.
Okay, no problem. Here you go.
You do something you ain't do.
But X, but let me Hey, X.
Let me do something you ain't do. Send that.
Yeah, hey, I have one last question, X. Let me just ask you this question.
Where is it at, X? Hold on, wait. Hold on. I'm about to put it in right now.
It's the Egyptian religion, or whether he could copy and paste it. So
here you go. You see it? It's right there. All you gotta do is go to the section rituals and what is it?
Damn, why I ain't seen it? You ain't sent it to me. Look how you sent it, bro.
I put it in the
you gotta send it to
chat.
I got it on private. Send it to all attendees.
Hold on, let me. All right. Oh, this is to Nahisi, pardon me. Panelists. I don't know why my shit was set to Nahisi. Here you go. It's at all panelists. Can you see it now?
Let me see, because I'm gonna do something you ain't do. You just went to
I didn't purchase. I didn't read.
I'll be making up shit.
I never do.
So
hey, Wuja, do you actually realize he said he's a better linguist than Assault? He know more about that than Assault?
Were those my exact words on?
Okay, what was your exact words? I like to hear it.
See, this is what the squad does. Now,
let me hear it. Now, go ahead.
No doubt. They don't hear what you say.
No, go ahead.
Then try to argue against points you didn't make by representing something other than what you say.
What you say? Say it.
I have a better linguistic foundation than the star.
All right, man. Get the man. You.
Okay. So see, this is what I mean. But now listen, everybody can bear with us.
Assar, the same guy that told us mathematics isn't a formal science.
Listen, let me just say something.
Or that spiritual and religious are synonymous. And then I'm reading from the dictionary itself, and he still telling me, no, I got higher ground because I'm a linguist. So he says at least. And I'm like, yo, we can't even have a conversation because there's no external authority. You're the authority on everything at this point.
Okay, so now I have a question for you, X. Now, just based on what just transpired. So now we don't know each other. So I'm asking you a genuine question. So now I know you.
Same question you were about to ask me.
Yeah, a second ago. So in your student scholastic career, I don't know what grade or level you have attained. So can you?
I got to my junior year in college and I dropped out.
Okay, so now
you're a dropout talking shit.
Wait.
Talking shit about the squad.
Do you ever matriculated to University of Maryland?
But I ain't dropped out
on it. Did you even make it to college on?
Yes, I have, and I got college credits. Don't play.
Well, how far along did you get? 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 How far along did you get?
Hey, don't bet.
How far along did you get? How far along did you get in college? I'm just asking you how far along you got. What are we putting money on?
Put some money on it though.
On what? On what?
Put some money that I have a degree in a minute. You put some money on it?
Oh yeah, I put money that you don't have no degree.
Bet. Y'all hear him, right?
Yeah. How much?
How much, X? 500. Put up and shut up. 500.
Put up a shut up.
Time out. Let's get this straight.
No, that's not time out.
Are you talking about a bachelor's degree? Because that's what I'm talking about right now. A bachelor's degree or higher.
AA degree.
But I didn't ask that.
AA degree.
Listen,
Anybody can obtain that. That's just simple.
man,
You go to community college and get you an AA degree.
Can we
I'm talking
stay
about
focused? Can we stay focused?
Yeah, you gonna say
that's what I'm talking about. That's
Can we stay focused?
or general understanding. But Ujaba, you can finish your point.
I like it how y'all changed the subject when this was
Oh,
originally
gosh,
on.
here we go.
Someone telling Ujaba he didn't know what the hell he was
Wait,
talking
but did he
about.
actually? But, hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Here
Yo.
we go.
Did you actually read what you told me to look at, yo, about ritual and magical
that's
text?
hilarious.
Did you read it, bro?
Of course, I read it.
Oh, don't fall in that source.
But hold up, but this
Did you read it?
but wait, let me ask my other.
I can read it. I can read it after
You said
Ujaba
it was
finishes.
symbolic.
Let me ask my question. Let me answer my question.
X.
Let me ask my question. So,
Oh,
here,
man, you
so
know what,
X,
do
I just
that
want to
quick.
know. Listen, X, I just want to know, that in all of your school career, from high school to the college experience you have, were you ever taught to give sources that you yourself never read?
Uh-oh.
No.
That's bad methodology.
Okay, so now my question, and this is a serious question, why would you sit here in this kind of, I guess it's supposed to be a learning environment for everybody who's watching and stuff.
The reason I did that, Ujaba, I can finish
here?
what you're saying. The reason that I did it is because this is already something that's common, that's established in academia, that the Egyptians actually did believe in supernatural. So I don't have to go in to that particular source right there and read that source.
That's not what
got
it
an
says
extra
right
point.
there.
But hold up, but wait.
That's
Hold
why
on
I
a
did
second.
that.
Hold on, let me
Hold on, I'm gonna read it after I'm done with Ujaba. Go ahead, Ujaba.
Okay, now, wait. Now, what you just did, can you at least admit that is something that teachers speak against students doing?
Considering the context, yeah, but like,
Damn.
I like the teacher wouldn't ask me for a reference on whether or not space had matter.
Out of that.
I mean, excuse me, on whether or not space had oxygen. They wouldn't ask me for that because that's something that's of common knowledge. And
No, but
I wouldn't be asked for that.
That's a bad comparison.
It's not a bad comparison if you look into what's going on right now.
No,
you
it is.
made the
because-
mention,
no,
you made the claim that
no.
Egypt didn't
Why
believe
did
in
you
the
just say
supernatural.
yes, Ed?
And
No,
it's not you, CK, I'm smarter. Now you made the claim, Ujaba,
Really?
that
How many degrees do I got now? Why you
I doubt you even have a degree at all, CK. You just
Listen.
talk a lot.
like,
Now,
would you like me
Ujaba.
to source off?
Now, Ujaba.
Because I already had this conversation with
That's cool and that's cool. Now,
He
Ujaba,
asked me this the
as
first
far
time I
as
called
when
him. Would you like
information
me to
is
source off?
common and no, I don't. Ujaba, as far as when information
get
is common and
embarrassed.
understood, no, I wouldn't.
I'm looking at it right
We
now.
don't have to provide sources on the fact that space doesn't have oxygen. We don't need sources for that. So the teachers wouldn't require that of me. And if I reference science, they wouldn't come to me and say, well, what scientists did it? They wouldn't do that right there, Ujaba. Because it's already something that's commonly known in academia.
Okay, so now let me educate you a little bit more. So when academics or scholars are in disagreement with something that is considered common, they definitely and all the time deal with sources that they actually vet. They never do what you did, regardless.
This isn't one of those formal
Scientists
debates.
don't do that. Wait a minute. Hold up.
This isn't a formal debate,
I'm not finished. It's formal or informal. No scientists do what you just did, regardless of how common you think the issue is. They don't do that.
What you saying?
They don't do that.
Doesn't have ground in the conversation that we're having.
Yes, it absolutely does because here it is. Here it is because wait,
it's already understood.
No.
It's already understood.
This is the thing. This is the
doesn't
thing.
have oxygen. You can't tell me, you can't cite a scientist and say that this scientist knows.
You do not study Egypt. You are ignorant of Egypt. You do not know the language. You do not know how to read the language.
That's cool, but Ujaba, that doesn't make you an authority on it just because I don't. That doesn't make you an authority on it, bro.
Listen.
And no, you're not the authority to me.
Listen.
That's not how that works, Ujaba. That's cute. You can do that, in your own personal time, but that's not how it works in academia whatsoever.
And it actually absolutely does.
It actually doesn't, bro. You just made that up.
No, listen. I am your senior. Listen, wait.
You're too flawed.
Wait. Listen.
I'm too
Listen.
flawed. The guy who believes Africa doesn't have religions.
Wait. Listen to me for a second. Not only am I your senior in age, but I am your senior.
Yeah, you're definitely my senior age. The thing is this, Ujaba.
Wait. Hold up. I want that to sink in for a second.
I understand what you say. You say you're my senior as far as it relates to Egypt.
Wait. But I'm not just talking to you. This is not the ex-architect show. I'm talking to you and the audience simultaneously. So this is the thing. This is the thing that I am your senior in this on the subject of Kemet and Egypt, its language and its culture.
I don't believe that you know what you're talking about. Pharaoh could say that he's Pharaoh could say that he's my senior in a bunch of different things. I don't believe you, Mujahid. So in that sense, you're not my senior, bro.
What evidence leads you to believe that he don't know what he's talking about?
The guy just said something that's against common understanding about Egypt, which is that they believed in supernatural concepts. He just said something that's against that. That's crazy. That's crazy.
But hold up. But wait. So now it works both ways. So I'm gonna tell you this straight to you, just like this. Everything that come out your mouth is garbage to me.
No problem. So now we feel the same way about one another.
Okay. So you and I don't ever have to have a conversation.
We don't. You jumped on, Ujah. I didn't jump on talking to you. You jumped on talking to me.
And I'm a grown man. I know what I did. I'm saying from this point forward, young man, this point forward, young man, you don't have to talk to me.
Oh man, the only thing that I'm telling you is that it's cool. But I don't mind it.
It doesn't matter, right?
It's cool.
Right now, you sound like Charlie Brown's mother. Want.
I can't understand your reference because you're too old for me. But I'm happy that you brought that dust into the.
I appreciate the link, man. You know, I'm plugged back into the Matrix and everything. Just to let people know that I am starting a beginners class group to learn the language, and I'm starting in November. I'm giving people a chance to sign up, so I'm gonna do advertisement on Facebook.
Where we sign up at, Doug?
Inbox me on Facebook, and I'll send you a direct link. But it's on sableuniversity.com, and you just look for the course. It's called the Beginner's Introduction to Egyptian Hieroglyphic. The course is 12 weeks long. We meet once a week for 2 hours, and it only costs $100. If you already have the textbook, if you don't, it's $130. That's a
Hey, I'm gonna sign X up. I'm gonna pay for him to sign X up. X said he don't believe nothing.
I'm okay, man. I can't. This community is too Afrocentric for me, bro.
I appreciate.
I realize I'm gonna have to go back
and everything like that,
and find out whether or not.
CK, Nahisi, I ain't even hear from you tonight. I didn't even know Nahisi was here.
I just want to put shit out there though, yo. Would y'all ain't nothing personal between me and you? I don't got no. I don't hate you now like that. So
and I'm gonna say Shem Hotep to everybody. This guy, whoever, this guy.
Hey, Muja.
Now he can't understand my name because it's emotional. Come on, bro.
Hey, Muja, you know.
Don't get like that, Muja.
Hey, X.
I can't understand your reference because you're too old.
Hey, X. You know what's funny, yo? I'm saying, yo. Wuja actually taught me why the meta lecture was the cipher, yo. And it wasn't no just jump out there and know shit. Like, this some serious shit. This dude took time out of his life. Like, we was up to 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, you know what I'm saying? And he put me down. Like, the shit was some spectacular shit. So I'm saying for you to think that everything that come out of this man's mouth is crazy.
I didn't say everything that came out of his mouth was crazy. That's not something that I said.
Yeah, you said you don't believe nothing, man. Yo, is respect. Listen, just because what I had to learn was, just because I don't believe what somebody say, doesn't mean they can't prove what they say.
This is the thing, yo.
So I am willing to give you the opportunity without cutting you off. Now, I bet you this guy right here can actually show you what they meant in the text and why they wasn't on the supernatural.
Yo, I think your biggest problem is that you put too much faith in teammates.
No, I'm actually not. Listen,
you believe that these individuals are more qualified than academia.
Hey, look,
and you start to go off into Afrocentric
academia
shit.
Said that the land that was wrong on what the word Kemet meant. So you gotta know we built for that though.
Academia said what?
We built for the academic change. See, that's where you got it fucked up though.
I never saw the Almond Rock Squad challenge academia. Yeah, like we say a lot of that shit, but I never saw that. And keep it G. You ain't got no video of the Almond Rock Squad challenge academia.
Fuck up, I can tell you. You want to take that for a minute, bro?
Yeah, I don't mind, bro. Go ahead.
So you deal with Smash Rockwell's work. When brother Polite went to the temples, right? When we got the actually facsimile. And he showed where the piece of the wall was missing, where they claimed certain things was there. It wasn't even there. All right? Brother Smash actually contacted the curator at the the Berlin, but the London Museum contacted him. So I'm gonna have to show you this written conversation where he corrected him. Fix that shit, bro. You wrong. Corrected him on that. So we're gonna bring Smash on. Get that straight. Okay? The word Kemet, what it meant. Academia had that wrong.
I don't. Did you prove that to me?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
I just want you to prove that to me. I don't know that academia had that wrong. Just make me aware of that. Show
the same way you still thinking that Afro-Asiatic is the proper name for it.
Afro-Asiatic. Oh, no. Wait, hold the fuck up. Don't do that right there. Don't do that right there. Don't do that right there.
You change your mind on that?
No. I said that according to
academia. You can read Wikipedia and say that.
Look, I said I'm not going with what Sar pushes right now. From what I recall, Afro-Asiatic was a de facto name of that language group. I don't know why you're laughing for that.
De facto. What is meant by de facto?
It's somewhere. It's not by definition, but by I forget. Let me get the definition of de facto. It doesn't come to my mind. In fact or in effect, whether by right or not. And so in effect, it's in effect that right there. Okay, but if they label that,
well, listen,
if they label that via de facto methodology for it to be the title of that particular group of languages or whatever, you can't say that it's not, even if it's a de facto title. It's just like when I say Middle East and Egypt's in the Middle East, and you tell me, no, it's not in the Middle East, and I knew you would answer like that. No, it's not in the Middle East. You would be incorrect. I wouldn't be incorrect. Just because you say Egypt's in Africa,
man,
two can exist in two different words at the same time.
Like I'm gonna show you where you're a funny guy.
It's not that I'm a funny guy.
No, I feel like
you guys come up out of Blackology and Afrocentric.
That's not true. Wait a minute, bro.
Influences your thinking.
So listen. Let me say this.
I'm just more skeptical. I'm just more skeptical than you.
Hold on. Last week you had to apologize for calling me that. Remember that?
No, I didn't apologize for calling you Afrocentric. I apologize.
Yes, you did.
I recall it exactly. You're emotional. Relax.
I'm not emotional, dude. You apologize for calling me Afrocentric, and I apologize for
saying. I apologize for saying that the idea that Europe is a continent came from Afrocentric thinking. That's why I apologize.
So you had to process you was wrong. And once again, you're wrong again.
I did not apologize for calling you Afrocentric because later on in that same stream, I called you Afrocentric again. I never apologized for calling you Afrocentric. You're definitely Afrocentric from my perspective.
Yeah, but I'm Afrocentric because I'm willing to look at African history from the perspective of the African. That's
like it's something wrong with it, though.
Something wrong with that, though, X?
No, that's not what I mean by Afrocentric.
Right, so what do you mean, X? Tell me what you mean.
I mean with the common definition of the term.
And what's that, X? What's that? Hold on. And you got beat up on that. The only common definition
I never got beat up on that.
The nigga that made it up, though, X.
No.
Somebody actually made that up.
No.
What's that problem with you? Let me
Afrocentric regarding African or black culture
you my man.
Preeminent.
He read somebody else's dictionary and somebody else's definition of Afrocentric.
Everybody be quiet for a minute.
He's gonna be my man. I gotta be honest.
Hey, dude, I'm not yelling over you. Everybody chill. I don't feel like yelling at 2 o'clock in the fucking morning, which is idiotic. I am telling you, I have a problem with you because an African American actually made up his own idea and concept. He tell you what he meant when he thought of it and made it up. He actually teaches it in a major university. You can actually get a degree in African studies from it. So it's already a accredited course.
You can get a degree in Afrocentrism?
By looking at a goddamn dictionary that this shit don't mean what the nigga who made it up mean. That's when I really have a problem, right there.
Remember I told you about your comprehension.
Don't say nothing. I really have a problem with you of taking away the African genius and giving me something.
African genius.
Because it's genius.
Did you say genius?
It is genius to come up with your own idea that becomes accredited.
There's no such thing as African genius.
I'm not saying that there's not such thing as African genius.
This is how we got on this whole chemistry argument the first time.
Man. I'm saying you take away African genius when you do not allow African people to develop ideas and concepts that white people agree with. And to the point where it is an accredited course where they all agree, you know what, that nigga got that shit. You can get a degree, it's accredited. And then you still look at a goddamn dictionary by some dumbass bitch-ass motherfuckers trying to be funny and say, yeah, they right. I don't understand that, dude.
I don't think
like you have no partiality here. Like you're not really looking at it saying, let me see. Just like with the Greek shit, they come up with where Adam, you stop arguing. Knowing goddamn well they didn't have no microscope.
I never
actually see this shit, but that cool. As soon as the niggas say none, like this shit is fucking annoying, dude.
No, that's how you all interpret things from your Afrocentric disposition.
Really, dude? All right.
Of course, you always do. Anytime somebody provides you with contradictions of what you're saying, you're done because you can't argue it. You're done.
Wait a minute. You just argue for the Greeks didn't have the atom, did you? Hold on. Did you argue for the Greeks not having an atom? You tried that shit and you
No, I didn't try that.
So you hold on, let me get this straight. So you agree?
You keep making arguments for me that I'm not arguing.
Okay, so what are you saying about?
I'm telling you, you got bad comprehension skills.
Hold on. What are you saying about the atom?
I never said nothing about no atom. That
I'm gonna ask you right now. Watch you fuck it up. What are you saying about the atom that the Greeks invented?
I never said nothing about an atom.
I want to ask you. Watch how you fuck it up. What do you want to say about the atom? Because they sure as fuck didn't know the element chart, and they sure as fuck didn't know about protons, neutrons.
No, they did not.
A fucking European word that they came up with that would later on be used in European societies because they're European societies. So they sure as fuck wouldn't use the Egyptian word, bro.
Okay, so if you
have
tell
the
Egyptian word,
what was they trying to say? What was the Greeks trying to say by using the word atom?
I don't know about that right there, so I wouldn't be able to answer.
Okay, how about you, Unbiased Sport? What was they trying to say? Because you fought me on it until you had to look it up. What was they really trying to say?
Hold on. What does this have to do with
I'm
us
going to show
arguing?
you. What is they trying to say, Unbiased?
You always say that, and then you
just
never
hold
show
on
me.
for a minute.
I don't even want to let that shit go.
What was they trying to say, Unbiased? I can't hear you.
X hate Africa.
Nah, man, I ain't worried about all that shit. X, go ahead.
Yo, this is an Afrocentric community like a motherfucker, man.
I say repeat the question.
I said, what was the Greeks trying to say about atom when they gave us the word atom?
Yeah. Well, first of all, they was predicting the atom. They predicted that there was a small article that was the atom, but they didn't have proof of it at that time.
I know, but they predicted it, right?
Right.
So is it safe to say that the Egyptians were predicting that there's some premortal shit? They didn't know what it was.
I already said that. I already said it was the understanding was evolving. That's normal in science. That's normal.
He corrected himself.
That's all I'm saying, X. You fight for the fucking Greeks, but bash the Egyptians and call us Afrocentrics.
No, that's not what it is. That's your interpretation.
Okay, so what is it about? Watch this.
No, when I call you all Afrocentric, hold on, because you're going off into something other than what we're talking about.
No, I'm not, X. I'm showing you how
we about to get to Oxford Dictionary. We about to get to Oxford Dictionary.
X.
Yeah, Sean, so you can finally learn how to talk English and stop talking that mumbo jumbo shit.
Don't try to escape this.
Never try to escape you, Uncle.
X, so what is it that you saying about the Greeks
Afrocentric?
Adam?
This for the last time.
No. Hey, dude,
stop talking and listen to me. Stop talking and listen to me, Uncle. Please, stop talking and just listen to me.
I'm asking you right now, bro. I know you didn't say nothing about it. I want to hear your opinion. I want to hear your opinion.
I don't have an opinion on something I didn't look up.
No, wait a minute. Dude.
What?
Okay, so I'm asking.
I have an opinion on it. I never looked up this atom concept to have an opinion on it. You're trying to create an argument for me to argue against. I'm not arguing on some concept of an atom. You're creating that argument, not me. I was simply talking about prior the ancient Egyptians not knowing what elements were. You went into atom, not me.
X, you've been doing that all night, man.
CK, please, man, just mute your mic. Like you make statements, yo.
I don't even know why you here. You're the one that can't be quiet.
I don't even know why you here, yo.
Oh man, stop, X, stop.
I really, like, I be holding that shit in. Oh, come on, bro. You know
Yeah,
one
let it
thing.
all the way out.
No, you know one thing I am is not emotional. Like, stop
You
that
doing
shit.
it right now. Anytime you start jumping on Shorty, she ain't even banging.
No, Shorty is the one that jumped into the conversation regarding me. She always interrupts and comes into conversations about me. That's why I said something towards her.
That is very ironic.
Hey, Wujah, do you get my point though? So the Greeks can come up with the word Adam.
Yeah, of course, Wujah was going to get your point on. This is the same guy that said that when you said prosmetic or whatever the fuck you said that he tried to make it reference your accent. I can't believe that because he's gonna lie for you.
But hold up, let me I was
lie for you.
Hold up, I was patient while y'all were going back and forth because I think it's beyond ex-architects. So I'm looking at the chat.
That makes sense.
I'm seeing what some people are asking and saying. So and I know that as long as I've been on, nobody really addressed the questions and things that the people in the chat have been saying. So let me just address somebody in the chat, like Brick City, and then a couple other people. One, whoever Brick City is, he's assuming that and this is fallacy. You go to the extremes, but he's saying that like now all of a sudden that we all should ignore European Egyptologists and what they say about X, Y, and Z. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is what I actually said in the chat is that people who want to engage in this conversation are going to have to start stepping up and engage the culture by way of its language and learn and put in the work, put in those hours, put in those man hours and do the work so that we can have a more productive and mature and, conversation about it to where people have understanding and not rely on just quoting someone and they themselves don't even know if that person is right or wrong. And so that's what's going on already. So that needs to change. But now about this supernatural thing, the reason why I say the Egyptians did not believe in the supernatural is, and I'm not alone on this. See, I thought Uncle was going to leave at 12:30 or whatever. So y'all going into overtime, and that's fine with me. But what I'm saying is that the concept of supernatural in the Egyptian conceptualization of things, they didn't believe in something beyond nature, which they attribute to God. See,
Whoa, Wujah, I need to stop you right there because they called them pantheists, and the pantheist means there's nothing outside of nature. X, you're crazy as fuck, dude. You're crazy as fuck. But that's what a pantheist is. They do not think it's something supernatural that brought the world into being.
Is God outside of nature?
Okay,
no, it's not. Listen, I'm going to say this again. A pantheist.
I know what a pantheist is.
And I said a pantheist is a soft atheist because an atheist says there is nothing supernatural. The pantheist says that everything is nature. There is nothing outside of nature, bro. Like, you should know this before you start arguing and bugging.
Let me finish this point. Okay, let me finish this point.
I'm just saying it's crazy to not even understand that the difference, or at least pantheists, and what that means. You can just look that up.
All right, so
everything is a god.
So let me just finish making this point.
Your feet is a god, the breast is a god, your head is a god. Everything. There is no unnatural thing to a pantheist.
Okay, so now here.
Man, I'm done, but that's simple though.
Okay, here's the thing. So
Academia just got it wrong. Amin Ra Squad got it right.
I'm still addressing.
Amin Ra Squad got it right. Academia has it wrong.
Just source stuff say that.
Can I talk? Let me just.
My source does say they believed in fucking souls and supernatural, bro.
Okay, let me.
Where? Look where.
Ah man. Look, I'm trying to at least to have a teaching moment or educate people.
But X ain't even read the source he quoting from.
I know, but it's not always about him.
The source that I quoted from was Wiki, and its source that book.
You got
160
people watching. It ain't the ex-architect show, man.
I wonder why 160 people watching. I wonder why 160. I know one thing. You ain't had no 160. You ain't had no 160.
Right, so now
you ain't had no 160 people watching prior.
No, but listen. Here's
you ain't had them watching prior.
Like, I can't really believe that this nigga is so arrogant to think that a nigga that don't nobody even know all of a sudden he brought anybody. That's crazy.
I create contrast
crazy, dude.
I create contrast.
No, that is crazy. No, you don't create a contrast.
I create
a bunch of trash shit because it's dumb. You don't know what a contrast is, but yet arguing for who the Egyptians was.
You the same guy that tried to teach us
language and
only taught us what a vaccine was. Come on, man. Like, stop this shit, bro.
You said what? Hold on. You said what?
You the same nigga that tried to communicate to us that the nigga on the Siemens is the one that brought the science of vaccines.
You said that.
Yes,
said inoculation, bro.
You the same one that said.
You said inoculation, nigga.
And watch this. You the same one that brought us and said, and I got the time marker. Egypt gave chemistry to the fucking world. You said that, right?
Y'all rather.
I mean, I got you quoted. I don't want to play it.
It's dumb, yo. Sometimes niggas just dumb.
Yeah, I know. I'm dumb when y'all can't argue against me.
Now you lying.
Whenever y'all can't argue against me.
Don't lie, so don't lie. Now you lying.
Just like you said.
Lying, nigga. Hold on. Hey, don't nobody getting this. Nobody getting this.
Just me and you. Whenever you throw your gun, it's because you ain't got no more bullets in the clip.
Rick, nigga, I said inoculation, nigga. That's what I said.
So you want me to bring it? You want me to bring it back to it? You want me to pull it up?
Are you trying to say inoculation not the precursor to vaccines? You trying to say that?
Wait, don't create arguments for me.
Nigga, I'm saying that. I never said that he brought vaccines to the world. Nigga, I never said that.
Let's change
Would
the
you
channel.
like? Would you like for me to pull up the video?
Nigga, I'm asking you, what did I say right now?
You said vaccine. From what I remember, you said vaccine. I do know.
And I'm saying it's called inoculation, bro. It's not vaccines.
Okay, I do.
It's a precursor to vaccines. I'm the nigga that said that.
Hold on, time out. Because
ain't no time out. I know what one. I read it. It ain't say that. And he didn't give it to the world. He gave it to the Europeans because the Chinese had it and the India had it.
Well, this is what you said. I'm just reciting what you said.
Yo, I ain't say no damn vaccines.
All right, so you know what I'm gonna do for you? Because I could definitely get you the chemistry shit that you said without a problem.
No, give me the first thing you said out your mouth.
The next time we come up here, I'm gonna have all those time markers for you.
And I said he brought chemistry to the world. And
I definitely said that. That's false. That's false. Egypt does not bring chemistry
nigga, I ain't I'm done with you. Go ahead. I'm done with that.
That's false. That's some Afrocentric shit. Yeah, I'm silly whenever y'all can't argue against me.
Silly rabbit, you're a silly rabbit.
Hey, I got something for you.
You start throwing your gun, bro.
Nah, nigga, I ain't doing that. I'm saying you good.
Start throwing your gun, or at least
I ain't throwing no gun. I'm just saying you silly.
Nice, that's nice. Okay, so
I ain't mad at you. I'm just saying you silly as fuck right now.
You like that, CK?
Philosophy.
Hey, okay, let me just finish up. I'm gonna be brief. Real quick. I just want to say this because I know addressing a couple of people, it done scrolled up, so I done lost who said what. But I'm saying the reason why the Egyptians did not believe in the supernatural, and this is another thing. I am fully aware. Y'all don't understand. When people make comments, they act like I am ignorant of what the scholarship is. Like I do something called literature review. I have tons of books. Like that's why the source that ex-architect tried to introduce into the conversation, I have the book. I've read the book. He didn't. So I have these scholarly works. I have them in multiple languages. I have the German scholars. I have from the German School of Egyptology, the French School of Egyptology, African School, the British School, and the American School, and the Chicago Institute, and so on and so forth. I have tons of books, and I've read. This is something that I do. So I'm fully aware of scholars that say the Egyptians believed in the supernatural. It's not that I don't know that that's what they say.
What's
but now here's the thing. So now here's the thing. When you discuss the supernatural, the common understanding of what is supernatural, it is coming from the lens of the Abrahamic traditions of God being outside of creation. So anything that's outside of creation, and for lack of another term, outside of the laws of nature, they consider supernatural. Now, in many African communities, Egypt is not exempt. In Egypt, they believe that creation and God is one and the same, and that there's nothing outside of God, therefore nothing outside of nature. And so the laws of nature, the fabric that actually causes this structure to even exist, there's nothing outside and beyond that. Now, here is something that I can anchor you all into. I want to ask anybody in the chat, regardless of what you know. That is, I know there's people in the chat who don't read the stuff, but like Brick City said, he can consult somebody that does. So I want he or she to consult somebody to tell me any Egyptian conceptualization of existence, what is beyond the concept of winning and new? What is beyond that? Name it. Name it now if you can, or come back later, hit me up and let me know, because I don't expect people to know off the top of their head. But if you have to look it up or consult with a person that you have faith in and that you will ride with in terms of their information, then bring that to me. Name something outside of new or the concept of winning. Okay. And there's a reason why I asked that. I'm going to tell you the reason is because the Egyptians conceived everything within a container. They have a conceptualization that in order for anything to exist, it has to be born out of existence itself. In other words, in their minds, there is never a unit or a what do you call it? Not a multiplicity, but a singularity. In order for something to exist, it has to be born out of existence. In other words, that at the root of their conceptualization is a duality. It is a necessary duality, because if something that it and they liken it unto the eye, right? The human eye. And think about this. Now this is just an analogy. This is not a real thing. This is an analogy that is given. If you imagine an eyeball, right? An eyeball can see everything, 360, up and down, left, right, all angles. It can see everything but itself. An eyeball can never see itself because it can't turn itself on itself to see itself. So in order for the eyeball to know that it exists, it has to be conscious or aware of something else in existence to know that it is it and it is not something else. And I know that I'm trying to be brief, but in the way that it explains is that Nu is the ultimate primordial substance, for lack of a better word. It's not a tangible substance, but this entity, this substance that is infinite and indivisible and undifferentiated. So this is what they conceive. Nothing is outside of that, which is what the definition of supernatural is. Super meaning above or beyond, and nature being all things that are within existence. Either it's conceptualized or tangible. Because that's why I asked the chat. I said, is the mind, what we call the mind, is that considered supernatural? And then I didn't get any answers. So this is not a discussion that could be had in 2 minutes or 5 minutes, or it's not about European Egyptologists or whatever skin color Egyptologist is. That's why I said more people that can actually engage the culture and read the text and pull from it, they need to enter these conversations. I'm more than willing to have conversations with those folks, not some dude that can quote some book or bring up a title of a book that they themselves never read and stuff like that. That doesn't make interesting conversation. Not for me. Maybe for the next person, but not for me. And so it's not about all of a sudden people got to believe me and disregard Egyptologists. No, let's put the Egyptologists to task. Are you qualified to do that with me?
So,
are you qualified over the Egyptologists?
Wujawu, this guy Haskell 45 been on here for a whole hour saying basically that the Egyptians did believe in the supernatural. And then you had said earlier that they didn't believe in the supernatural. But you just said right now that concept that you just explained was explaining the supernatural from an Egyptian, I guess, framework. Right?
No. What I'm saying is that if we were to name something that is accepted as supernatural, such as God through the Abrahamic traditions is considered a supernatural entity, right?
Yeah, right? But we not talking about that right now, no. No. We gotta anchor at some point of reference. So I'm saying to define what is supernatural, we can read the dictionary definition, and the dictionary definition gives us the general meaning of something that is outside the laws of nature, etc. They give examples of ghosts
outside of scientific laws.
So this is the thing. A lot of people will say that God is supernatural. Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that the Egyptians did not conceive of a God that is supernatural or anything that is supernatural. The reason why they say God is supernatural is because God exists outside of creation. God creates the world, but then God has a separate existence somewhere else.
Right.
In the Abrahamic traditions.
Right.
And,
now bring it back to Egypt. Like
okay,
their concept.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying.
Conceptualization.
Okay, exactly. So in Egypt and in other African communities, but we're talking about Egypt. In Egypt, they did not believe God creates something and then has a separate existence. They believe that God and creation
is all natural.
Is one and the same. Exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
So because of that, they don't
You hear that, Haskell 45?
So they don't believe in a supernatural.
Right.
They only believe in nature or what is natural. And they break it down into different spheres of influence. And they break it down into different spheres of phenomenon. And you have the nominal world and the phenomenal world, that which is tangible and that which is not tangible. So things can exist, but yet it cannot be perceived. This is something that is the thematic within a lot of their writings. So this is something that.
Check it out. Now I got you. Now I'm with you. So another point that they're saying, because I'm just trying to move it along.
Ask the niggas, do they read Meta Lecture first? Ask that question.
Hold on.
Who's sharing the screen?
Who do you think?
Okay, X, you got press control. Press control and a plus sign. Same time to make it large.
What I gotta do?
You got to hit control and the plus sign to make it large.
No, I'm trying to go into this PDF, the book. How do I get to the search engine part of it? What I gotta push?
Top right.
Huh?
Okay, so whoever sharing the screen.
Right. What do you mean? Hold on.
Wait.
That's X.
Definitely X.
But what I'm saying is that what is being shared on the
I don't know where you at,
I'm on a PDF. How do I search
top
the PDF?
right where the little
Control F. Control F.
Oh, control what? F.
Yeah.
President Frank. So what was just shared on the screen is the typical statement that a lot of scholars say that the Egyptians believe in the supernatural. This is widely known by myself and many other people.
Is it the academic consensus?
So what I'm saying is that when you go beyond what these scholars are saying, that when you go to the actual text, they will have to explain how the Egyptians did not view God as a separate entity, as a separate entity outside of creation.
Is the academic consensus that they believe in the supernatural, Joe?
That's changing.
It's changing, or is at current? What is it?
I answered the question. That's changing.
You said it's changing. Changing means that it's in no longer transition from something to something else. So when I ask you at current, what is it?
Currently, what it is, you got scholars that don't agree with that, and you have scholars that do.
I want to know what the
I just answered you.
bulk of scholars. No, you didn't just answer me.
Okay,
that's why I'm reiterating the question. The bulk of scholars
that study this, it's about 50-50.
Can you provide a source showing that it's about 50-50?
It's about
every site I go to, when I type in whether or not the Egyptians believed in the supernatural, every single one is saying the exact same thing. So I want to know, where can I find the 50-50 at?
So the afterlife is not supernatural?
No, according to Wijaya, it means something different. We're interpreting it correctly.
But wait 1 second, one at a time. So this is the thing. So you gotta understand, websites. A lot of people repeat things on websites and things like that. So if you're gonna run a statistic or numbers thing, you're gonna run into a logical fallacy. And I implore you.
I just want you to I understand what that is. I want you to provide us with the source of the 50-50 concept or ratio that you came up with.
Okay, I'm not gonna be able to provide you a source for that right this minute.
No doubt. Right? Whenever you can get it.
All right. Okay. So now, Sheffron, to what you were saying, when people bring up the afterlife, this is why I asked the chat the question: is the mind supernatural?
Why not? No. Why is not supernatural?
Not the brain, not the brain. I'm talking about the organ, the brain. I'm talking about the mind.
X could answer that.
No. Don't. I'm asking Sheffrin.
Well, I think that is more of a. I think that's more of a philosophical. I think the mind is more of a philosophical. Thing. It's talking about a consciousness or entity behind the brain.
Let me.
I don't believe in that, so to say.
So all right. So just so I understand you, do you have a mind?
I think the mind is more philosophical. Under that understanding, yeah, I have a mind. I have control over my brain and some function.
Okay, so you consider yourself to be in possession of a mind, right?
Crazy,
right?
No such thing.
No such thing as a mind.
I got control over it. I don't get it. Go ahead and explain what you're saying, because I don't want to say something
okay,
that
listen,
I don't mean.
But I'm not trying to trap you. But I'm not. No. I'm trying to bring a couple of points home in a short period of time. So I'm saying that the mind is this abstract entity that we call MIND, mind, right? And there's a whole field that studies it called psychology, and they study the mind and behavior and so on and so forth. All right. So we are there's a consensus, since we want to start tossing around consensus, that human beings have a mind. You know, we got the physical organs and stuff like that, but we have a mind. So my question was, is the mind supernatural? Does it fit the definition of what the dictionaries define as supernatural? Does it go beyond the laws of nature? No. Okay, why not?
Because it's just a property of your mental faculty. That's all.
That you have, right?
Yeah, it's just a abstract concept of your mental faculty. That's all it is. It's not something like tangible that you can actually touch. It's the product that's produced from your brain working. That's all.
Right. Wait. Okay. So it is something though. It's when you say it's a product, that means
it's a noun. Yes, it's a noun.
It's a byproduct.
Does the mind exist? Let me ask you.
Yes, the mind exists. Yes.
Okay.
In a sense that it's a product of,
I get it. Okay.
So you believe that the mind can exist without the brain? That's the afterlife. That's
no. That ain't me.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
No. I'm talking.
Yeah, no. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if the mind exists, then is it supernatural? And so far on the panel, you all said no. So I'm saying if the mind exists as was just admitted,
I got the definition on the screen.
Then I'm saying, is it supernatural?
No, the mind is not supernatural because it's a product of the human brain, which is a part of nature. No.
Okay, but it exists, right? So where does it exist at?
Here we go with this Nawapian shit, man. Come on, I just told you. I knew that shit was coming. This shit happen every time, like with the middle, nigga. I say Middle East. Where's the middle? Like it's always something.
Okay, now you're wasting time. So I'm.
It's not wasting time, Mujawu. I answered your question thoroughly. I told you what the mind was. Then you asked me where it's at. I just told you it's not something tangible. Why the fuck are you asking me?
It's the brain. It's the brain. Let's say it's the brain.
No, your mind's not the brain.
And human beings is the brain.
It's the collective activity of your brain. That's what we can know as the mind. So why are you asking me where is it at? Come on.
No.
I'm gonna say the brain. I'm going this.
Okay.
And then he's gonna ask. I've been through this before, Chef. He's gonna ask you where at in the brain.
No.
I'm cool with all that.
Let's have a conversation. Let's have a more mature conversation.
Right.
So if you say it's the brain,
breathe in.
Wait. If you say the mind is the brain, then I have to not use the mind. So all right, I'm trying to figure out what is considered the mind. I don't want to just make up a term.
You want the definition, Mujawu? You want the definition?
I'm asking.
Because it gives you the exact meaning of what the mind is. Do you want the definition?
Is the mind. So what are psychologists studying?
Do you want the definition, bro?
Sure, that's what I'm asking for, bro.
Great, there you go. The mind, the element of a person that enables them to be aware of the world and their experiences, to think and to feel. The faculty of consciousness and thought.
Okay, so wait, keep it there.
Brain.
Don't move it. It says the element. The element of a person, and whatever this element is, it enables the person.
And I already told you it was their mental faculty that works together to produce that.
Listen, I didn't interrupt you when you were reading that, so let me just
no doubt.
Keep it. Hold up, keep it on the screen.
Keep it on the screen, pardon.
Keep it on the. You see that word down there? It says brain.
No, those are symbols.
It's giving you a synonym definition for brain, because brain can mean different things. Go ahead,
Okay, so since you pulled it up, let's utilize this as a working definition. So the mind is being considered an element of a person. So let's establish that first. So a mind is not a person; it is an element of a person. And this element, whatever it is, being called the mind, it allows them to be aware of the world and their experiences, right? I mean, am I following with that definition so far? And you keep covering it.
No, I just wanted to give them an understanding of what an element was.
Okay, so the mind is an element of a person that allows them or enables a person to be aware of the world and their experiences. It allows a person to think and to feel. It is the faculty of consciousness and thought. So I'm asking, is that element, whatever it is, it's being called the mind, is that supernatural or not?
No.
Okay, so why do you say it's not?
Because it's a product of nature.
It is a product. So name something that's not a product of nature. So is
God ain't a product of nature. That's something that's fucking supernatural, man.
Huh? Say it again.
Oh my gosh. God is not a part of nature. It's not a product of nature.
But wait a minute. Isn't God conceived? Wait, hold on. One second.
Nobody's concept.
Wait. Isn't God a concept within the mind?
No, but see, Joe, here we go with this shit, man. Damn.
See, he won't.
It's the new Wapian shit. We start getting into semantics, and now I'm gonna be clear. No problem. I'm gonna be clear with you.
Hold up.
I already know. I mean, the new Wapians I had to debate. I know they do this shit. So now what I'm gonna tell you, Chapo, is this. God is simply an idea that exists outside of nature, where the mind is an idea that exists within nature. Do you understand that?
That wasn't my question. My question to you is.
You asked me why.
No. Let me talk. Let me repeat my question, because you're
you know with this new Wapian shit. Go ahead.
Hey, listen. I asked you specifically. Is not God a concept within the mind of people?
Yes, it's a concept that the mind produced.
Okay, now you just said that God is outside.
Look up the word psyche.
Excuse me, it's a concept that.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Goodness gracious. So you just now said that the mind is not supernatural, and you afterthought and said that the mind is part of nature. Then I said God exists within the mind. So how can God be outside of nature but exist in the mind, which itself is a part of nature?
And I just told you
that you said.
I just explained it to you after. I don't think you heard something. Repeat it once more. Here we go.
I'm going over your head. I think I'm going over your head.
You're not going over my head. I think I went well beyond yours. Now, try to understand if you can, Wujabu. God is an idea that exists outside of nature. The boundaries of nature, God exists. You have to let me explain so you can understand it. I don't think that I'm going over your head. I think you just have a comprehension issue because you're talking at the same time. Now, God is an idea that exists outside of nature, whereas the mind is an idea that exists within the parameters of the definitions of nature.
Okay, so now, wait.
And the mind is an abstract concept.
Wait. You just now said God exists outside.
It's an idea.
Wait.
Are you hearing that part right there?
Listen to me. So let me ask you plainly. Does God wait? Does God exist in the mind of people? Yes or no?
It's an idea that exists in people's mind.
So yes. God is an idea that exists inside of people's minds, right?
Yes.
And does the mind exist in nature or outside of nature?
It exists within nature.
So if the mind exists in nature and God exists in the mind, then how can God exist outside of nature?
Because God is It's not. It's really not. If y'all would listen, he didn't get anything. It's a Nuwapian trick where they try to play on the definitions of words. It's the same shit you did with teacher and tutor, unbiased. And I can easily defeat this stupid shit. I just told you like 10 times. God is an idea in the same way that the mind is an idea. It's not something that's tangible. However, the God concept is one that exists outside of the laws of nature and is communicated, at least in the Abrahamic phase, as to being the thing that created nature. Whereas the mind is simply a idea that's describing the processes or the product of the processes of the human brain.
Okay, so
I think y'all gave X a win tonight.
So hold up. So let me move to Sheffrin. Let me see if Sheffrin or Unbiased understands what
I think we gave X a win tonight.
So hold up.
With the mind and the go ahead.
Okay, so
there's no such thing as a mind. That's just
wait. Hold up.
You sound like Dr. Sebi dumbass now. If it's a mind, where is it at?
Here we go.
Fucking retarded.
So this is the thing.
Right,
so
I never said it was a mind.
now we gotta get to basic. We gotta get to basic logic, right? So
if you lost your mind, hey, where was it at?
Wait.
Where did you have it?
So wait a minute.
Shut the fuck up. You damn. You know what we saying.
So listen. So Sheffrin. So,
I'm here.
Okay. So, what state do you live in?
Maryland.
You in Maryland, right? So you are in your house right now, right?
Can't tell by the accent.
Yeah.
Wait. So yeah.
I'm getting off this bitch. How do I promote somebody? How I do it, Wuja?
Wait. I don't want. I'm gonna be a minute. I'm
gonna promote you to.
Nah, because I'm gonna get off in a second too.
No, you're not.
We all about to get off. Go ahead, Wuja.
So listen. So Sheffrin. So you are inside of your house, right?
Yep.
And your house is inside the state of Maryland.
Yep.
Therefore, can you right now exist outside the state of Maryland?
No.
You can't. So now that
not at this moment because we already know where I'm at.
Okay, exactly. So now that's plain logic, and I'm using some regular stuff that we all can understand. You in your house and your house being in Maryland and all that, right? So now let's substitute you. Your house now is the mind.
Okay.
The state of Maryland is nature. So the mind is within nature. Okay, you got that so far?
I was with you when you said it.
I know.
That concept.
But I'm making this analogy so that the over talking and the whole bringing up the straw mans won't affect the audience. So we got the state of Maryland is nature, your house is the mind, and you are God. So you exist in the mind, and the mind exists within nature. So how can God exist outside of nature then?
No, I was with you. I got that point. Okay. You made an excellent point.
This shit sound like when a nigga get high and ask you sitting on a couch, right? But I'm sitting on a love seat. That means I can't even sit on this if I ain't in love. Like it sound this stupid, yo, for real.
No, but it made sense. It made sense.
I know it made sense.
When you think to the beginning of the conversation, when he was saying that the Egyptian God existed within nature, so it wasn't supernatural.
This is basic logic.
I mean, I'm just bringing y'all sources about the Egyptians believing in the supernatural. I'm at PBS.org, Nova.
Because people don't want to.
No, I'm saying, what did these niggas think about the afterlife? I don't know how these niggas died and were able to fight against the powers of evil and darkness, trying to make the world safe for mankind and making sure Egypt continued forever. I don't know how they could do that without the belief in the supernatural. How is it possible?
Yeah,
because he believed that it was all one. They didn't believe that it was.
Gosh,
no.
Do y'all know what supernatural means? Let's look that word up because oftentimes they just break the words apart instead of actually giving what the definition of the word actually is.
Okay, so let me just finish this out because I demonstrated, because nobody's going to get around logic, right? Because when you get down to logic is under the domain of mathematics, and so that's why if X is within Y and Y is within Z, there's no way that X is going to be outside of Z. So I gave a simple logic formula to explain what I was saying so that people could grasp it and understand. I broke it down into a regular comparison to Maryland, Sheffrin being in his house, to substituting with God, the mind, and nature. So by X's own admittance, he said that the mind exists within nature. And then I asked him, does God exist within the mind? He said yes. So now to bring up all the straw mans, the Nuwabian thing, and all this other crazy stuff is really just fluff.
I just told you they were ideas.
I don't intend to quote you verbatim. So
yeah, I know, because you intend to distort people's perspectives.
No, anybody can rewind and watch this. So this is the thing. Now let's get into the moment, the little teaching moment. So the reason why I brought all of that up is because when people bring up the afterlife and stuff, they are equating the afterlife with something that is supernatural. When the reason why I went through that exercise is because the conceptualization of God was accepted in these communities as something that is not outside of nature. It's only through the Abrahamic lens that we get this notion that God exists up and beyond that which is natural. And so it's only through that lens that we get that God creates something, then he's off in heaven. You will not find that in Egypt, where God creates these things or whatever, and then it's off in the recess outside of creation. I can give you a complete text. It's called the Book of Knowing the Transformations of Ra and Overthrowing of Apep, where it explains the unfolding of nature, where God comes into the world as the world and as the things in the world itself. It's right there in the text, and we can go through it line by line, and I can read it for you, and you can consult whatever Egyptologist you trust and bring them into the conversation or not. It matters not to me. We can go through it line by line, and I can point to you and show you where they believe that God and existence is one and the same. There's nothing outside of God. Of course, they didn't use the word God. I'm only using it for sake of everybody else understanding, but there's nothing outside of that. Matter of fact, the character that they give these attributes to is called Neb-Ercher. The word Neb-Ercher is a phrase that means Neb, which means a possessor or owner, and then Erjer is in relation to the limits. So this is the owner of all the limits. So if I had to bring it down to one idiomatic word, it would say supreme being or the all. And so this entity or whatever, there's nothing that exists outside of it. Period. So bring an Egyptologist and all these other folks. Bring all your websites and stuff like that. I wouldn't recommend the websites. I recommend you actually get the books and don't.
I mean, these are credible sites. These are reputable sites like Nova the Museum of Art. Incredible sources, and all of them say the same thing.
I would recommend books.
I think that they read the books, Mujawa. I think they read the books. That's why they would do that. I don't think that they would just present information.
I've read the book
miscellaneously.
I've read the book.
I know, but what you're doing is contradicting what the consensus is.
Yeah.
So now you're asking us to believe Ujabu.
No, I'm not.
Over academia.
No, actually, I'm not. So let me make it clear. Let me make it clear in plain English. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. This is why I said I will go through this text line by line, and you could bring whatever scholar you want live.
Go disprove Nova and go disprove the other link that I provided.
Let me finish. You can bring the scholar of your choice into the conversation or consult them afterwards or on your own time. It matters not. It matters not to me, but I am willing, because I don't want people to believe me or take my word for it. I'm willing to show you.
All I'm asking you to do is disprove the Dallas Museum, disprove the Dallas Museum of Art, and disprove Nova.
I tell you what. Let me
do those things for us. I can't say nothing to you.
Listen, let me give you a white scholar who agrees with me.
Why are you bringing up white scholars? What is this?
Because I can.
White people.
Because I can. So
what I want to do, I just want to show the audience. I told you before, this shit is Afrocentric, and it always comes back somehow to white people. No matter what you do, it comes back to white people. It could never be scholarship. Like if Pinocchio said 1 + 1 was 2, these niggas would be focused on the fact that his nose grew instead of the fact that 1 + 1 is 2, and he didn't lie. It always comes back to white people, no matter what we talk about, yo.
Okay,
and that's why I always reference this as being Afrocentric.
Wait a minute. So you
bringing up white people to me doesn't do anything with Jabu.
Okay, so you should
because the scholar is white, it doesn't make them right.
Okay, and just because a scholar is purple doesn't make him right. So
what did you bring it up for?
Okay, let me tell you, I brought it up because of everything you just now said, because earlier you have this fixation on Afrocentricity and Afrocentric blah, blah, blah. So I'm saying that I will show you a white scholar who says the same thing as me, because you said I'm this rogue person. I want people to believe Bujahu and this and that. Right, a rogue scholar. That's what you called me. So I'm saying I can show you a white scholar who is an authority in this field, who's considered, I should say, authority in this field, who agrees with what I'm saying. He actually has a book about what I'm saying.
No, you know who you sound like? You sound like Nature Boy when he says, "Hold on, let me get this right." So
okay, that's fine. That's fine.
He said, if it's man-made, it's not. He said, if it's man-made, it's made by man, and man is a part of nature. So by logic, what man makes will also have to be a part of nature. Like, you guys just don't understand words.
Okay, I don't understand that. And
I can accept.
I'm for.
Hey, Bujawu.
Yes.
I can accept. I can accept your understanding of it if you read the text and the concepts. Like, I can accept that. Like what you was just saying. Like, if we look at it from a Judeo-Christian understanding, like I think a lot of our understanding is a supernatural comes from those concepts. But like after you broke it down, like another group of people can have completely different concepts.
Exactly.
Like, and we just lumping them together, you know what I mean, using quote unquote European Judeo-Christian understanding of these concepts. And when we're talking about other cultures, we automatically put those the other people concepts into the framework of the Judeo-Christian European concepts of things to understand them. So
and that's
I don't know Egyptian stuff, so you could be absolutely right. I have to take your authority.
Well, but now you don't, now not necessarily that's why I broke it down to a issue of logic though, because whether you can read the text or not, you understand logic. And so that's why I use you as the exercise. I say you are in your house is within the state of Maryland. So everybody and their mother can understand that logical layout right there. So what I did, I gave a linear logical formula. You know, you are contained in your house. You and your house is contained in the state of Maryland. So I just substitute you for God, your house for the mind, and the state of Maryland for nature. So that's a very simple swap. And everybody can understand that. Nobody has to be able to read Egyptian to understand that. Okay, this is just a matter of simple common sense and logic. And so people who deny that, then they're just fighting their own sense of logic. So now that's without getting into any text. Now, but as a bonus, what I'm saying is that I can show this in a text, and I'm saying that if people don't want to trust me, which I don't want people to believe me, bring who you do trust in a conversation. Bring the scholar, white, black, purple, brown. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're young, old, male or female, or what color they are to me. But I'm saying I only said white scholar just now is because earlier you got X on here talking about Afrocentric, and it always goes to that and whatever. So I'm bypassing all that stuff by showing him a scholar that says the same thing is what I'm saying. And this is a prominent scholar that people consider of the Egyptian language and culture. Okay, so I can do that. So I can do that at another time. So I have no problem with that. But as long as everybody get that concept of what I was saying, that the Egyptians did not believe that God is outside of nature. God and nature and all things are one and the same. And in this story, like I said, is the character, the words are attributed to a character called Neb-Ercher, and it becomes an epithet of Ra and Atum. And so Ra is the entity that differentiates itself to become the things in the world and the world itself. And this text unfolds it. It tells you that this entity was all alone. Then it spat out Tefnut, sneeze Tefnut's cough shu. This is where you get shu, Tefnut, then Geb and Nut. the birth of these deities are demarcations of a process of differentiation where things come into existence from this entity that in it itself is also a part of those things, as the text says as well. And then it comes all the way down to humanity. And this is where the Egyptians get their name, the Remech. They call themselves the people, and they come from the tears of Ra. So even human beings comes from this entity, from its tears when it wept. It cried, and human beings were born. And so that's why they call it the Remech, because the word Remech means the people. It's a play on the word Remi, which means to cry. And so that's how they explain it. That's how they conceptualize it. And all of this is within the Nun, which is why I mentioned that at the top of my conversation when Reggie and everybody was still on here. So there's nothing outside of that.
So it's like a form of pantheism.
Well, the all the isms really don't hit it on the head 100%.
I mean, like in the ballpark of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It doesn't nail it exact, but people say pantheism or pantheist or pantheons and stuff like that would represent it, but it's not quite that either, because they believed in a unity and a simultaneous unity and multiplicity, like a macro and micro that's simultaneously in existence, and one cannot exist without the other. And so this is why these different deities are given these names. See, what people forget is that every name has a meaning. And so you have Ra, but then if you ask somebody, what does Ra mean though? And nobody really knows what it means. They just know it as a name, as some kind of label for something, but they don't know what it means.
So what does it mean?
Well, the text explains it. So I bring it up when I go over the text or something, because it's not something that I can just spit out in one word. It's not like a one for one. Just like Ra is always accompanied by other deities, Heka, which is, they translate the word as magic, Hu, which is they translate as the authoritative utterance, and then Sia, which they translate as perception. So why would a deity Ra be always accompanied by these three other deities, magic, authoritative utterance, and perception? There's reasons for all of this. So without going all into that tonight, what I'm saying is that, so this is an example of what I'm saying, that if people are not ready to fasten their seatbelts in and calm down and have a conversation about all this stuff, you're not really going to learn. And that's what the conscious community has been used to. People just quoting books they never read, quoting websites, but they don't ever do to put in the work and have these real productive conversations.
Quoting Afrocentric thinkers from the conscious community that try to challenge academia without ever having actually challenged academia. That's what it's used to, Mujahid.
Well, it's used to all of that in the bag of chips. So what I'm saying is that the
principal familiarity that it has is the one that I mentioned.
What I'm saying is that the conscious community, it's become the norm for people to just chit chat about Egypt, but not really put in the work to really start to probe and engage it from a very technical and scientific way. And so I'm not one of those people. And so when I talk, I'm talking from that perspective. So when I talk to you, X, or anybody else, if you're not willing to do it, then it's like the conversation ain't go too far. That's why I asked you what I asked you purposely. I asked you, did you know Nu or Nun? You said no. I asked you some other questions, and you admitted, and you said no. So the admission or the awareness of being ignorant is the start of the journey. But you got a lot of process to happen. You don't have to believe me now. Now, see, the thing is, you don't know me, right? So you got this thing like, okay, you can't learn from me. Like, I don't believe anything Mujahid say and stuff like that. And that's cool. And that's cool. I mean, I know it's not just me, but I'm saying, but that's not a healthy attitude to have, though.
No, I never said that I couldn't learn from you.
I mean, you don't have to say a lot of things. A lot of people's behaviors, words speak volume. You don't have to. Like, I don't have to tell somebody that I don't like them to not like them. There's other ways.
But we don't know whether they like us by definition or not, because we don't have a direct.
I know. I'm giving an example that people don't have to say things for it to be. There's other things that people do to make something what it is. So the way you behave is as if you cannot learn from me. From the phone conversations on when I told you about semantics and pragmatics, all the way to now.
That's your interpretation.
You're and right, and I'm giving it to you. You don't have to tell me it's my interpretation. Like, why do you feel that you have to tell me that that's my interpretation?
I feel like I have to do that so that people can understand there's a difference between a fact and a person's opinion.
Okay, but I mean, but now you're belittling the audience as if they don't know.
I don't think that informing the audience is.
I'm speaking from myself. I'm speaking from myself at all time. Like I don't have to say that I am bipedal. Like no human has to keep saying we got two legs. That's understood, brother. So I'm saying
explaining that something is your opinion because people may believe that what you're saying is
okay. But we're grown adults now. We're grown adults, so people can understand on their own. Like you don't have to be thought police.
From my time inside of the conscious community, I don't believe
here's the thing. From our conversations on the phone, from our couple of conversations on the phone to the conversations we have on this platform, you give me the impression that you cannot learn from me. Thus, that's why I give you that epithet.
But Jabu, I mean, that would be
wait. Do you understand? Do you understand that?
It would be mutual though. So
and that's fine. And that's fine. But I'm communicating to you out of respect to let you know where I stand with you. I believe. Okay, I believe that you're incorrigible. And when I see different, then I'll say different.
Bro, I don't mind you having an opinion on me. Like that's cool.
You have no choice.
No, I don't have a choice but to allow for you to have an opinion on me. You're correct. Again, okay. I don't mind. I just want to like put that out there.
It doesn't matter if you mind or not. I'm gonna have that opinion, whether you mind it or not.
I don't know why. Like it's so grand that you got to communicate it. Like. Okay.
No,
everyone has an opinion of somebody.
I know, but it's not grand. See, I'm not making it grand. I'm just communicating to you, like I said, out of respect. Nah, I understand that you're insecure and defending. Like you got to have the last word. I understand.
You label me everything that you've labeled me, and then you fuck up in the labeling of me.
So let's say I learned to get away from lookership and meme scholarship, Googleship, and all thanks to bros like Sean Garfield.
Yeah, that was some real lookership when you told me
you can't show me Brick City because
when you told me when you Google it's pulling from Merriam-Webster. That was some real.
Some of y'all are attaching yourself to Wujao's argument, knowing you don't fully understand these concepts. I'm just trying to address a couple of these things because you're a part of this conversation, not the conversation. So all right, but now the thing about magic though, this is my last thing I'm gonna say, because magic came up and I don't think I got my point across about that. So what I was saying about magic is that magic itself is simply a quality of ignorance, because to a magician who's performing magic, to anyone who's performing magic, they themselves know what they're doing. So to the magician, magic is simply an execution of a skill. Now, magic requires ignorance in order for it to be called magic to onlookers. So the onlookers will only see something as magic or magical if they don't understand how it's done. And so people have to have that understanding first before they start a conversation about magic. Now, in terms of what Egyptologists have translated as magic from Egyptian text, the scholarship is split. There's people debating all the time about that label on the word Heka. They translate the word Heka as magic. And you got scholars that say, that's not quite good because when it was first translated, it was coming out of that school of mysteries and magical things from the esoteric organizations such as the Theosophical Society and the Golden Dawn and all that kind of stuff. They're the ones that basically made this popular term to translate Heka. If you do Googleship or look up websites about Egyptian magic, you're going to see a lot of these people who are members or come out of that line of the esoteric orders and writings coming from that. And so they don't have an understanding of what magic is. And from there, they translate these statements as spells. They translate the word ro, which means to utter something. They translate it as a spell. And you got to ask yourself, why? Why they call it a spell?
Oh, so you saying that they didn't So you're saying that it's not something that we will understand today as magic.
Right. No.
Just because they believed it in their framework of their understanding, you saying that it's not magic? Like we would have a word or a term for what they was doing. So if we use a word and a term for what they was doing, the closest thing that we would use would be our understanding of magic.
Okay, so now let me pause. Okay, good. Pause right there. So now let me just to kind of synchronize with you, right? Mm-hmm. Would you consider? Are you familiar with like David Blaine or David Copperfield, David Bland or Blaine, whatever his name is, or Chris Angel? These
yeah, magicians.
So now let me. Now, if you're familiar with them and you seen them do their thing, right? Do you consider anything that they do supernatural?
No, they're what you call hoaxers.
Okay, so
they perform hoaxes to
illusions, right?
Yeah, sleight of hand, the misdirection.
Right, all of that.
Now, what you're explaining, right, far as magic, the concept of what you said, a spell. If you say something over a person, thinking that those words will somehow interact with matter, right, or that would be a form of magic. Now, even if they're doing a practical thing along with it, you see what I'm saying? Even if they're doing a practical, say like somebody broke a bone or something, right? Yeah. And the priest is also the doctor. Now, he was going to do two things back in those days. He's going to invoke utterance, right? Mm-hmm. A certain prescription of words, and he's going to do a technical thing with a splint that's going. Now, he's combining the two. One is a practical thing. The other one is magic. It's something that he believes he has to do in order for it to work.
Okay, I got you. So
we can separate it and say what you just said ain't have nothing to do with the process, but you believe it. You see what I'm saying?
No, I got you. Yeah.
So we will put that in the form of magic, something that something that's hocus pocus, something that you believe was going to work. You know what I mean? But it didn't. But the practical thing actually worked.
Beyond scientific understanding.
Okay. So now, I got you now, and that's really good. Okay. So now the reason why I started with the David Bland and Chris Angel, David Copperfield, is to establish, is for me to find out from you whether you see what they do as supernatural, or like you answered and said that no, it's really them doing a skill, sleight of hand, direction, and other kind of stuff, right? But people call that an illusion or magic, and they call them magicians because they just don't understand or know how they do it, and it comes off as something that is like awe-stricken, like people like wowed and everything, right? Mm-hmm. So now that's what magic is. Now, to retrofit magic backwards in ancient history and equate that with what the Egyptians did in your example, when you said that, let's say, a broken leg, and then the physician who's also a priest. Mm-hmm. And by the way, that is a misconception there too. A priest is simply a person that performs an important job.
Okay.
The Abrahamic stuff doesn't apply to African priests.
I see. You just taught me that. Well, hold on. Now let me say this. Let me say this, because I have my own theory on what a witch doctor or whatever you would call it, like in Egypt back in those days, would do. Now, I do think that they had technical know-how, right? But in order to disguise that and have people thinking that they're doing something special, they would say that they were doing magic when they were actually healing the person. You see what I'm saying?
No, I got you.
So it's actually to take advantage of people. The same thing what magicians do to this day.
Based on
it's,
right,
it's
so
to make
they,
somebody believe that they have power.
So okay, so now you starting to get it, catch on. So this is the thing. So that's why I said that magic, the core of the concept of magic is ignorance. It is right. A property of ignorance, because in order for something to be magic or magical, ignorance has to exist between the audience and the person doing it. Now, this happens to this very day in Africa.
Right.
People do these things. You can see videos where people are spinning around in straw type things, spinning these things around. Mm-hmm. They know what they're doing. It's just that we don't know what they're doing. So we're like, oh man, that's crazy how they doing that. That's magic. But so now here's the thing. Now I'm gonna add to that, and I'm just gonna be brief. And everything I'm saying really deserves an entire conversation. But I'm just sticking things out there for people to look up or whatever. So now here's the thing. In Egypt, they viewed illnesses as the result of two opposing things at war with each other. One aspect is physiological, and the other aspect is intangible or abstract.
Okay.
And what that is you're dealing with the physiological aspect of the body and then the mind. And so the magical part, these utterances,
I get it.
Is to tap into that side, the mind side, the intangible side, while the physiological medicines, herbs, and splints that they put on broken legs and also
is actually doing the physical work.
Exactly. Okay. So they incorporated both of those things, and doctors to this very day do the same thing. They do the same thing. And today, some of that is called placebos, where you'll be given something and told that it's something when it's really not. And because your mind thinks it is, you'll actually feel the effects of it.
You'll start feeling better.
Exactly.
Right. But okay, now so check the move. Now I'm with you, right? But that goes back to, you know what I mean? Like, you would say that they didn't believe in magic, but they actually made the people believe in the magic. You see what I'm saying? Like, so that's almost like saying if I want people to believe that I have superpower, or a reason for them to pay me is, or for them to give me grain, food, or whatever their source of currency was, or this position in society, right? I have to keep the knowledge from them, right? So now the actual potion that I'm giving them is the medicine, right? That's what's going to actually do the work. But I don't want them to figure that out. I'm going to say this hocus pocus and do this dance around it, and then I'm going to give him that. So he's going to be confused at which one actually did the job. So they were actually playing, because I believe that they knew better. I believe that they knew. I don't know for sure, but I believe that they knew their technology and the things that they produced in their society shows that they had enough science.
That's talking about, but that's a different field though, Chef. Right. You could be pseudo in one and legit in the other, but I'm gonna just say this. Peace to the whole panel. I'm about to get off real quick. I will do something. Peace to the whole panel.
Me too.
It's all peace, my brother. Like it may have like escalated and gotten, a bit more confrontational than desired, but it's all peace, bro. I hope you don't, take that shit to the heart, bro. I fuck with you. Peace to you though. Chef, peace to the Hisi, peace. CK, I love you, sis. Still, like it's, we just get into those types of.
CK sleep.
I have a hard time telling you. Said, why are you here?
You told me I shouldn't be here, but nevertheless, like it's.
No, I didn't say that.
I'll get the time mark and then show you.
What I said was that we should send you to the Abos channel the way that you come at us.
No doubt, y'all, no doubt. So it's all love at the end of the day. Like we just get it in.
All right.
And you said, you know why you here?
Peace before I be out, because I don't want anybody to take shit personal. Like that nigga don't fuck with me or something like that. That's not what it is. It's just when I'm arguing. But when I'm done, It's all love. So I just want to say peace to the whole panel.
We gotta stop arguing though all the time too, X. No,
you can't be interrupting people every time, X.
So let's I'm gonna, because everybody seemed to be leaving. Let me just wrap this up. I just want to conclude about that.
Now real quick, I was just saying peace to everybody. All right, y'all have a good night, yo. Peace.
All right, peace. Okay.
All right, peace.
I ain't going nowhere.
Okay, so okay, so let me just kind of get into a bottleneck because I think Sheffrin, I think we're working with something.
Okay.
All right, so here we go. So what I'm saying is that what you described is has validity, but it's not quite that way, or wasn't quite that way in Kemet itself, because the thing is that even today, right? We understand even today, psychologists understand that every act that you do starts in your mind first. Like everything that you do, it starts with the mind. Like your behavior, how you behave is based on a ratio of what you believe versus what you know. And so you have trust and confidence in certain things based on that ratio. So like, for example, if you weren't quite sure that the lug nuts on your car was tight, or that your brakes weren't working, if you were unsure about that, you would not get in there and drive. You would double check that, tighten it up, make sure the lug nuts are tight and all that kind of stuff. So the way that we move and live and operate and behave is based on this tug of war. You know, well, it was based on a tug of war between the two, between belief versus knowledge. Okay, so all acts start within the mind, and in the Egyptian language, the mind is called the Ib, and it's represented by a heart. As far as the glyph to write that word is a heart. So people think that the heart, that the Egyptians were talking about the heart, the literal organ pumping, but
talking about the mind.
They're talking about the mind. So what's weighed on the scales of Ma'at is not the person's heart, it's the person's mind. And so what they're doing is that they're doing a psychoanalysis of the mind. And so they were preoccupied by the mind, which ties into this afterlife thing that I don't have time to talk about. But when it comes to healing, health in a lot of cultures, not just Egyptians, and even today, health equals balance. And so the human body, if it's provided with everything it needs, by nature, it will stay in a homeostasis, or what do you call it? This equilibrium state that we call health. And we would live really, really good, long lives if we gave the human body what it needs, and it was in proper proportions and balance. So part of the Egyptians, they saw that illnesses, now not bone fractures or when you break your bones, but illnesses, diseases. They looked at illnesses and diseases as a disruption of that equilibrium. And so what they did was they addressed the mental aspects of things, and scholars call that the magic part. And then they dealt with the physiological symptoms, sweating, fever, throwing up, vomiting, whatever. They addressed the physiological side of things. That's where you get that from. And doctors in that day were called the Sunu. The Sunu were called doctors and they were priests. But like I said, priests just simply means somebody with an important job. And so that's what was going on. So it wasn't magic per se, like they were trying to fool people. They were actually trying to perform psychoanalysis or perform psychology, what we call psychology today. They were given therapy and working with the mind, whatever by any means necessary, along with the physiological things that they did. They did both. They didn't separate the two.
Yeah, and that's where their primitive that shows their primitiveness in that aspect, because we know that a germ, like germs, like cause, disease and different things in the human body. It has nothing to do with the mind and illness of the mind or a lack of belief in something. If you don't wash your hands properly before you eat, you can get sick. It don't have nothing to do, you know what I mean?
No, I got you. You're absolutely right.
If you don't clean the food the proper way, or you eat something bad, it don't have nothing to do. You don't have to deal with a person's mind in that situation. Now, if they actually believe that that's where they was in error with their, but even if they were in error on that aspect, they still came up with physical ways to heal a person. You dig what I'm saying? So they like they could be wrong in one aspect and right in another. You know what I mean? You can have those two things working side by side. You know what I mean? Like Freud and them was wrong about a lot of things. Like, and they're more contemporary than we are. They believed in things like what you call it,
the id, the ego, the super ego, and all that.
And giving hysterectomies and you know what I mean, different things where hysteria and stuff come from. They believe that it was because a woman's their reproductive organs and stuff was going bad and stuff, and you know what I mean, when that wasn't even the case. They believe that women reproductive organs cause them to act crazy, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So
well, but hold on. Now check this out. Here, so this is the thing. Now, it's not black and white like that because see, this is something that they, when I say they, the Egyptians expressed that the mind is the source and the playground of a cascade of things that eventually materialize on the physiological symptoms that you see. Like for example, by the time that you catch a cold, that you become aware that you have a cold, the sniffles, the coughs, the congestion, all that kind of stuff. By the time you get to that point, there's a whole line of cascade of things that happen that you were unaware of. You see what I'm saying? And so although germs on hands may cause something else, and that has nothing to do with the mind directly, the only mental thing involved with that situation is to make sure the person becomes mentally stable to wash their hands next time. So if you don't know that that's what caused the illness, ignorance is going to cause you to keep getting ill. So they have to address the mind to make sure that you are aware and that you're aware of these cascade things that happen subconsciously. And this brings us to the afterlife. The so-called afterlife is called the Duat. The Duat is the underworld. And when they say underworld, under is the same word for sub. And so when we talk about the world, it's also metaphoric or analogous to awareness. So like, for example, when you eat your food, you consciously select what you're going to eat. You consciously cook it. You consciously fix your plate, buy your food, whatever the case is, all the way to where it's on your plate and your table, and you sit there and eat it. Once you stick that food in your mouth and you swallow, there's a whole bunch of things that go on in your body that you are completely unaware of, but yet it is your body and it takes place. So there's an aspect of you that's very powerful and is responsible for a lot of things that you consciously don't know about consciously. So it takes place in your subconscious or behind your consciousness, behind the scenes.
What, my digestive system?
Yeah, the way that food is broken down, you don't control it. You're not aware of that swallow of food going into your stomach and what's
right. That's part of my automated system.
Right. They call it on autopilot. That's part of but it's part of you though.
Right.
It's not mine, it's yours. So there's a part of you that is very, very powerful and it's responsible for a lot of things collectively that you are unaware of directly. You have no knowledge of what's going on and no control, but yet you know what's happening though. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's a very powerful aspect. And so that's considered behind the scenes or under your awareness. And today we call it simply subconscious. And so that is a whole world of power that these people and folks study and try to tap into and explain and interface with. And so this underworld who was governed by Usir is responsible, the god of this subconscious aspect, which is really you. This is why Usir is in the chamber of the judgment on the two scales of my, you see how the scales are there, the heart, the feather, Enpu is there, the deceased person is there. And if you look to the far end, you'll see Usir sitting there as the ultimate judge. And only you, the real you, can judge you because you can't fool yourself. And so that is the subconscious, because everything you do is stored and operates from that aspect, and it percolates to the surface of your consciousness that you become aware of, and your consciousness is ruled by the deity Heru. That's why Heru is marching you into that chamber in the first place. So all
see now what you just said, that shit, you know how somebody say something and it clicks something, like what you just said shows me that our consciousness is probably a very small part of the situation.
Exactly.
Like, is it not like to the point where you almost made the consciousness part sound very insignificant. Like
compared to the subconscious. Now, if we compare, then yes, but in its own.
No, I'm saying compared to the whole, millions of years worth of evolution. You think what I'm saying? That our bodies are part of. This thing is going to be here and running whether we have consciousness, this so-called consciousness that we have today, whether we have it or not. You know what I mean? Physical bodies is still going to, digest food, and it's going to breathe. It's going to still need water. It's, you know what I mean? The same way a goddamn a damn worm body is. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it don't have to be conscious of anything to be alive, to live, to breathe, to procreate. It doesn't. So that little piece of consciousness, like that's probably like a aberration of life. Like
so hold up. Let me say something.
It might be a deformity almost. Like,
so hold up. Because you on something. So now check this out. So now, before you met me, you were unaware of me, and vice versa. So for all intent and purposes, I did not exist to you, and vice versa. But yet I existed though.
Right.
Okay. So now check this out. Now they attribute the attribute of creator to this entity they call God, but really creation is to become is the nexus of when something comes into your awareness. So if we wanted to word it differently, you created me, but I don't mean that literally, but you created me for you when you became aware of me. And so I came into your consciousness, therefore I become a thing in existence in your world.
Right.
When you became aware of me. So this consciousness is, from that perspective, is what the Egyptians are talking about. They deify consciousness. It's a deity called Sia, which is perception. And perception means to perceive or to be aware of things. And that's why perception or Sia always accompanies Ra as a creator or solar force or solar deity at the same time, because Ra's responsible for bringing things into existence. And so in order for that thing to exist, you have to perceive it. So, I didn't exist until you perceive me. So, but I don't want to.
No, you actually did. Now you being super philosophical, right? Because actually you did exist before I knew about you. Like there's millions of people that exist.
That's what I said.
But hold on. I know that there's millions of people in France, right? Now, I don't know them personally or individually. You dig what I'm saying? But I know that people in France exist. Now, do I know Francois or, such and such? No, but they still exist. If it's people that are older than me, you dig what I'm saying? Like Now, my understanding or my awareness of them, you know what I mean, is one thing, but that doesn't negate the fact that they already exist.
Okay,
Like,
so bam, so you just repeated what I just said. I
probably did.
Yeah, so no, it's not bad. So I'm just saying, like I said, before you met me, I didn't exist to you, but yet I existed.
Right.
That's what I was saying. So so there's a such thing as existence, things existing, yet being and non-existing at the same time. And that's the two levels. That's
the awareness part.
Right. But it's the two levels of the macro and micro. Now, I'm not trying to be too spooky because I see people in the chat. I ain't trying to lose nobody. Yeah. But what I'm doing, I'm trying to bring it down to this abstract that I brought up earlier, the mind, and why I asked, is it supernatural and all this other kind of stuff? Because the mind becomes the playground for all of this. It becomes the environment, for lack of a better word, for all this to take place, which is why, we give this abstract concept a name called the mind. People say it's a projection of the brain and stuff like that, and that's being argued. Like that's not a settled debate. People, the mind is a product of the brain or whatever the case is, but it's a but I don't want to get into that. But I'm saying, because people asked about the afterlife and everything. So what I'm explaining is that some of these texts that people have previously interpreted as Egyptians being so fascinated and so focused on death. Think about this logically, right? If the Egyptians, since the Egyptians lasted for 3,000 years, right, for going strong, 3,000-year-old long culture, give or take, ups and downs. If they were so preoccupied with the afterlife, which is death, life after death, so much as the way people describe it, how in the world could they raise to the level of genius and ingenuity to produce one of the world's greatest civilizations that has ever existed physically, and all their physical contributions and all their tangible and practical contributions, if they were so focused on intangible, spooky afterlife, non-existent places and death and magic and all this other kind of stuff, just from a logical perspective. So I agree with you. So it must be something else to that. Maybe these early Egyptologists had it not quite right when they try to describe the Egyptians as that. And so what I'm saying is that a lot of people, when they focus on death, and they only focus on, the only reason why they describe Egyptians as focused on death is because
the tombs that they found and the regalia around death. But hold on now. Could it be a way where society or civilization, right, the things that they produce, right, is because of their preoccupation with death? Like the more I create in this world will be my reward in the afterlife. Like that's not the only civilization that thought in that manner, right? Because you have the Vikings and stuff who believe that the better they fought in war and plundered, the more they would get in Havala, or their afterlife concept. So from that aspect, right, you would say, well, if you so preoccupied with what you're gonna get in the hereafter, and we don't even have to go that far. We can look at modern day religion, right? As Christians and Muslims, the ones that nowadays believe in a hereafter. They believe that their works and the things that they're doing is going to be counted, in the afterlife. So a lot of the things that they do with the belief that they'll be rewarded in the afterlife. You dig what I'm saying? So if the Egyptians raised great monuments, right? Like to bury people in, if they buried you with a whole bunch of gold and things, then yeah, that is a preoccupation with death, because most of the things that you're doing in life is gearing you towards death. Like You see what I'm saying?
Well,
like,
okay, no, you gotta.
Hold on. Is the same recorded when somebody is born? Do you have the same religious regalia and ceremony around birth as you do around death? That would show the real dichotomy between the two, and which one they show more attention to, or which one that they're more preoccupied with. If you have more ceremony and regalia regarding death than you do with birth, then that shows, or the intermediary period with living period. You see what I'm saying? We know more, well, from what I know. I think that we know more about Egyptian funerary sacraments and things versus their birth and then their life duration or what happened in between. But you can go ahead and
no, okay, so now you made some good points. So this is the thing about what you said. The reason why we would know, or we would it'll appear to know more about their funerary rites and things like that, is because of what's called the accumulation of information. Mm-hmm. Because when you're born in Africa, and Egypt is no exception, in many communities in Africa, when you're born, you're considered a wild animal that has to be domesticated. And so you're born as an animal, you are domesticated, and you become a human, and then you are matured into a divine being for three stages. Okay. And even today, whether we characterize it like that or not, that's the exact same thing happens every day, all day. We experience that. If you let a child, if you leave a child alone and don't parent your child and don't discipline your child will grow up and be wild, because a child has to be domesticated. Now, we don't like to call ourselves animals, and we don't like to use the word domestication. We say teach and learn and train. We don't even say train, really, but that's what has to happen. So through that process, at the end of your road, you're walking with a big basket of things, as opposed to at birth you're empty. So just by that natural organic process, you're going to find more info and more things and more items at a person's finish line, called death, versus their starting line, called birth.
I agree.
So that's why we're not going to see a whole bunch of things about birth, but yet at the finish line, they revisit the birth. And people may not be aware of this, but if you look at, and see, I can't share my screen right now, but if you look at if you pull up the judgment scene that everybody's used to, the scales with the feather and the heart and all that kind of stuff, right? In either Hunefer's so-called Book of the Dead or Annie's Book of the Dead, those are the two most famous. In one of those, one or the other, you'll see the deceased person standing near the scales, but he's standing next to two other deities. And these deities are deities of birth and destiny. So they're present at his finish line, death, because there's a analysis done on your lifetime. Whether you lived up to your name. One of the birth goddesses is called Renunet, which ties into a play on the word Ren, which means name, because your name is a manifestation of your destiny. What were you born for? What did you come into this world to do? And so they're checking at death. Did you accomplish that? And so you have Shai, which is destiny or fortune, and then you have Renunet. Then you have Meskenet, which is the birth goddess herself, which is another word for the birthing bricks that women stood on and squatted to push you out of their womb. So these deities exist right there at your death scene. But a lot of people don't know that that's what's there. But if you read the text, it's tell you right there in the glyphs.
Okay.
So reason I'm saying all of this is because scholars were fast to rush to judgment about the Egyptians, because one, they never studied African cultures to have some kind of cultural context to place these Egyptians in. So early Egyptology, and even all the way up to really recently, they contain Egypt under the lens of of the Middle East biblical Abrahamic lens and stuff. That's how they viewed it, from E.A. Wallace Budge all the way to all these other scholars. That's how they characterized the Egyptians. They looked at it that way, and it was Budge actually who tended towards the end of his career to veer off away from that and start to say other things. And this is why today a lot of scholars have beef with Budge and say, you know, his works is outdated and not to get and stuff like that, because he did not go with the status quo as he continued to do his work. But the point I'm making is that this preoccupation with death may not be wholly accurate, because what do they consider the sister to death?
What you said?
What do they consider the sister to death? Have you heard that phrase?
Sleep.
There you go. Sleep is the sister to death. And so although we use the word sleep, SLEEP, what are we describing really? When a person is asleep, what state of mind are they in?
Unconscious.
There you go. You're unconscious. And where you lay your head or where you sleep is where human beings are the most vulnerable. Where you eat and where you sleep. But more so where you sleep, because you're unconscious, which means you're unaware of the real-time world around you. That's why somebody could kill you, somebody could do something to you while you sleep. People do practical jokes and everything like that. So you got to trust the people, fully trust the people where you sleep and lay your head at. Now, sleep is a sister to death. So this so-called afterlife, while you are alive, while you can enter the duat and get out of it, is simply called sleep. But when you enter the duat and you do not return, it's called death. But still, that state of subconscious is the duat in either case.
Hold on, what's the duat?
The underworld.
Okay.
The what people are calling the afterlife. So
the afterlife in Egypt is called the underworld.
The duat, yes.
Okay.
The duat. It's translated as the underworld or afterlife. Okay, so what I'm saying is everybody enters this state of existence, or this place, figuratively speaking, every night when you're sleeping. And so they had an understanding of the sleep process to where you because remember, they conceptualized the mind as not this homogeneous one thing. They broke down the mind into different components. This is where you get the words kat, ka, ib, sahu, ak, ba, and all rin, and all these different words are components of the mind. And today we will put all that under psychology. And so each of these components had a responsibility and function to do something. And so while you're in this underworld, or duat or sleep, these things did their jobs and did whatever, and they described them while you're alive. And so the so-called Book of the Dead is a manual for the living, but it culminates in your death, and so it's buried with you. You know, is an ancestralization manual for when you die, when you do not make that return. And when you think about it, the only difference between a dead person and a person sleeping, if you were to physically observe them, if both bodies were laying on their back with their face up and mouth closed, the only difference is that the person who is not truly
respiring, they're not breathing.
Yeah, the person who can get back up, they're breathing, but it's a mystery of some sort because both of them's mouths are closed. So what exactly is sustaining the life to allow that person to get up, whereas that person can't get up? So they understood that the breath or wind or air, which is what the Latin speakers picked up and called spiritus, they saw that entered the nose and it's helped sustain life to cause people to come back out of the duat. And hence you have a daily resurrection dealing with spirits, and here's where we enter so-called spirituality. And so it's a long thing. So that's what I'm saying. I ain't trying to sound like I'm
no, good bill. I mean, you gave a lot of understanding on with Egyptian concepts. Like we don't, like a lot of us don't have those concepts. We have the, like I was raised Muslim, you dig what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? And I had a Christian grandmother, so I understand those concepts. You know what I mean? I really don't understand too much African concepts of you know, religious concepts. So
okay, so are you as a growing up as a Muslim, you're familiar with the Tasmiyah, right? Tasmiyah law. And so if you were to break that down, and I'm only saying this will be the last thing. I'm only saying this because there is some play, there's some interconnection there going on as far as the concepts are. Be ism, like we say, Bismillah,
Bismillah,
right? But Bismi, people just say it all together, but it's really be ism, which is by way of the name. Ism is name. So be.
Hold on, say that again. Hold on.
So when people say Bismi Allah,
right? We combine it as one word.
We put all one word. Bismillah Rahman Rahim. But it's really be ism. So ism is the word for name. Be is a preposition to by way of. So you're saying Ikra Bismi Rabbika Allahu Ahad or whatever. So you're saying Ikra, which means read by way of the name of your sustainer, Allah, that which sustains you. And Bismillah. So when you get to Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, those are two words that are two ends of the same stick. It's a word for the womb. So you enter the womb and you exit the womb. And so this womb represents this state, this subconscious where
hold on. Where is you getting this concept from?
The word itself. Look up the word El-Rahmin or El-Rahman, El-Rahim.
They are names for Allah.
Like I know, but it translated as the yielder, the most merciful, right? El-Rahim or El-Rahman, El-Rahim. But when you look up the word itself, Rahman and Rahim, it means womb. It's the same word for the womb of a woman.
Okay.
And so there's a conceptual connection there with you being sustained by this process of the womb. And in Kemet, this force, this life force, this solar force that is everywhere, et cetera, is swallowed and comes out, is swallowed in the mouth and comes out the vagina of a woman every day, called Nut. The starry sky of Nut swallows Ra, the sun, every night and then gives birth to him in the evening, and then it is manifested by Kepler, the beetle. So I guess what I'm saying is that it's not far-fetched, only because you said that you grew up as a Muslim. I'm saying these concepts are embedded, in multiple different cultures by people. And I'm not saying it's copied or anything like that. I'm not going there, but I'm saying back in the day, in ancient times and stuff like that, these were very common principles and concepts that people were dealing with.
I can agree with that, because I know I ain't crazy. Like, I know that religion in that part of the world was layered upon layer upon layer. You know what I mean? It wasn't just given in one swoop like they be saying it is. You see what I'm saying? Like, I got enough common sense to know, or, you know what I mean, that it wasn't, that it didn't come down in one book the way that they said. You know what I mean? It was their old religious beliefs on top of a new religious belief on top of, you know what I mean? Because it's been argued that El-Rahman was another god besides Allah. I've been heard that argument since I was a child. You dig what I'm saying? That's been brought up. You dig what I'm saying? That El-Rahman was another whole god that the Muslims incorporated, you know what I mean, and combined with Allah. You're right. And there's certain passages that you can read. If you read it, if you deconstruct the text, you can actually see it. You see what I'm saying? it makes a lot of sense if that I'm with you on that.
I'm just saying, you know, like people will just read or just recite, you know, the you know, Allah, la ilaha illallah, wahdahu la sharika lahu. And you know, Muhammad was told to read by way of his sustainer, Rabbika. Ikra, what is it? Ikra Rabbika.
Yeah, Ikra. Go ahead. So you're saying that that's similar to the word, as wise, the Egyptian concept of the word bringing things into being. Like, what's the correlation?
What I'm saying is that even in Islam, they attribute Judaism, Christianity, Islam as being monotheistic, but yet this Allah character has 99 plus 1 attributes, names. And so if you look in the history, those 99 attributes or names are said to come out of a set of about 360 separate deities, where you have El Rahman, you know, the different names,
right?
El Salim or El Maliku, all the different names.
Malik, Qadim. Yeah, I'm with you. So you saying that because they supposedly had 360 gods before Muhammad, you saying that those were the different names because they never gave all of the names of the different deities.
Exactly, but I'm saying they were idols that they did away with, but they attribute 99 names to this one being, Allah, who they say is Ahad, alone. So Allahu Akbar, he's the greatest, and Allah Ahad, he's alone. No partners, La ilaha illallah, no partners has he, and Muhammad Rasulullah. So then they kick in that Muhammad is his
messenger.
So what I'm saying is that on the surface, what appears to be totally different, like Islam is totally different, like one God, you know, Allah,
right,
Akbar, and all this other kind of stuff. But at the core, these peoples had these elements within their communities prior to the onset of this wave of quote unquote what's being called monotheism.
Right.
Everybody share. Even the Hebrews, they will admit that at one point, the Jews, even the characters in the Bible, worshipped or dealt with other gods. That's why their God is jealous.
But they even have the different names in there along. You know what I mean? They have the different names of the different deities that they
Shaddai, Adonai.
Yeah. They consolidated. I think
Elohim, Elah. All those things. Yeah, but see the way they packaged it and consolidated it, they all gave it attributes or names of the same God, not understanding that these were a cascade of principles that govern a whole bunch of things. You know, so that's the thing. So you know, when we talk about the afterlife, and I guess that's a long way of me saying this. When people ask about the afterlife or bring up the soul, they are 99.9% of the time coming from an Abrahamic lens, even though they don't practice one of those religions. It's a default setting because we grow up in a society that we're influenced by it.
Definitely, I totally agree.
So we have to stop and go a different route, a fresh route, empty our cups. And when we do that, a lot of the naysayers or people who are lazy, who don't put in the work, they will accuse us of being fringe or try to sensationalize and say we're Afrocentric or Afro this.
Yes.
When all we're doing is putting it in a context within the African experience. That's what we have to do. So we can't be deterred by people who do that. And that's one reason why, you know, I brought that up earlier.
Yeah, but that's why I'm always willing to sit down and listen, because you gotta know what you don't know. You know what I mean? You have to have some understanding, and that's what, you know, I was trying to slow X down because he got to get to a point to know when he don't know something. Like, even if you think somebody is wrong, you should just let them talk. You dig what I'm saying? Let them be wrong. You feel me? Because you don't even have the knowledge, right, to even be able to tell them when they wrong if you haven't read the material. You just going off of a hunch, or you feel me? Like he already believe that you're wrong, and whatever you say, he'll start arguing. Like obviously you read the text, the Egyptian text, so it's nothing that I can say to you about. I gotta let you talk in order for me to be able to get into the conversation. You see what I'm saying? I gotta let you tell me what the Egyptians thought first off, right? In order for me to get in the conversation, because I never read their religious understanding. So once you have to give me the religious understanding for me to actually have an understanding somehow of what they actually believe.
Wait.
To even formulate my argument.
Right, and you're right. But what happens, you're absolutely right. But a lot of times what happens is in that process, a person will not put in the work, and then they'll go off and look stuff up, whether it's in real time or later on, and then come back, still haven't put in the work, but then they'll just take the words of other people and then
just trying to support their argument.
Right. So what they end up doing is what Christians do. They'll have a conclusion already, and then they'll go look for something that supports the conclusion.
Right.
And that's why I asked the first question I asked them is, when I came on, I asked them, is your mind made up about the element thing? And if it was, I was going to end the conversation, because there's no, I mean, you can't talk to somebody whose mind is already made up. And so I felt that he could possibly change his mind. So he leave it a little open. So I said, gave him the concept of new. He admitted he don't understand that. I asked him another concept or something. He said he don't understand that. So I'm like, well, in this conversation, you're falling short. Like you have the discrepancy. Or the deficit, I should say. I have stuff to give you. Now, I don't mean I don't want you to believe me, but I'm here to help, and I'm gonna guide you to some information. Look up this, look up that, whatever. So that's why I gave those books. And by the way, I'm gonna mention again the book of Knowing the Transformations of Ra and Overthrowing of Apep. That is a critical text to the Egyptians' understanding of their cosmogony or cosmogony, which is the generation. Cosmogony or cosmogony is a word that means the generation of order or systems, because order is a system. And so how the Egyptians perceive how order came into existence, or the generation of it, is contained in this book. And so Ma'at is considered law, right? And so when people asked earlier about supernatural, and you look at the definition of supernatural, it is outside the laws of nature. Well, Ma'at is at the very cusp and foundation of existence, that nothing exists outside of it, because you have to have an anchor in law in order for existence to sustain itself. And so we have this sustained thing that the Latin speakers picked up and called spiritus. So like, do you play an instrument?
No.
Okay, well, like, let's say on a piano, like anybody that plays a piano, they know that on a regular piano, they have what's called a sustain pedal. And if you mash down the sustain pedal and hit a key note, the note will keep playing. It'll keep playing. They hit it and it'll go doom, it'll keep playing. It's a sustain pedal, sustains the note. So what sustained a certain configuration for an extended period of time was called the ka, or the spirit, or they translated spiritus. And it's metaphorically likened to the wind or breath. And then you had another word, soul, which is really the same word. Anime, to animate, spiritus and soul are really related words conceptually. And so this sustaining of life is what they focused on.
But that's combining Greek philosophy with it, though.
No. I was just saying that the term today we use the word spirit today by way of the Greeks.
Right.
But if we were to, like, people say spirituality,
Mm-hmm.
If we were to get creative and funky with it, if we had to kind of overlay that with Egyptian, a close comparison Egyptian, we would say Ka-ology. Because the Ka part of this structure, this hierarchy that they had, was responsible for the sustainment of this configuration that we call you, and they call that your personality. And so your personality is a result of the sustaining of this body of energy, for lack of a better word. And then there's another part of you called the Kaibit or Kaibit, which is literally the shadow of something. So if the sun shining the shadow of an object, that shadow is called the Kaibit, but it's used metaphorically to talk about that part of you that causes you to move. The animated part of you.
The part that animates you.
Yeah, they call it the animal you. So the Kaibit is the animal you. The Ka is the sustained portion of that produces your personality. And that's what interacts with other entities, and that's what we see. And throughout your lifetime, your Ka changes configuration, and we call those different personalities. So when you're little, you have, one set of personality, and then as you get older, you'll have different personalities. And your personalities are labeled by another aspect of you called the Ren, which is the name. That's why you get a nickname when you're little. They call you Junebug or Shorty because the way you act. And then when you get older, they may call you a different name because you act different when you're older or
right
in your job. So these names and all this, see, all these things are interconnected, And so when we talk about the afterlife, when they say the Egyptians believed in the supernatural or the afterlife, they understood that the Khat, which is the physical cellular body, the physiological human body, that rots. That's rotting. That's gonna fertilize and dissipate and go into some other things. That rots. That's your body. And the Khat is spelled in the glyphs is spelled with a fish. And the reason why the fish is used to spell that word is because when fish die, it has a very strong bad odor. And the same thing happens to human bodies. Anything decaying smells very, very bad. And so the word Khat is spelled with a glyph. It's the term with the glyph of a fish, a rotten fish, or you can't tell it's rotten in the glyphs, but it's a fish that decays. But then there's other elements of you that do not decay, and they function beyond the decay of that Khat part of you. And so it's not an afterlife as if it's spooky and all this other kind of stuff. It's they break it down and express it in this way. And so like I said, I'm being brief, even though I'm trying to just touch on a couple of these things, just enough so people can understand that it's not what people are interpreting from these Egyptologists and stuff like that.
But it is though. I feel you because it's deep. You feel me? And just because it's deep don't mean it's not supernatural. Just because the explanation of the thing might be different from the Judeo-Christian framework doesn't mean that it's still not supernatural. It might not be supernatural in the Egyptians' understanding of the natural. You feel me? But in our understanding of the natural, it will be considered supernatural.
Okay, so
you see what I'm saying?
Okay,
so
yeah.
I see exactly what you're saying because you explained it 100% where I get it in their framework of how they frame their natural world, their concept of their natural world, that, that what we would call gods and stuff existed in this closed system with us and created it and sustained it along with themselves. I get it, right?
Yeah.
So, but with our understanding, right, of supernatural things, we would still consider their understanding of what happens after death, that there's something that exists after death, right? That there is a transcendent part of you that exists after death, that will be called supernatural to us. And I think that's the main thing.
And that's why I started. You're right, and that's why you start the conversation off with a working definition.
Right.
So
That's what we should have did in the beginning.
Right. So now let's take what you just said. So if you are a member of a society of people that look at the human being as a homogeneous entity of cells and organs and all this and that, then death is it. Like when that body starts to decay and no longer move and no longer responsive and stuff like that, then your concept is not going to allow you to even think beyond that, or even probe, or even ask any questions, because that's all you know. So this is why I started off earlier, a long time ago. I said the Egyptians did not look at the human being as this homogeneous entity. It looked at the human being is a composite of entities, and so there's a portion of this entity that does not exist beyond quote unquote death. But then there's portions of this entity that lives while all parts are intact and functional, and while other parts become dysfunctional. There are parts of that still function. So it's almost like this. Like if you're driving your car and let's say your brakes give out, they become dysfunctional, but yet you can still turn your engine on. You can still run your car.
Right. Because one part is broke doesn't mean that the other. I agree. Now, so, and this might be something else, but if it's a part of me that's transcended after death, that exists after death, right? That doesn't die when my physical body dies, right? Was that part in existence before my physical body came into existence?
Yes. And so death, that cot part of us, and I'm just speaking from the conceptualization from Kemet.
Kemet, right.
That cot part of us, it's ebb and flow, it's birth, it's maturity, it's rising, it's maturity, and it's decline that we call death. That life cycle, the cot is what creates cycles. It creates these separations in existence that we call these life experiences. And so, like, for example, if you were to stare at a clock and never took your eyes off a clock and never blinked, if you were able to do that, the clock, and I'm talking about a regular analytical clock, the clock will look like it's not moving to you. The moment you break that staring contest with the clock, you break away and you look away for a while and you let some time go by, and then you look back at the clock, then you'll notice and be aware of movement. And so if we had an unbroken continuum, nothing would really move and we would have no experience. So this breakage in this continuum is what gives us experience, and this is what is called life. You have a difference between living and life. You know, living is like life is you just have the opportunity to move and so on and so forth. Living is actually engaging in the experience while you're alive. And so there's a difference. I'm trying to play a semantic thing, but it was actually seen as something slightly different. And so what we call life and death, you got birth, and we segmented birth, and then we got death. So both birth and death are gateways to separate this experience of these other components. Like I said, the human beings is a composite of things, to separate the experiential part of these other components. You know, and so this is something that today we have less understanding of, because, you know, we call it metaphysical, we call it spooky and stuff like that. But the closest discipline that speaks to us is psychology.
Yeah, I agree. This sound more of a type of like it's more psychological than it is. And and it's religious to the point, like no matter what we say, it was their religion, it was their religious belief, right? And their philosophy and their understanding of these things, like a certain way how a Christian understands life after death. Now, like the Egyptians had their understanding of it. It doesn't mean that it's rooted in reality. You feel me? It's just what they believed. It was something that they worked out. It makes them feel better. You know what I mean? Or it gives them an understanding or a coping mechanism to deal with death. I think I read somewhere before about the psychology of death that most all religion and stuff was trying to deal with and help man cope with death. You know what I mean? Like that was one of its main preoccupations. As far as religion, it was to help man deal with the trauma of death, because we was a species that could see our mortality. You dig what I'm saying? Like other animals don't have to deal with that as a conscious part of their reality, but as far as human beings, for the most part, we're conscious of our mortality. You dig what I'm saying? So a lot of our mind is going to deal with or is going to be preoccupied with that reality that we're going to die, and then the unknown of that, you know what I mean, is actually scary. Like, I don't care how much you think you know or what you believe about God or whatever, it's still the unknown. You dig what I'm saying? And we know that we're all going to meet that at some point. We know our mortality. So mostly all religion had to deal with that in some aspect. So it was almost like a medicine or like a a word that I'm looking for. It was like a psycho. It was medicine to deal with that
like
trauma.
comfort, like medicine of comfort. You know, like
exactly. So a lot of the things that you're explaining to me is you're explaining, the Egyptians hyper explanation, you dig what I'm saying, of that preoccupation with death. Like they're really explaining it in modes that that talks about the consciousness, even when it's not conscious, and comparing sleep to it, and you know what I mean? Like that's
let me tell you this. It wasn't until very recent that modern scholars thought that dreams that all your dreams happen in excuse me, in that brief amount of time from you excuse me. Dang, going to talk so much, my throat. But not until modern times that scientists thought that dreams took place the moment that you started to wake up until you were fully awake. So if it took you like 30,
so it's a state of consciousness.
No, like in other words, if it took you 30 seconds to wake up,
that whole dream happened within them 30 seconds. Hold on. That makes sense though, right? Because the other night I was dreaming, and my girl told me, right? She was like, when I woke up, she was like, yo, you just, because I remember talking in my dream, and she said, yo, that was just like that. It just happened. But it was I thought I was having a whole conversation with somebody. Yeah. You feel me? But so she was up while I was doing it, right? And I was in the process of waking up. And I remember because I knew I was dreaming. Because I was dreaming about somebody who was dead. And in this dream, I was fully conscious that that person was dead. You dig what I'm saying? While I'm talking to him, right? Mm-hmm. And my girl, like, when I woke up, my girl, like, yo, you was just talking to my aunt, Kathy. She was like, you were just talking to Kathy in your dream. You had said her name, right? And I'm like, yeah, I was talking to her. She was messing with me. She was on the step. She was like, no, yo, you had just fell asleep because I was actually having my tablet up and YouTube was on. And she was like, yo, you was laying here, woke, and then you woke, and then you like dozed off and you woke right back up. But I thought I had this long, you dig what I'm saying? But it was in the duration of it. Yeah. So that actually got some validity to it.
But now what you explain is kind of the reverse of what I'm saying is that scientists don't no longer, they know that that's not true anymore. Okay. That was the old thinking in the early 1900s or so, or whatever the case is. Matter of fact, for those who are listening, if you a very interesting documentary on Netflix is called The Mind Explained. It's a 4-part series, 4 or 5-part series, and they talk about dreams in one episode. They talk about psychedelic drugs in another episode, the effects of it on the mind. They talk about all these different aspects. It's really, 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 really interesting. It's like the latest information about today's understanding of the mind and stuff like that. It's called The Mind Explained. It's on Netflix. And on this thing, that's when they said, they go through the history of understanding the mind and dreams. And they people thought that dreams took place like in a 30-second window, but now they understand the different brain states, the gamma, the alpha, theta, delta.
They didn't did studies on it down here at Johns Hopkins. I think they do it every year.
Yes.
We have a hospital here called Johns Hopkins in Maryland, in Baltimore, and they do a lot of the research. But
I think they actually mentioned Johns Hopkins.
So but check it makes sense because like it's different levels of sleep, right? So they can actually predict when a person is dreaming by which level of sleep they in. Now, in the deep sleep, they say people don't dream. So in that part where you just fall asleep or in the middle of waking up, like whichever spectrum you on, that could be where the dream is actually when that mind is waking up or not fully asleep yet. Because go ahead.
What they showed is that when a person first falls asleep, the body is going through a systematic shutdown, and so the brain stops firing, everything slows down, the brain becomes quiet, and then out of nowhere, after some time goes by, the brain lights up like a bulb, and it wakes up, and then a lot of different neurological pathways start to interact with each other, and so on and so forth. Then later on, another stage today, we know it as REM sleeping, where you have rapid eye movement, where you are literally living out some kind of events in your mind, but then there's a hormone, there's a chemical in your body that secretes while you're sleeping that paralyzes you so that you don't physically act out your dream. And so this is why people who have a dysfunctional hormone, that whatever that hormone or chemical is, when it's dysfunctional, people sleepwalk and they move and they fight and they toss and turn in their bed. But a normal healthy person is a chemical that prevents you from moving. The only thing that moves is your eyes. And so your eyes move back and forth and up and down. You had this slight blinking. That's where all that stuff comes from. And they explain it. They explain it on here. But the reason I bring this up is because the average human being is sleep for a third of its life, or his or her life. And
for how long?
A third of your life is spent in sleep, in this sleep state. 8 hours is the average human sleep time a night, and there's only 24 hours in a day, and 3 times 8 is 24. So that's 1/3, a third of your 24-hour day is spent sleeping. And so as you grow up, let's say you live to be 80 years old, that means 1/3 of 80 is about 27, 26 years.
I was asleep.
Yeah, you were
Get the fuck out of here.
No, you were asleep for those 26 years. If of course not all at one time, but it's just crazy to imagine that though. You know what I'm saying? Like I got children who ain't even lived that long. Like I'm still sleeping.
Right.
Whatever. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because sleep is underrated today, whereas in ancient times it preoccupied the minds of a lot of people because sleep was a huge thing. It was like a third of your life was spent sleeping. And so without the instrumentation that we have today and all the advances we have today, ancient people tried to understand it. You know what I'm saying? And so they made parallels with the living conscious states with this sleep state. And then, so I'm just adding on to this whole underworld. Sleep is the sister to death type of thing. The duat, the afterlife, and all these things, and how you come back from that state on a daily basis. But in your larger clock, you're gonna die eventually and not make it back. And so these are just all concepts we have understanding today differently. But ancients probed this kind of stuff. They didn't have it all figured out and all the means of confirming or falsifying and stuff like that. But they had inferences. They had their expressions and the way that they dealt with these things. Because if death was such a beautiful thing, then more people would have been committed suicide. They'd just been like, all right, well, if death is all this, man, and I gotta work and I don't feel like working, I might as well just kill myself,
right?
And get to the finish line faster. You know, so it wasn't always about that. It wasn't about dying. It was about going through this maturation process of animal, human, deity. You're born an animal, you're domesticated to become a human, and then you're elevated to a deity or ancestralized. And that ensured your longevity to continue or whatever that was. But they were not expecting to come back in the physical body. There's nobody in Egypt that ever saw somebody walk up out of that grave. That's why they sealed them. And the thing about it, we're not supposed to even know what we know about Egypt. What we know about Egypt is coming from the graves that were supposed to remain sealed. Think about that. The coffin text, the book of the underworld, all those underworld texts, they're in tombs. They weren't supposed to be read. They weren't supposed to be broken into and all that kind of stuff. So we gotta really think about all this stuff. It was part and parcel of the culture itself for the living.
But so they would have to have had wrote these things down before they put them in tombs. So more than likely it was a part of books and different hymns and stuff that just didn't come down to us.
No, that's what I'm saying. It was part of their life, their living life.
Right.
It just gets summarized and culminated into people's tombs as a finish line marker of the end of their cycle. And but what I'm saying is that we're not even supposed to know that technically. Like if those graves were somehow sealed physically to where we could not penetrate them, we would not know all the stuff that we know. It was in the living consciousness and psyche of the people who were alive. Not so much in these temples and things.
You ever see a tombstone and grave markers with biblical inscriptions and stuff on them, right? You seen them.
Yeah.
Right? Now, after all our paper and stuff is destroyed in these hard drives and everything that we keep the Bible and stuff on, if another society arises 2,000 years from now, they can go through our graveyards and read the tombstones and get some sort of understanding of some of the things that we believed religiously. But they can't then go behind that and say that that was left just for the dead. Like, we didn't have thousands of books written to read in our lifetime about these biblical passages and religious passages that we etched on the tombstone. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, they had to have this in the framework of their, it just didn't come down to us because time has passed so long. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
It'd be crazy for us to say right now that was just only for the graves. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, nah. For example, and I know we gotta go. It's almost
for the bingo.
Right, but this always stuck with me, right? The Planet of the Apes with Charlton Heston, right?
Oh, the old school.
Back in the day when I watched it, right? He didn't know that he had came to Earth thousands of years later, right? Because he was an astronaut, right? Mm-hmm. He only knew this, that he was on Earth, right? That he landed on Earth in the future at the end, right? Because he was going down the beach, right? And he seen the Statue of Liberty in the sand. Mm-hmm. And that's when he realized, right? And then it goes off that he had went forward in time and landed on Earth, right? So that brought me to the understanding of, is a lot of things about ancient society that we don't understand. Like, and you hit on a lot tonight about it, right? Because we'll look at a statue and automatically think that that's a god, right? And we could be totally misinformed about it, right? The same way if a society 3,000 years from now come and look at our ruins and they see the Statue of Liberty, they'd think that we worship that was a god or something, right? They'd take that completely out of the framework that we